Born with God-tier looks and genius intellect, this young man seems perfect, yet he is actually the unluckiest person on earth. Whether at home or school, he is constantly bombarded by stray balls, falling books, and flying buckets. His daily life is a disaster, ranging from being robbed in broad daylight to getting bitten by a dog. As a child, his mother comforted him by saying his luck would eventually change for the better. Tragically, she died in a gas explosion moments later, but 10 years later, Jumin has built a successful life and family. Just as he begins to feel truly happy, a mysterious screen and a strange girl suddenly appear before him. She heartlessly burns his home to the ground, forcing him to watch his family perish in the flame. Jumin realizes this girl has orchestrated every tragedy in his life, including the death of his mother. Suddenly, time resets and Jumin finds himself back in his 18-year-old body as the girl reappears. She uses a cursor to manipulate a nearby student, forcing Jumin's body to move against his will. He finally understands the horrifying truth that his entire existence is being controlled like a video game. Jumin vows revenge against his manipulator, who in the real world is a bullied student named Lee Coa. To escape her miserable reality, Coa plays a game where she controls the life of the protagonist, Lee Jumin. With a simple click, she manipulates everyone in Jumin's world, treating their lives as mere entertainment. While she sees it as a game, Jumin suffers through real loss as Coa spends her school day drawn. She blushes while sketching a man's physique until a classmate unexpectedly praises her talent. Startled by the sudden attention, Coa watches as more students gather to admire her impressive artwork. The classmates are captivated by the handsome figure she drew, showering her with compliments and praise. Overwhelmed and blushing, Coa listens as they suggest she has the talent to become a professional artist. Unaccustomed to such positive recognition, she feels a strange mix of confusion and excitement at being noticed. Minji suddenly grabs Coa by the hair and mockingly asks what the popular girl is drawing. After insulting Coa's hygiene, Minji violently snatches the notebook away despite the girl's protest. The bullies laugh at Coa's sketches of boys, calling her a pervert and mocking her appearance. Minji refuses to return the book, while the rest of the class ignores the blatant bullying. The group continues to humiliate Coa by accusing her of having inappropriate fantasies about handsome men. Coa desperately tries to deny the claims, but the cruel taunts from her classmates never stop. Minji blames Coa's poor grades on her drawing and warns her to stop being so annoying. Minji violently strikes Coa's head with the notebook, sending the girl crashing to the floor. The bullies erupt in laughter as Coa falls, mockingly pointing out her exposed yellow underwear. Coa endures the shame in silence, while wondering exactly when her life began to fall apart. She questions if her initial social awkwardness or lack of eye contact made her a target for abuse. Coa fears she was chosen simply for being weak, as Minji's expression grows even more menacing. She looks to her classmates for help, but everyone chooses to look away and ignore her suffering. Feeling completely invisible and abandoned, Coa breaks down and silently pleads for a savior. Elsewhere, Zhu Min stands covered in blood near a fallen statue when a mysterious voice catches his attention. Hearing a mother tell Coa to stop playing games, Zhu Min wonders if his reality is merely a simulation. He reflects on his past struggles and begins to suspect he is just a character controlled by another person. Zhu Min grows increasingly agitated as he links his lifelong misfortunes to this strange realization. After calming down, he concludes that a game system would explain all the illogical events he has endured. Zhu Min focuses on the name Lee Coa as he continues to piece together the mystery of his existence. Zhu Min recognizes the familiar nagging of a mother and wonders how such a simulation could exist in a normal home. He questions if his family is merely digital data and clenches his fists in rage, refusing to accept such a cruel fate. Memories of his childhood surface, fueling his determination to seek revenge even if he is just a digital fragment. Zhu Min runs off in a fury, imagining the moment he can finally reach through the screen and end her life. He feels a surge of fear when Coa reappears, confused by her sudden return and her claim of being home from school. Noticing her rapid change into a school uniform, Zhu Min realizes that time in his world stops whenever she exits the game. He grows suspicious that she is watching him constantly as she begins to share her troubled thoughts with him. Coa describes being bullied at school and asks Zhu Min why no one ever steps in to help her. She compares her isolation to his life, noting how others always seem to worry about his well-being. She laments that no one would care even if she were in extreme pain or humiliated by her peers. Jumin is taken aback by her confession but remains cold, believing she deserves the misery she experiences. Seoa grows increasingly distraught, feeling pathetic for venting her frustrations to a mere game character. Tears stream down her face as she grips her mouse, crying out about her profound loneliness. She screams about the unfairness of her life and expresses a desperate desire to end her suffering. Jumin realizes that despite her absolute power over his world, she is just a vulnerable high school student. He watches her sob in silence, his mind racing as he begins to piece together a new theory. He considers the possibility that they might actually share the same world, sparking a bold new plan. If he can find her, he can reclaim his family and exact his cold revenge on everyone who wronged him. As Seoa questions why she is targeted by bullies, Jumin silently gestures to the ruins she created as proof of her sin. He remains unmoved while she wonders if her appearance or a corrupted soul is the cause of her punishment. Jumin remains cold as Seoa weeps, questioning if any good deed could ever earn her a blessing. He dismisses her as a psychopath, declaring that no amount of tears will ever earn his forgiveness. Seoa triggers a reset, causing Jumin's world to tremble as he suddenly finds himself back at school. Realizing he has returned to the past once more, Jumin hears Seoa claim he is the only one who understands her. Sang-soo obliviously approaches Jumin, offering to recommend a book to his friend. With a hollow gaze, Seoa asks for empathy while Jumin finally grasps the reason behind his endless torment. As Jumin reels from the realization, an infuriated Seoa demands to know where he thinks he is going. Sang-soo joins the pursuit, while Jumin grows resentful at being used as a mere outlet for Seoa's rage. Jumin realizes that while he cannot physically stop her, he might be able to manipulate her volatile emotions. He resolves to temper her erratic behavior through psychological means until he can reunite with his family. Fearing the danger of revealing his awareness, Jumin begins to formulate a more subtle strategy. Spotting Kai-rong on the soccer field, Jumin ignores Seoa's frantic commands and charges toward the game. Determined to communicate through action rather than words, Jumin races toward the middle of the field. Amidst a heated match, Kai-rong's aggressive behavior is interrupted by Jumin's sudden arrival. Jumin relentlessly pummels Kai-rong, ignoring the shocked cries of the surrounding students. The sudden outburst leaves both Seoa and Sang-soo completely stunned by Jumin's uncharacteristic violence. While Sang-soo finds the chaos amusing, Kai-rong manages to regain his footing and block Jumin's next strike. Infuriated, Kai-rong retaliates with a series of blows while cursing Jumin for his sudden insanity. Jumin fights back with desperate intensity, shocking everyone as he continues his fierce assault on Kai-rong. He screams for Seoa to stop venting her frustrations on him and to instead strike back at those who truly despise her. Sang-soo is moved to tears, realizing that Jumin took such a bold stand just for his sake. Seoa watches the screen with a changing expression, confused by the intensity of Jumin's rage. Memories of Kai-jong's smug bullying flash by, contrasted with the deep resentment in Jumin's eyes. Seoa's eyes light up as she realizes Jumin is seeking revenge, her face flushing with excitement. She finds herself captivated by Jumin's intensity as he continues to vent his anger on Kai-jong. In the faculty office, the teacher silences Kai-jong's loud protests about being attacked first. The teacher speaks gently to Jumin, finding it hard to believe a model student would be involved. Jumin admits to the fight, giving Kai-jong a brief moment of triumph as he continues to complain. Jumin interrupts to expose Kai-jong's history of harassing other students and details his misconduct. He recounts how Kai-jong bullied Sang-soo and himself, claiming he only acted to teach him a lesson. Jumin suggests the teacher verify his claims, while Kai-jong hysterically accuses him of lying. Jumin remains unfazed, pointing out that Kai-jong's past actions are directly linked to this incident. He mocks Kai-jong's sense of injustice, questioning why he thinks he can hit others without consequence. Jumin strategically mentions his elite academic ranking to pressure both the teacher and Kai-jong. He asks if the school is prepared to take responsibility for a star student's potential downfall. Kai-jong grows fearful, as Jumin frames himself as a victim of a neglectful school administration. Jumin warns that a media scandal regarding his bullying would be disastrous for the school's reputation. The teacher is swayed by his logic and warns Kai-jong that any further trouble will lead to expulsion. Kai-jong cries out against the perceived injustice, while Jumin watches him with cold satisfaction. Jumin reminds him that they live in a civilized society where such behavior is no longer tolerated. Jumin asserts that intelligence is the only shield against bullying, as Kai Rong stares back in tearful terror. Kai Rong vows to study hard, while the teacher encourages Jumin to become the pride of the school. Returning to class, Jumin reflects on how people justify their wrongdoing just to maintain their social standing. Exhausted, he realizes that a well-crafted argument can be used to silence any opposition. Having mastered the art of manipulation, Jumin turns his attention back to the screen monitoring COA. COA smiles with satisfaction before the feed abruptly cuts out, leaving Jumin staring at a blank screen. After a long wait, the countdown on the screen signals COA's return home from school the following day. The monitor flickers back to life after a brief delay, revealing a sight that leaves Jumin completely stunned. COA appears with a badly bruised face, but tells Jumin that she finally feels a sense of relief. She explains that slapping her bullies washed away years of pent-up stress, despite the physical toll it took. Seeing her satisfaction, Jumin wonders if his attempts to change her behavior are actually starting to work. However, she sadly admits that her single strike led to a brutal group beating from her tormentor. Jumin feels powerless knowing her small victory cost her so much pain as COA begins to scream. COA descends back into a fit of rage, while a strange figure appears later that day at Paran High School. Jumin finds himself dressed in an absurd historical costume, regretting his lack of foresight regarding the drama club. Despite his ridiculous Shakespearean attire, he remains handsome while brooding over the consequences of his actions. Sitting alone, Jumin ponders the differences between how boys and girls handle their physical altercation. He realizes his past devotion to academics has left him completely ignorant of high school girl psychology. As Hien watches him, Jumin continues to obsess over the baffling nature of the girls he is trying to manage. He questions his vintage look, while Jumin accidentally uses formal speech to ask if she has any concern. Hien shyly asks if he plans to keep his current style, while mentioning the stress of college exam. She is struck by his impressive appearance when he suddenly asks about her current interest. Jumin inquires about her hobbies and goals, causing Hien to turn away in a blushing fluster. She is bewildered by his uncharacteristic curiosity, as the usually cold Jumin never asks such personal questions. While she wonders if this is a romantic signal, Jumin remains focused on observing her every move. He studies her behavior, puzzled by why she seems to yawn and pause throughout the day. Noticing a fast-forward icon, he realizes time might be moving at a different pace for her. He suspects he appears to be moving in fast-forward to her, recalling COA's comment about his rapid success. Jumin concludes his luck improved because she skipped over his past hardships, while COA grows weary. He ponders why she appeared to him that specific day, as Hien continues to act bashful. Hien admits her interests include beauty and idols, eventually mentioning love as her face turns red. Jumin judges her for prioritizing romance over her studies, leaving her feeling completely embarrassed. She calls him old-fashioned and demands to know his true intentions, prompting a blunt response. He confesses his curiosity regarding high school girls, leaving Hien stunned by his unexpected admission. Later at home, an exhausted Jumin watches COA while lost in his own complicated scheme. He struggles to find a way to track down the uniform without alerting COA to his plan. As he drifts off, he wonders if she watches him sleep and tries to recall the name of the game. COA watches him through the screen, smiling with satisfaction as she bids him a silent goodnight. She excitedly prepares a major surprise for the next day using the game's construction mode. Jumin wakes up the next morning still in his uniform, shocked to find Hien standing right there. He stares in disbelief at the news of Hien's crush, while COA enjoys the chaos she caused at school. Inside the school storage room, Minji and her gang corner COA and mock her futile attempts to resist. Minji boasts about her martial arts rank, while COA glares back with cold determination. One of the bullies grabs COA by the hair as Minji watches the girls suffering with sadistic pleasure. COA endures the pain before suddenly fighting back and landing a sharp slap on Minji's face. Unfazed by the strike, Minji mocks COA for finding the courage to act out against her. Minji loses her temper and brutally retaliates by repeatedly slapping COA across the face. The assault is interrupted when a student outside calls for someone to fetch sports equipment. Minji delivers a final chilling threat to pull out COA's teeth if she ever dares to fight back again. The bullies leave the warehouse as if nothing happened, leaving a trembling COA behind in the dark. Jian-yu appears and gently checks on COA, asking if she has been badly hurt during the encounter. COA is touched by his kindness, but their moment is cut short when another student enters the room. Ji-Yu is quickly dragged away to lunch by his classmate before he can offer any more help. As they walk away, the students discuss Ji-Yu's reputation as a talented soccer player. COA feels her heart race for her savior, but quickly dismisses the idea of being with someone like him. While heading home, COA notices that Hyeon's feelings for Jumin are becoming increasingly obvious. COA feels a pang of jealousy, seeing the two childhood friends growing closer to one another. Reflecting on her encounter with Ji-Yu, COA realizes she is also developing feelings for her prince. After watching Hyeon on the monitor, COA lets out a sinister laugh as she hatches a new plan. Hyeon panics and accuses Jumin of kidnapping her, while COA watches the drama unfold with a smirk. Jumin curses COA's madness, while realizing he is indeed back in his own room. His phone is gone and the exits have vanished, leaving him trapped as COA offers a mock apology. She confesses her feelings for another boy, leaving Jumin frustrated by her bizarre behavior. COA describes a handsome new student who showed her kindness, much like Jumin once did. Feeling unworthy of the new boy, she explains why she and Jumin can no longer be together. She claims Hyeon is a better match for him, a suggestion that only deepens Jumin's irritation. Jumin recalls Hyeon's secret crush and her confession to him after their high school graduation. Having rejected her for the woman who became his wife, Jumin desperately bangs on the sealed door. To protect his future family, he cannot return Hyeon's feelings, leaving her confused and embarrassed. Jumin sighs in frustration over the misunderstanding and turns his attention back to Hyeon. He urges her to find an escape, finally making her realize the gravity of their confinement. Knowing she won't believe the truth, Jumin looks at her seriously and prepares to give an order. He instructs her to stay on her bed and remain still to ensure nothing unexpected happens. A panicked Hyeon asks for an explanation, and Jumin confirms they have indeed been kidnapped. He explains that someone is watching them, so they must refuse to give their captor any satisfaction. By doing nothing, he hopes to bore COA while keeping his timeline to his family intact. He worries that even a small change could trigger a butterfly effect that ruins his future. Jumin vows to protect his destiny despite COA's scheme and collapses onto the bed. He tells a stunned Hyeon to just go to sleep, insisting it is the best course of action. Exhausted, Jumin's eyes drift shut as he falls into a deep sleep under Hyeon's watchful gaze. Hyeon feels unsettled by Ju-min's composure and wonders why she feels a sense of regret over the situation. COA is stunned by the lack of progress and wonders why Hyeon isn't seizing this perfect opportunity. Seeing Hyeon's sadness, a frustrated COA decides to intervene and force the two together. COA artificially inflates the affection levels, causing Ju-min to hallucinate a happy life with a newborn child. Ju-min is filled with warmth until he suddenly snaps awake to find Hyeon lying right next to him. Horrified, Ju-min questions Hyeon's presence as she shyly confesses her long-held feelings for him. Hyeon assumes his previous curiosity about her past was a sign of mutual love, leaving Ju-min terrified by her boldness. Ju-min realizes his emotions are being toyed with as COA gleefully watches the affection meter climb. Sweating with anxiety, Ju-min watches as Hyeon gazes at him with wide, expectant eyes. Knowing this is exactly what COA wants, Ju-min prepares to take control of the situation himself. Determined to resist the manipulation, he grabs Hyeon by the shoulders to snap her back to reality. With a stern look, he begins a lengthy lecture about why they shouldn't be acting on their impulses. He warns that losing focus on their studies now will lead to academic failure and a lifetime of regret. He argues that a lack of education leads to poverty and urges her to prioritize their future over temporary desires. Ju-min even fabricates a story about having a wife and daughter, leaving Hyeon completely overwhelmed by his words. He firmly shuts down any romantic possibility, causing the affection meter to plummet and confusing COA. Frustrated by the sudden drop in stats, COA tries to force Ju-min to act more gently. Ju-min continues his harsh rejection, telling a tearful Hyeon that she simply isn't his type. After comparing her to a dog when he prefers cats, he suddenly kisses her forehead and claims to like her. As Hyeon stands frozen in shock, COA watches the chaotic shift in emotions with growing fascination. The affection bar suddenly surges as Hyeon sits shyly on the bed while covering her mouth. Ju-min realizes he is being controlled again and desperately tries to explain his forced action. Hyeon claims it was her first kiss and playfully asks what they should name their first child. A nervous Zhu Min breaks into a sweat while insisting that he was not responsible for the kiss. Hyen mockingly warns him about the terrifying consequences of betraying a young woman's love. Zhu Min retreats while insisting that an outside force is manipulating his actions and feelings. He explains that everything from their emotions to the room itself is being orchestrated by another. He points out the impossibility of their windowless prison, but Hyen abruptly claims to understand. With a cheerful smile, she reveals that she finally understands the true nature of their situation. Jumin wonders if he is trapped in a vivid dream, as Hyen's naive suggestions begin to irritate him. Her tone drops as she laments that Jumin remains cold and distant even within the confines of her dreams. Hyen expresses her deep resentment over being treated with indifference despite her constant kindness toward him. She questions her own perceived flaws while boasting of her beauty and popularity, as Jumin frowns in response. Jumin's gaze turns cold as he bluntly admits that his heart already belongs to someone else. He cruelly declares his plans for a future family with another woman, leaving no room for Hyen in his life. A dejected Hyen sighs at Jumin's lack of understanding while he watches her with a sense of helplessness. Hyen stands up and reveals a sharp knife from behind her back, proving Jumin's honesty had a dark effect. Her demeanor turns terrifying as she decides to kill Jumin since she can never truly possess him. A system message appears confirming that Hyen has officially reached the extreme Yander level of affection. Seo watches the screen with casual interest, while Jumin reels from the realization of this dangerous new mission. Before Jumin can process the situation, Hyen lunges forward and swings her weapon with lethal intent. The attack tears through his clothes as Jumin desperately tries to calm her down amidst her manic screaming. Hyen hysterically claims Jumin as her exclusive property, leaving him stunned by her sudden psychological break. Jumin prepares for a physical confrontation, hoping his natural strength will be enough to overcome her armed assault. Hyen begins moving with supernatural agility, scaling the walls and clinging to the ceiling with visible fury. Realizing he is completely outmatched by her inhuman movements, Jumin watches as she leaps from the wall to strike. Terrified, Jumin shuts his eyes and begins reciting every prayer he knows while bracing for the fatal blow. When the strike never lands, he cautiously opens his eyes to find Hyen completely frozen in midair. Time itself has come to a standstill, as a mysterious voice intervenes to prevent Jumin's untimely death. Seo snacks on screen while claiming Jumin is her top priority, much to his frustration. Jumin questions her sanity before reflecting on his survival and the lingering trauma of the night. Arriving at Pipunhai the next morning, an exhausted Jumin warily watches Seo through his screen. Terrified of what the day might bring, he realizes he must act quickly to find the uniform. He knows progress is impossible as long as Seo continues to stand in his way. Hyen arrives at school appearing perfectly normal, reassuring a concerned classmate that she feels better. After thanking her friend, she casually approaches Jumin to offer a morning greeting. When she asks if he was also sick yesterday, Jumin trembles and avoids her gaze. He wonders if she views yesterday as a dream, while she describes her own strange experience. Jumin mentions his own nightmare, but Hyen asks if he has lost interest in high school girls. He cryptically replies that he now understands how terrifying they can be, causing her expression to shift. Hyen vows not to give up, prompting a panicked Jumin to demand an explanation. Elsewhere, Ju scrolls through her phone while searching for new video content to post. Jumin searches the internet but finds no trace of the simulation game in this reality. With no other leads, he focuses on Seo's clothing rack to identify the mysterious uniform. His attempt to photograph the screen is mistaken by classmates as a vain selfie. Disappointed by the photo quality, Jumin decides to manually sketch the uniform's design. Hyen notices the drawing and becomes concerned by Jumin's apparent obsession with the girl's attire. A nearby noise draws Jumin's attention toward Ju, who is currently hosting a live stream. After receiving harsh comments from viewers, Ju ends her broadcast just as Jumin approaches her. Jumin finds Ju preoccupied with her phone as she looks up to acknowledge him. She explains she is filming a TikTok, describing it as a popular platform for short videos. When Jumin asks if many female students use the app, Ju is taken aback by his bluntness. After teasing him, Ju admires a realistic drawing Jumin produced of a specific school uniform. Her eyes widen as she realizes she has seen that particular uniform before. Jumin's desperate questioning about the school's identity makes Ju feel pressured and confused. Offended by his demanding tone, Ju's demeanor turns cold as she rebukes his arrogance. Realizing his mistake, Jumin tries to offer money, but Ju dismisses the idea of a cash payment. Jiu leans in close, revealing that she desires something far more valuable than money. As Xiumin grows impatient, Jiu's excitement peaks when her livestream finally concludes. She immediately starts a new broadcast, forcing a reluctant Xiumin to join her in a dance. The viewers are instantly captivated by the handsome stranger participating in the silly trend. Comments flood in praising Xiumin's appearance and physique before he finally makes his exit. Seeing the massive surge in views, Jiu chases after him to capture more footage for her followers. She realizes that featuring Xiumin is her ticket to becoming a viral sensation on the platform. Jiu introduces him to her fans, while Xiumin desperately tries to maintain his composure. He endures the public embarrassment solely to find his family, promising himself eventual retribution. Refusing to let him go, Jiu follows Xiumin and continues to pester him for more content. Elsewhere, COA watches the video in disbelief, questioning why Xiumin is involved with Jiu. Seeing the footage triggers painful memories for COA, who was once forced into similar situations. Returning to the present, COA coldly watches her screen as Xiumin is forced into a grueling dance challenge. COA mocks his pathetic state, while Xiumin wonders how long she has been monitoring his every move. She expresses her deep disdain for boastful TikTokers, a sentiment Xiumin surprisingly finds himself agreeing with. COA soon turns her attention toward Jiu and coldly orders Xiumin to eliminate the girl. When Xiumin hesitates, Jiu threatens him to keep dancing if he ever hopes to recover his uniform. Xiumin desperately demands the uniform's location, but Jiu insists on finishing their video first. As she speaks, a sharp blade suddenly flies through the air, narrowly missing Jiu's wide, startled eye. Xiumin watches in alarm as a vengeful, red-eyed Haiyan approaches, consumed by a murderous aura. Driven by a possessive obsession, Haiyan refuses to let anyone else get close to Xiumin. Realizing COA is pulling the strings, Xiumin steps in to protect Jiu so she can lead him to his uniform. Jiu complains about the interrupted recording and casually begins searching for the next viral trend. Unaware of a student aiming a chair at her, Jiu suggests a different video concept for their next shoot. Xiumin pulls Jiu close to shield her from the attack, further fueling Haiyan's explosive rage. While enduring the pain of the blow, Xiumin notices a strange symbol hovering near the controlled student. He realizes this icon marks COA's targets, giving him a way to predict and counter her manipulation. Xiumin stands his ground with determination, while COA watches the scene unfold in a fit of madness. Jiu happily captures the moment on her phone, unaware that Xiumin is now ready to defy COA's control. In Chapter 8, Sang-soo struggles with piles of trash and wonders when his tedious chores will finally end. He pauses when he hears voices from the upper floors inviting Jiu to join another social media challenge. Looking up at the gathering crowd, Sang-soo notes that the school seems unusually chaotic today. On the second floor, Xiumin carries Jiu princess style while COA fumes from the screen. Jiu excitedly films the scene, giving her followers a first-person view of her handsome prince. COA demands they stop as she manipulates the crowd, while Jiu obliviously invites her to join the TikTok. Jiu focuses on recording Xiumin's strained expression, completely unaware of the growing danger around them. Seeing her engagement numbers skyrocket to record highs, Jiu celebrates her sudden surge in popularity. She promises a special dance once they hit a milestone, ignoring Xiumin's desperate pleas to stop. As she relaxes in his arms, they encounter a student strangely obsessed with a flower pot named Elizabeth. Xiumin notices the mind control symbol above the student, who suddenly turns aggressive with his plan. The student swings the heavy pot like a weapon, forcing Xiumin to dodge while still holding Jiu. The impact sends Jiu's phone flying, prompting her to leap from his arms to save her device. Ignoring her own minor injuries, she rejoices over her intact screen just as the mob closes in for autographs. Xiumin grabs her by the collar and drags her away from the frenzied crowd, scolding her social media obsession. After being rescued, Jiu gazes at him while COA's puppets continue their relentless search for the pair. Xiumin hides behind a wall, drenched in sweat and hoping they haven't been spotted by COA's minions. He questions if COA can track them, just as Jiu drags a confused Sang-soo into her broadcast. Jiu tries to start a dance trend amidst the chaos, driving Xiumin to the brink of frustration. Xiumin warns her to stay quiet, but she is too blinded by her newfound fame to notice the danger. While Xiumin struggles to survive, Yu basks in the attention, leaving him to contemplate her strange behavior. He realizes COA's power makes the crowd's murderous intent appear like normal, albeit intense, fan interaction. Recognizing the hypnotic nature of the situation, Ju-min wonders if he can use this logic to his advantage. Ju-min asks Hyo-ju once more about the school uniform, while she shyly fidgets with her fingers. Hyo-ju demands a new condition, promising the information if her TikTok reaches 300,000 followers. Despite his shock at the high number, she insists it is possible and shows him her phone as proof. She excitedly points out that her following grew from 1,000 to 100,000 in only 1 hour. Claiming to be generous, she settles for a 300,000 follower goal and tells him to be grateful. As Ju-min considers letting her perish, she suggests an outdoor livestream to gain the remaining followers. He calculates that reaching the target will require him to endure her presence for at least another hour. He worries that his strength is fading and that a livestream would dangerously reveal their current location. Predicting that Lee Coa will eventually kill Hyo-ju, he prepares himself for the inevitable outcome. While Sang-soo works, Ju-min searches for a way to get the information before Hyo-ju dies. He realizes that Hyo-ju only needs to die in front of Lee Coa, regardless of who delivers the blow. He lures her in with a plan to exponentially increase her following to over 500,000 in a short time. She eagerly asks for the secret, but his terrifying gaze suggests that shocking content is the only way. After asking Sang-soo for his assistance, the group makes their way up to the rooftop. Ju-min slams the door shut, while Hyo-ju records a video telling her fans they are hiding on the roof. Her follower count jumps by another 50,000, though he still fails to grasp her obsession with fame. When he asks why she risks her life for popularity, she expresses her desire to be a famous influencer. She tells him that he cannot understand her perspective because he already possesses everything he needs. She explains that being admired by others is the primary source of joy and purpose in her life. However, she feels saddened by the thought that her followers might abandon her at the slightest mistake. Ji-yu explains that while Ju-min shines naturally, people like her must struggle desperately to avoid being forgotten. As she focuses on her screen to escape her fear of loneliness, Ju-min begins to see her in a different light. Recalling a tender memory of a child, Ju-min suggests that she should find someone who truly needs her. He advises her to marry such a person, leaving the young student stunned by the sudden suggestion. Ju-min insists that family brings the greatest happiness, but Ji-yu ignores him and demands help reaching her follower goal. While Ju-min longs for his wife, he suddenly senses a shift in the atmosphere as Ji-yu continues to chatter. A red light glows in the sky as a controlled figure begins to scale the rooftop wall. Ha-yoon appears with a knife, leaving Ju-min shocked at how they managed to reach the roof. As Ju-min stays on guard, Coa initiates her control, ordering her puppets to begin their assault. Ju-min shields Ji-yu from the blinding light and the initial strikes of Coa's clone. Frustrated by the endless weapons, Coa fumes over Ju-min's constant interference in her game. Watching through her screen, Coa realizes that Ju-min's protective nature is his greatest weakness. She decides to force Ju-min to kill Ji-yu himself, prompting him to warn the girl to stay away as he loses control. Ji-yu remains oblivious to the danger, refusing to leave and miss out on a chance for viral content. Ju-min picks up a knife and advances with a terrifying expression, finally causing Ji-yu to tremble in fear. Backing toward the edge of the roof, Ji-yu assumes Ju-min is merely trying to scare her for being difficult. Ju-min raises the blade while desperately fighting to restrain his own possessed arm. He warns her that the world is out for her blood and demands the truth about the uniforms to stop the nightmare. Ji-yu struggles to believe him until the rooftop door bursts open and more people arrive. The crowd begins speaking in eerie, synchronized voices, pressuring Ji-yu to film content with them. Ziyu turns pale with fear as the crowd's adoration transforms into terrifying hostility. The mob chants for her demise, while Ju-min desperately tries to snap her back to reality. He asks if this is the attention she wanted, and a trembling Ziyu realizes this isn't love. Ju-min warns that fame brings both envy and malice, questioning if she can truly endure it. Overwhelmed by panic, she admits she only wanted affection as the crowd draws closer. To end the nightmare, Ju-min demands the uniform's location, and Ziyu shows him a video of it. Despite her pleas for help, Ju-min suddenly shoves Ziyu off the edge of the roof. Claiming revenge for her mockery, he watches her fall while the stunned crowd falls silent. Coa dismisses the crowd with disappointment, feeling the spectacle ended far too abruptly. As COA leaves, Ju Min mocks her ignorance and celebrates the success of his own scheme. Ju Min calls for a rap, revealing to the enthusiastic crowd that the entire scene was staged. The participants are thrilled to be in the video and praise Ju Min for his incredible acting. Ju Min finally understands the allure of social media as he sees Ziu safe on a hidden cushion. Earlier, Ju Min had convinced a hesitant Ziu that they needed shocking content to go viral. He assured her that Sang-soo would prepare a soft landing, but Ziu still feared the dangerous stunt. Ju Min challenged her resolve, asking if she thought becoming a famous creator would be easy. He insisted that true fame requires sacrifice and the courage to risk everything for the camera. Ignoring her terror, he promised to handle the safety if she would just trust his direction. Spotting an irritated COA nearby, Ju Min realized it was the perfect time to strike. He quickly gathered the surrounding students to begin filming their elaborate staged performance. He presents a new script and invites everyone to participate in a prearranged deal. The promise of a hamburger reward for high viewership sparks an intense fire in the crowd. Unaware they are being controlled by Lee COA, the group follows him while mistaking her influence for their own desires. Bizarre events like falling statues and rabbit costumes are accepted as perfectly normal occurrences in this distorted reality. He realizes he can exploit Lee COA's inability to hear the world's voices to manipulate the situation himself. He coordinates a plan for the crowd to act like a zombie horde in 10 minutes to deceive Lee COA. By offering food as an incentive, he aligns their actions with his goals without Lee COA suspecting a thing. He watches the scene unfold, confident that this performance will satisfy Lee COA and keep Ju safe. While the threat to Ju is genuine, Sang-soo rushes to her side in a panic to see if she survived the fall. Ju initially celebrates reaching 500,000 followers, but her excitement soon gives way to a strange melancholy. Despite her success, she feels a hollow sensation and wonders if she is simply lacking a dopamine rush. She asks Sang-soo if he ever feels lonely following her, even after such a life-threatening ordeal. She questions if he wants fame to gain the respect and affection of those who currently belittle him. Turning toward him, she remarks on the vast amount of attention and love she personally receives. When she asks who provides that love for him, Sang-soo's simple answer about his mother leaves her deep in thought. She challenges him to name a real friend, threatening him if he mentions his mother a second time. Sang-soo happily identifies Ju Min as his friend, recounting how Ju Min rescued him and relies on his support. He explains that being needed by another person cures loneliness, prompting Ju to gaze up at Ju Min. Remembering Ju Min's words about the happiness of being needed, she begins to view his advice in a romantic light. She bashfully assumes that Ju Min must need her, even as he looks down at her with visible annoyance. Ju Min wonders why she keeps staring and tries to ignore her while blocking the red light. He reflects on his successful haul of uniforms and the discovery that Lee COA isn't infallible. Ju Min confidently declares victory over Lee COA, but a chilling voice warns that the game isn't over. Hyen suddenly appears behind him with a knife to his throat, demanding to know his link to Hyo-ju. Ju Min calmly claims he was only helping with a TikTok video, but she remains skeptical. After he stammers a confirmation, she gives a terrifying smile and vanishes instantly. Paralyzed with fear, Ju Min realizes his dread of high school girls is justified as the scene shifts to the soccer field. The female students are captivated by Cha Yeonwoo's looks and skill during his game. While the girls hesitate to approach him, COA sits in a corner sketching Yeonwoo's portrait. She recalls a past moment with him and wonders if he might actually have feelings for her. Her daydreaming stops when she notices someone has scribbled graffiti on the ceiling. She sighs at the loss of the last clean space in the room before looking down at her vandalized desk. A threatening text from Kim Min-jae arrives, giving her 5 minutes to hand over money. As the soccer match continues, COA rushes past the field and catches Yeonwoo's attention. COA offers what little money she has, but Min-jae is clearly unhappy with the meager amount. She breaks into a cold sweat, secretly regretting spending her cash on a new zombie game expansion. Min-jae feigns kindness, telling a trembling COA to just bring the full payment by next week. Terrified, COA begs for leniency, explaining how difficult it is to gather funds from her mother. Min-jae's expression turns cold as she grabs COA by the hair for testing her patience. The bullies take pleasure in her fear, as Min-jae threatens to pull her teeth for the late payment. The bullies threaten to pull her teeth to save on medical bills, while she screams for help. They mock COA's disheveled appearance with delight until a witness suddenly arrives. Zeon Yu steps forward, startling the group who initially mistook him for a teacher. Minji is struck by his looks, while the other girls whisper about the handsome new transfer student. Minji puts on a sweet act to greet him, but Xian remains completely indifferent to her charms. He bluntly asks if they are bullying her, prompting Minji to feign innocence by hugging Coa. Minji claims it was just an accident and silently pressures the terrified girl to agree with her. Minji presses her advantage as the girl trembles in fear, unable to even look up. Minji warns her not to misunderstand, just as a teacher arrives to send everyone back to class. As the group disperses, Minji brags to Xian about how well she handled the situation. Left alone with Coa, Xian complains about the school's atmosphere before approaching her. Xian introduces himself properly, prompting a shy and hesitant response from Coa. He suggests she looks better with her bangs up and leaves her stunned with a friendly wave. At People High School, Lee Jumin stands out as a genius ranked in the top 2%. He maintains a perfectionist lifestyle to survive, though reality often disrupts his meticulous plans. Jumin finds himself exhausted by the constant attention from fans of his viral TikTok persona. His classmates beg for a dance, treating him like the perfect idol he portrays online. Frustrated by the spotlight, Jumin struggles to secretly investigate a mysterious school uniform. He hits a dead end online because the social media accounts he needs to see are set to private. He decides to send a direct message while planning his next move around Coa's schedule. Jumin contemplates whether to wait for a player to leave or to force an opening himself. The sudden silence in the room alerts him to the fact that everyone around him is being manipulated. Coa commands the crowd through a screen to stop bothering Jumin and return to their places. The students move like programmed machines, leaving Jumin to find the cafeteria stocked with delicacy. Confused by the sudden VIP treatment, Jumin notices Coa looking unusually cheerful on his screen. She playfully shows off her new hairstyle, asking Jumin if she looks cute with her bangs pinned back. Jumin masks his annoyance with a fake smile as Coa continues to talk about Xian. Coa gushes about a handsome transfer student who defended her, making Jumin realize she is enjoying school. Her improved mood changes her playstyle, but a sudden phone notification catches Jumin off guard as she continues her story. Convinced the boy likes her after a wink and a promise to meet again, she is surprised when Jumin abruptly departs. Jumin rushes away from the school, checking his messages to find out which campus a certain person attends. By late afternoon, an exhausted Jumin stops to catch his breath and wipe away sweat after a long run. Having slipped away while Coa was distracted, he realizes time is running out and checks his chat with a girl. The girl is thrilled, questioning if he is the famous handsome guy and asking for a social media interaction. After he claims to be a fan, she suggests a collaboration, prompting Jumin to focus on his next move. Despite his exhaustion and heavy sweating, he prepares a reply to keep the conversation going. He declines the video offer and asks for her school's name, but she immediately suspects he is a fake account. When she calls him a creep, he insists he is real and only wants to identify the school uniform she wears. Her persistent accusations of him being a pervert leave Jumin looking visibly uncomfortable and awkward. Frustrated by the situation, he reads her demand for a specific selfie with a V sign to prove his identity. Jumin ignores the whispers of nearby students about his looks and takes the requested photo to verify himself. After seeing the photo, the girl is shocked he is real, while onlookers continue to admire his appearance. She teases him for being a handsome creep, but promises to reveal her school if he agrees to meet in person. Jumin quickly agrees and asks for the location, receiving an address that he views with some skepticism. Unfamiliar with Suzhou High School, he notes the 30-minute travel time just as his bus arrives at the stop. While heading to the destination, he wonders how to handle the situation once he finally tracks down Lee Coa. Remembering her cheerful attitude, he realizes she views everything as a game, causing his gaze to turn somber. A dark shadow triggers painful memories, leading Jumin to vow that he will never offer forgiveness. He realizes that neutralizing Coa is a necessary step to ensure his family's safety before he can reunite with his wife. As the bus reaches a stop, Jumin recalls meeting his wife in college while remaining lost in his own thoughts. Realizing that meeting is still 2 years away, Jumin is stunned to see Coa waving goodbye to her classmate. Looking exhausted and irritated, Coa wonders where Jumin could have gone since he is not at school. Frustrated by this unprecedented situation, Coa complains about the lack of a character search function in the game. While preparing to make a call, Coa notices a peculiar notification appearing on her computer screen. The message states that Jumin has moved to a different location, leaving Seo-A suspicious of his motive. As she continues typing, a search result suggests a way to locate a character that has gone missing. The screen explains that a pet can solve the problem by tracking the scent of a favorite character. For a fee of 5,000 won, a pet's tracking ability can be upgraded to find anyone in an instant. Seo rants about the blatant cash grab before suddenly remembering that Jumin does not even own a dog. At the playground, Ya Gun watches Man growl aggressively before coldly ordering the dog to follow a specific scent. Man immediately sprints off as Jumin catches sight of a familiar red-haired girl on the bus. Jumin is struck by the image of the woman who would become his wife, realizing the girl is indeed So Yun. He watches her intently, overwhelmed with joy at the prospect of meeting her much earlier than he anticipated. Jumin suddenly hesitates, fearing that interacting with her now might inadvertently change the course of the future. He realizes that any deviation from the original timeline could mean never seeing his daughter, Urun, again. Jumin decides to keep his distance until their destined meeting, but is shocked when a man approaches So Yun. Hojin offers to pay for her this time, though So Yun reminds him that he already covered their last outing. Do Min watches the scene in shock, wondering about the identity of the stranger as the bus traveled. Irritated by their happiness, Do Min recalls So Yun's promise that he was her only love while she admires the scenery. Hojin responds with a cheesy compliment about her beauty, causing So Yun to blush with embarrassment. Do Min scoffs at their nonsense, feeling a wave of jealousy as he watches So Yun's joyful expression. Stamping his feet to stay calm, Do Min tries to dismiss their interaction as mere high school flirting. Determined to prove he is her true love, Do Min watches as Ho Jin leans in close to So Yun. When Ho Jin asks for a kiss and leans in, Do Min can no longer watch and physically blocks their lips. A startled Ho Jin demands to know what is happening, while Do Min calmly wipes his hand and begins lecturing. Do Min scolds them for public indecency, prompting an angry Ho Jin to question why he is interfering in their date. Losing his temper, Do Min boldly declares himself to be the young woman's future husband. Do Min demands to know why Ho Jin is kissing his wife, leaving the young man completely speechless. Ho Jin screams in disbelief, convinced that Do Min is a lunatic from some unknown school. Realizing his current identity, Do Min vows to remain rational and perfect to survive this bizarre reality. He laments how love causes people to lose their sanity, while Ho Jin continues his aggressive shouting. So Yun tries to calm Ho Jin by dismissing Do Min as a weirdo, but Ho Jin angrily grabs Do Min's collar. Ho Jin refuses to let the interrupted kiss go, ignoring So Yun's pleas for him to stop the confrontation. The bus driver suddenly stops and threatens to call the police if the group does not leave immediately. Ho Jin steps off the bus and demands So Yun follow him, though she complains about the wasted fare. Standing on the road, Ho Jin continues to yell for her to get off while So Yun begs him to return. The doors suddenly shut and the bus speeds away, leaving a bewildered Ho Jin stranded on the sidewalk. Ho Jin chases the bus in a panic, but the driver ignores his shouts and drives away. The driver puts on sunglasses, while passengers praise his cool demeanor and shiny bald head. So Yun glares at Yumin, questioning why a stranger would interfere in her romantic affairs. Yumin realizes his impulsiveness and begins to regret his sudden meddling in her life. Yumin reflects on his jealousy over her ex-boyfriend, while So Yun continues her lecture. She warns him that his good looks won't excuse his arrogant behavior toward women. Yumin feels trapped on the long ride, just as the driver spots Du Guan and Man. The driver slams on the brakes, sending the passengers flying as Yumin tries to steady himself. The driver stops the bus and frantically checks on the children standing in the street. While the children remain unharmed, Yumin catches So Yun inside the bus during the chaos. After a brief moment, So Yun coldly pushes him aside to help a fallen passenger. Yumin watches as So Yun shows genuine concern for the injured person. He reflects on how her kindness and gentle nature are the very things he admires most. Her warmth feels strangely familiar to him, evoking memories of his mother's presence. His melancholy is interrupted by Seoha's voice questioning his presence on the bus. She mocks him for running away and asks if he actually enjoys being mistreated by her. Yumin realizes the game system's tracking made his escape impossible as the doors open. He immediately flees the bus, hoping to lead the danger away from So Yun. A blue icon marks him as Seoha's voice warns that escape is futile. She vows to keep him forever just as another voice calls out to him. Ho Jin charges at Ju Min, shouting as his strikes send the man flying several meters back. Ho Jin grumbles about his exhaustion, while Do Won ignores Seo A's questions about the fight. Do Won orders Man to attack, leaving Ju Min paralyzed with pain as the creature bites him. Ho Jin prepares to ruin Ju Min's handsome face as the victim closes his eyes in resignation. Just then, So Jun intervenes by grabbing Ho Jin's arm and pleading with him to stop. Ho Jin demands to be let go, while Seo A watches the chaotic scene unfold in total shock. As the two argue over the consequences of violence, Ju Min grits his teeth and prays for safety. Ju Min begs So Jun to stay away before Lee Seo A begins another one of her dangerous games. Do Won admires Ju Min's looks just as So Jun screams that she wants to break up. Ho Jin attempts to justify his behavior, but So Jun remains firm in her hatred for violence. Frustrated by the missed bus and his constant fighting, she walks away and ends their contact. While Ho Jin chases after her, Ju Min feels a sense of satisfaction at the unfolding drama. Ju Min is relieved Seo A is distracted as she recognizes the area, and Do Won heads home. Still lying on the ground, Ju Min worries that his lack of restraint might alter the future. He consoles himself by remembering that his very first encounter with So Jun was also a disaster. Despite the terrible first impression, Ju Min remains determined to eventually win So Jun over. He vows never to give up on his feelings, while So Jun and Ho Jin continue to argue. Ho Jin despairs over his mistake while Seo A asks Do Won why Ju Min has appeared there. Seo A realizes the area looks exactly like their neighborhood and finds the situation quite interesting. She remarks on being outside for the first time and praises the game's impressive world map. The mention of the people catches Ju Min's attention as Seo A wonders aloud if her old school is nearby. Ju Min remains silent as he walks under the streetlights, suspecting Seo A is leading them toward her former school. Still struggling to adapt, Ju Min questions whether he is acting of his own volition or being manipulated by her. He feels tense but relieved that Seo A hasn't questioned his motives for being in this familiar-looking neighborhood. Ju Min grows skeptical when Seo A claims this is her first time seeing the simulated world map. He reasons that anyone in a simulation would naturally visit their own neighborhood first as the screen pans around. Ju Min wonders if this world is truly separate from Seo A's reality, while recalling her calling it an interesting game. He ponders the name The People, unsure if it refers to a school or a game he has never heard of. The horrifying thought occurs to Ju Min that Seo A might have renamed the school simply because she disliked the original. His phone vibrates with a message from a girl asking for his whereabouts and informing him that the group has arrived. Ju Min is stunned to find Ji-yu and three others waiting for him as they wave him over enthusiastically. Annoyance flares within Ju Min at their presence, a sentiment seemingly shared by the hovering Seo A. Seo A is visibly confused to see a girl alive who should have perished in a fall, wondering if it is a system glitch. Ju Min notices her lapse in focus and realizes she might simply be indifferent to the lives of others. Having gathered the necessary information, Ju Min decides he will no longer interfere if Seo A chooses to kill again. He concludes that losing one troublesome person won't affect his future, as Ji-yu expresses how much they missed him. As Seo A leaves to investigate, Ju Min becomes increasingly frustrated by her blatant disregard for human life. While plotting a way to outsmart Seo A, Ju Min is approached by a girl named Park Suji. Ji-yu explains that she and Suji met through TikTok after a video of a handsome guy went viral. Upon hearing that Suji sought him out because of Ji-yu's video, Ju Min can only scream in internal frustration. Seo A admires Suji's uniform, noting how perfectly it replicates her own school's attire. She rushes onto the campus, impressed by the realism, while Ju Min questions if they are in the right place. Ju Min realizes this is Seo A's school and begins searching for any trace of her. Feeling annoyed, Ju Min asks the group why they followed him as Jae-yu grabs Sang-soo. Jae-yu explains they need a cameraman for a horror-themed video project Suji is planning. Terrified by the revelation, Sang-soo tries to flee, complaining that he never agreed to a ghost hunt. Jae-yu quickly restrains Sang-soo while Suji attempts to calm his fear. Suji reassures him that the new building lacks ghost stories, while Ju Min turns his attention to Hyeon. Hyeon claims she joined for fun, but her suspicious tone makes Ju Min doubt her true intention. Ju Min approaches Suji to ask if she recognizes the name Lee Seo A. When Suji doesn't recognize the name, Ju Min describes the girl as having a gloomy and unkempt appearance. Watching from afar, Seo A wonders about their conversation as Ju Min suggests the girl was an outcast. Suji argues that such a notorious outcast would be well known unless they were in a different grade. Disappointed by the lack of information, Ju-min abruptly runs away, leaving the others confused. As he sprints, Ju-min contemplates the high probability that his current world is merely a simulation. He recalls his struggle to accept this reality, realizing he is now clinging to his only lead. Ju-min desperately hopes to find some physical proof of Lee Seo-a's existence within the school. The group struggles to keep up with him, while Seo-a questions why they have gathered at this location. Seo-a realizes Ju-min's arrival wasn't accidental and wonders why he chose her school specifically. An AI prompt suggests using a new data pack to transform the school into a more terrifying environment. Seo-a eagerly prepares to terrify the group, wondering why they chose this specific school for their thrill-seeking. She questions if her school has suddenly become a famous destination for horror experiences. Recalling a previous DLC download that upset Yu Minji, Seo-a considers her next move. With a smirk, she decides to provide them with an unforgettable experience while navigating her computer. As she initiates the download, Ju-min and his companions stand paralyzed before gruesome corpse models in the hallway. While Sujai denies setting this up for TikTok, the group grows increasingly uneasy as Sang-soo flees in terror. Jae-yu attempts to call back their cameraman, but Sang-soo discovers a problem at the exit. Panic ensues when Sang-soo realizes the door is locked, much to Jae-yu's disbelief. Despite Sang-soo's fear of supernatural interference, Jae-yu demands he stay calm and continue filming. Ju-min suspects Lee Seo-a is behind the chaos just as she begins addressing him directly. Seo-a mentions her recent interest in zombie stories, leaving Ju-min deeply confused by her sudden shift. She starts a dramatic monologue casting Ju-min as the final savior of humanity, much to his bewilderment. Her narrative describes a school completely overrun by the undead, ignoring Ju-min's attempts to interrupt. Ju-min questions the sudden zombie theme as Seo-a continues detailing his supposed mission. She claims Ju-min is immune and must retrieve a secret vaccine from the science lab to save everyone. While Ju-min struggles to follow the bizarre plot, Jae-yu notices Sujai behaving strangely in the hallway. Thinking it is a new social media trend, Jae-yu joins Sujai in a sudden, awkward dance. The two continue their performance until Sujai abruptly stops and stares at the ceiling. Sujai's terrifying expression startles Jae-yu, who begins to suspect they are being pranked for a video. As they argue about TikTok content, a nearby corpse on the floor begins to show signs of life. As the two continue their bickering, one admits to only playing along for a social media video. No one notices the corpse rising until Sang-soo nervously asks if this is another hidden camera prank. Suddenly, the creature bites Sujai's neck, sending the group into a panic as they call for the film crew. Haein tries to reassure the group that the zombies aren't real, but the situation escalates too quickly. The infected Sujai joins the monster in attacking the others, who scramble to avoid being bit. Ju-min notices a red substance on his hand that smells like strawberry jam, making him doubt the reality of the scene. This entire scenario is Lee Seo-a's orchestration, though she panics as a zombie lunges toward Haein. Haein calls for Ju-min's help, but her expression turns cold and she draws a knife when he abandons her. Ju-min rushes away, frustrated by the childish script and refusing to waste any more time on the charade. He encounters more zombies in the hallway, but realizes he isn't in danger of an actual viral infection. He understands these are merely puppets controlled by Lee Seo-a, yet he pauses to consider the consequences. Ju-min concludes that losing his autonomy to her control would be no different from becoming a real zombie. Sang-soo and Jae-yu watch in terror as Haein effortlessly lifts two struggling zombies by their throats. With a chilling gaze, Haein threatens the creatures into submission before giving them a specific task. She commands the zombies to hunt down Ju-min as punishment for leaving a defenseless girl behind. Jae-yu and Sang-soo are left paralyzed by Haein's overwhelming display of strength and scream for help. Under the blood-red moonlight, Ju-min narrowly dodges the swarm of zombies closing in on him like predators. He realizes that being bitten would allow Lee Seo-a to manipulate him like a puppet, which he must avoid. Ju-min sprints past a classroom filled with zombies, reminding himself to stay alert and keep moving. He focuses on finding Lee Seo-a's trail, while the zombies inside the room grumble about their evening study. Ju-min spots a sign on the wall and realizes he found the location while Ju begins a live stream. Her eyes wide with panic, Ju greets her followers and explains they are currently hiding in a classroom. She reports Suji's transformation and Hae-an's frantic state before scolding her companion for shaking the camera. Sang-soo is paralyzed by fear, but Ju tries to reassure him that the entire situation is just an act. While hiding under the teacher's desk, Jiu continues to insist that everything they are seeing is fake. She claims this is merely a zombie scenario staged by Suji, as such creatures do not exist in reality. Jiu urges him to just play along with the script, while Sang-soo watches the door in a state of constant worry. Sang-soo questions Suji's performance, noting her predatory gaze toward the surrounding zombie. Ian emerges with a jump rope, leashing 2 zombies and parading them through the halls to the shock of others. One zombie feels a deep sense of shame, paralyzed by fear despite a human standing directly in front of it. Driven by humiliation, the creature lunges at Hien, who reacts with wide-eyed surprise. With a terrifying glare, Hien forces the zombie into submission, making it solve complex math equations. Hien resolves to train her own undead army to hunt Jumin, her obsession manifesting as a deadly desire. Observing the feed, COA begins to wonder if Hien is actually the strongest person in existence. Jumin frantically tears through books in a classroom, but his search yields absolutely no results. Overwhelmed by frustration, Jumin strikes a wall, unable to find any evidence of COA's true identity. He questions if his entire reality is merely a simulation or a digital copy of COA's world. Jumin collapses in despair, fearing that he and his loved ones are nothing more than programmed characters. Completely resigned, he tells COA to do as she pleases, viewing himself as a mere puppet in her game. Watching from her computer, COA wonders why Jumin has abandoned his search for the vaccine. She zooms in on his face, puzzled by his sudden descent into gloom and hopelessness. COA tries to make the zombie threat sound exciting, but Jumin refuses to share in her twisted amusement. Jumin asks to be left alone, yet COA ignores his plea and continues her relentless commentary. She urges him to follow her script, promising that he will eventually become the hero of the human race. Jumin gives in to her demands as COA begins narrating his life as a lone survivor in the apocalypse. Jumin grows annoyed with her constant narration as COA's voice echoes through the school corridor. She declares that finding the vaccine is his ultimate mission, the only way to save this crumbling world. Jumin curses under his breath as COA questions whether he can survive the zombie threat and secure the vaccine. Jumin sprints away in despair, while COA's voice continues to guide him toward the chemistry lab. Knowing the vaccine is inside, Jumin resolves to find it and destroy everything to force a tragic conclusion. COA warns that the danger is far from over, ignoring Jumin's pleas for her to stop her childish game. Heian suddenly appears with her 2 zombie pets and draws a knife with a chilling smile. After praising her undead companion, Heian unleashes the creatures and orders them to infect Jumin. COA describes the zombies as relentless hounds, while questioning how Jumin will survive the onslaught. Frustrated by COA's broken promises of comfort, Jumin flees into a classroom where Jaeyu and Sang-soo are hiding. Just as Jaeyu comments on the silence, Jumin bursts in and warns them about the approaching monster. Jumin slams the door on a vengeful Heian, lamenting his inability to find even a moment of peace. COA notes that the path to the vaccine remains long, leaving Jumin in a state of mental exhaustion. Jumin tells his narrator to be silent before turning to ask his classmates a serious question. He asks if they know of a game called Peoples, but Jaeyu is confused since that is the name of their school. Sang-soo admits he only plays shooters and has never heard of such a game before. Realizing the truth, Jumin slumps into a chair and declares that their entire reality is a fabrication. With a haunting gaze, Jumin tells Sang-soo that everything from this world to their parents is fake. The revelation leaves the pair stunned, while COA continues to chatter incessantly in Jumin's ear. COA urges him to team up with the survivors and head back to the lab, prompting Jumin to snap at her. COA expresses surprise at how clean the classroom looks compared to the world she knows. As COA speaks cryptically about the ceiling, a terrified Jumin begs her to stop talking. COA reflects on her grim past, from foul-smelling restrooms to her cluttered room and cigarette-filled alley. School offered no escape, as her desk was constantly defaced with insults and crude drawing. Surrounded by judgmental glares, she found the pristine white ceiling to be the only clean thing in sight. The ceiling became her sanctuary, a blank canvas where she could lose herself in her own imagination. COA urges Jumin to imagine the end of the world, but he suddenly fixates on her mention of cleanliness. Realizing a glimmer of hope remains, Jumin turns to Sang-soo and Ziyu to ask for their assistance. Both friends immediately reject his request, refusing to even listen to what he has to say. Ziyu and Sang-soo demand an apology for the insults he previously hurled at their parents. Jumin offers a dismissive apology, which only serves to further irritate his 2 companions. To their absolute shock, Jumin drops to his knees and begs for their help. He insists that this might be his last chance and desperately pleads for their cooperation. Ziyu is moved by his earnest expression, while Sang-soo remains wary of what Xiumin is planning. Seo watches in disbelief as Xiumin takes such drastic measures before he abruptly opens the door. Xiumin sprints away, relieved to finally escape Seo's watchful eyes and constant presence. He concludes they are trapped in a game world that Seo likely controls from the outside. He begins to question if Seo is actually physically present in the same world as he is. He suspects she is manipulating reality like a player, frequently resetting his timeline at will. Recognizing their timelines are out of sync, he realizes they cannot be living in the same period. Xiumin wonders if she belongs to the past or future, while recalling Suji's comments about the school. He tries to piece together Suji's information about the school's history with Seo's strange behavior. The pristine environment suggests Lee Seo isn't in the past, narrowing down the possibilities for Xiumin. Realizing she must be in the future, Xiumin watches as Sung-soo and Jai-yu barricade the door against the horde. As the glass begins to shatter under the pressure, Seo dramatically proclaims Xiumin as humanity's final savior. Xiumin heads toward the science lab once more, weary of Seo's relentless and theatrical monologue. He wonders if this trap was set for him, recalling how he was led here after trying to distract Seo. Confronted by the terrifying Hei-en and her undead legion, Xiumin realizes he is being cornered for a final stand. He demands to know why the zombies ignore Hei-en, but she only responds with a chilling, silent smile. Hei-en menacingly suggests a kinship with the monsters before offering Xiumin a dark ultimatum. She threatens to turn him into one of them, ignoring his frustrations as she commands the horde to strike. Xiumin charges forward, knowing that defeating her is the only way to finally reach Lee Seo. Elsewhere, Sung-soo and Jai-yu struggle against the zombies, with Sung-soo paralyzed by fear atop a table. Jai-yu berates him for hiding, but Sung-soo pathetically claims his fear of heights is keeping him there. When urged to fight on the ground, he argues that the zombies are far more terrifying than the height. Their bickering is cut short when a zombie smashes through the window, forcing them into a panic. Xiumin skillfully maneuvers through the undead crowd to launch a direct assault on Hei-en. Seo continues to narrate their struggle as if it were a romantic encounter, much to Xiumin's disgust. She describes their conflict as the beginning of a romance, driving Xiumin to shout in anger before being swarmed. The zombies sink their teeth into Xiumin's shoulders as Hei-en triumphantly declares that he now belongs to her. Hei-en demands his absolute loyalty, while Seo frantically tells him to reach the lab for the vaccine. Xiumin struggles to maintain his humanity as the infection takes hold, fighting the urge to succumb to the darkness. Xiumin forces himself to stay focused, realizing his current thoughts are being influenced by an outside force. Drawing on past trauma, he fights to maintain his sanity and repeatedly commands himself to remain strong. As a game icon flashes, Ian asks in confusion what happened and if Xiumin has truly turned into a zombie. Xiumin suddenly realizes how to break free from Lee Seo's control, while she grows impatient with his lack of movement. Seo urges him to take the vaccine, while Hien continues to question his status, as Xiumin spots a mysterious vial. He questions why the vaccine is left out so openly as Seo watches him hesitate with the bottle in his hand. Despite his intense thirst and suspicion, he listens as Seo explains the consequences of using the cure. She warns that saving himself means abandoning his infected friends, even though the potent liquid could save 100 others. Seo wonders if he will choose noble sacrifice or selfish survival, as Xiumin pauses to consider his next move. He questions his own role in this chaos while Seo smiles at the screen, pleased by his predictable behavior. After she admits to wishing for the end of the world, Xiumin feels a brief sense of relief at being alive. He asks if her dark desires fueled this game, and she suggests he is actually thriving in this new nightmare. She envisions a world where social hierarchies and schools vanish, leaving everyone isolated in their home. Seo wonders if a fresh start is possible in such a world, but Xiumin sees only a desperate struggle for a twisted reality. He tells Lee Seo that her delusions are pathetic and that he feels trapped within her distorted fantasy. Xiumin begs her to face the real world and stop his suffering, prompting a thoughtful look from his captor. Seo remarks on how lifelike the interaction feels, making Xiumin worry that he has been too obvious in his defiance. Impressed by the advanced AI, she attempts to engage him further before returning to her original, dark proposition. She suggests unleashing the plague on the entire world to see how humanity reacts to total collapse. As zombies begin to escape the school grounds, A proposes letting them roam free while Zhu Min watches in horror. Zhu Min realizes that even if this is a game, the terror felt by Sung Soo and the others is real. Looking at the empty vial, Zhu Min recalls A's claim that a single drop could save 100 lives. Realizing the dosage is irrelevant, he grows desperate to act before the zombies break loose. Knowing he cannot treat everyone individually, Zhu Min notices the fire sprinklers on the ceiling. An idea forms as Hai and watches from the doorway, waiting for Zhu Min to finally transform. Zhu Min steps out and begins mimicking a zombie's erratic movements to deceive those watching him. Ian questions his sudden departure, unsure if the transformation has actually taken place yet. Regardless of the vaccine's efficacy, the rest of the school continues to struggle against the horde. The entire chaotic scenario is revealed to be a twisted game orchestrated by Lee Coa. As his classmates tremble in fear, Zhu Min focuses on providing a conclusion that will satisfy Coa. He pushes through the crowded hallways, determined to bring this nightmare to an end. Reaching the storage room, Zhu Min climbs the water tank and drops the vaccine into the reservoir. Coa watches in shock as Zhu Min begins turning the main valve to release the water. Zhu Min criticizes Coa's weak resolve, stating she could never survive the world she tried to create. He tells her to change herself rather than the world, leaving her completely stunned by his words. Zhu Min forcefully opens the valve, triggering the sprinklers to rain down upon the infected students. The zombies look up as the water hits them, their vacant stares suddenly replaced by human consciousness. With no memory of the outbreak, the students wake up confused as the morning sun begins to rise. An exhausted Zhu Min finally rests, while Coa praises him for preventing a total disaster. Coa remains puzzled, wondering why Zhu Min saved everyone when he claimed not to care about them. Zhu Min calmly explains that his only motivation for saving the world is ensuring the safety of his future family. Intrigued by the high ratings of the zombie expansion, Coa considers purchasing every DLC, including the Demon Pack. Exhausted, Coa strips off her outer clothes and collapses onto her bed, reflecting on the people's unwavering faith. Recalling Jian Yu's compliment about her bangs, she contemplates getting a haircut before the upcoming weekend. The next morning, her classmates are left speechless by her sudden transformation and new hairstyle. Everyone admires her exposed forehead, noting that they can finally see her eyes clearly for the first time. Flustered by the unexpected praise, she worries she cut it too short despite the positive shift in the atmosphere. Jian Yu eventually notices the change as well and approaches her to comment on her new look. A flustered Coa questions his presence, but Jian Yu explains he was simply passing by to say hello. He leans in close to tell her she looks much prettier now, leaving her completely flustered and unable to speak. After a brief attempt to explain her new look, an awkward silence falls between them as she hides her face. Their moment is interrupted by a classmate urging Jian Yu to hurry out to the school field. The friend warns Jian Yu to stay away from Coa, explaining that she is an outcast shunned by the entire school. Overhearing the conversation, Coa listens as they explain she is being targeted by Kim Minji's gang. Jian Yu is shocked to learn that associating with her could provoke Minji's infamous delinquent boyfriend. Ignoring the warnings, Jian Yu asks for an eraser just as Minji and her group enter the classroom. With a look of pure determination, he begins vigorously scrubbing the hateful graffiti off Coa's desk. After successfully cleaning the surface, he breathes a sigh of relief and heads out to meet his friend. His friend questions if he is meddling too much or if he has feelings for her, which he quickly dismisses. Coa gazes at her spotless desk in stunned silence, looking up as if seeing the world in a new light. Coa is startled to find the ceiling spotless, squinting to read a faint inscription that has long bothered her. As the sun sets, the 4 students sleep soundly on the bus, while Zhu Min questions their reliability. Zhu Min hopes his plan succeeds across their shared world, recalling how he explained the strategy to his companion. He had instructed Sang Soo and Ziu to write on the ceiling while he acted as a distraction, leaving them baffled. Zhu Min warns that their entire future depends on this task, though the others remain confused by his intensity. He coldly dismisses their lack of understanding, while standing on a table to finalize the simple yet effective plan. Zhu Min declares this a declaration of war to teach Lee Coa a lesson, just as she spots her name on the ceiling in a panic. The message warns that he knows she is controlling him, and the next morning, Zhu Min prepares to depart with his luggage. Zhu Min wakes up to a silent weekend morning, slowly rising from bed without the need for an alarm. He notices the 18th circled on his calendar and wonders where Lee Coa has gone. He remembers the previous day on the bus when Coa suddenly appeared on the screen, shouting in distress. Coa frantically shares terrifying news while Ju Min remains calm, and Sang Soo complains about the noise. Her voice trembles with fear as she recounts a chilling discovery, catching Ju Min off guard with her panicked state. When she mentions the strange writing on the ceiling, Ju Min lowers his head and smiles triumphantly. Now back in the present, Ju Min looks satisfied, knowing he has finally gained the upper hand over Lee Coa. He celebrates the success of his theory that a message left in his time would eventually reach her in the future. Ju Min realized he could use her own casual remarks to figure out how to send a message across time. He concluded that the ceiling was the cleanest and most reliable place to leave his hidden mark. To him, the ceiling served as a sanctuary where he could imagine painting on a vast, empty canvas. Ju Min chose this spot because it was inconspicuous, untouched by others, and resistant to the passage of time. That night, Ju Min stared at the ceiling, realizing it was the perfect place to leave an untampered message. He took the risk of being discovered just to ensure his message reached her directly. The message warned Lee Coa that he knew she was controlling Lee Jumin and was watching her every move. Seeing Coa's panicked reaction confirmed that his actions were successfully altering the future. Terrified that her identity was exposed, she began to fear that her home was under constant surveillance. Jumin laughed with satisfaction at her fear, though his amusement eventually faded into a somber silence. He sighed as the simulation theory grew unlikely, still wondering why she was manipulating this world. While tidying his room, he focused on the fact that he was now linked to Lee Coa's timeline. By manipulating the past, he had finally managed to break free from her suffocating control. He believed the game would end once he located her, but a sudden knock at the door startled him. Fearing another trap, he opened the door only to find his father, Jong Moon, standing there. Seeing his father alive again brought back the traumatic memories of the accident that Jumin had witnessed. The sight of Jong Moon's face filled Jumin with a deep, lingering sense of dread and discomfort. Despite Jumin's tension, his father greeted him warmly while wearing oven mitts and preparing a meal. Jong Moon explained he had returned early from a trip, but his attempts at affection were met with resistance. He jokingly complained about the lack of a warm welcome after being away for nearly half a year. During dinner, Jumin remained cold and dismissive as his father pestered him with questions about school. Losing his patience, Jumin told his father to stop acting like someone he clearly was not. Jong Moon admitted that Jumin's mother was the kind one, acknowledging his son's obvious resentment. Jumin lashed out, accusing his father of being absent during the fire that took his mother's life. Ju Min confronts his father about his absence during his mother's final moments and funeral, claiming to see right through him. Agitated, Ju Min accuses Jong Moon of being the type of man who would sacrifice his own family for the sake of success. Jong Moon drops his facade and admits that he was indeed a cold and calculating person before his wife's tragic passing. He acknowledges that Ju Min inherited his personality, a realization that leaves the young man speechless and somber. However, Jong Moon notes that Ju Min is more like his mother, as he is currently putting her memory before his own needs. He reflects on how the mother was the only one who accepted them, leading Ju Min to abruptly end the conversation and walk away. When Jong Moon asks why he came back today, Ju Min correctly identifies it as the anniversary of his mother's death. Ju Min is annoyed when his father suggests visiting a place they once loved before heading to the memorial hall. Ju Min scoffs at the childish suggestion, but Jong Moon reminds him that he is still just a high school student. Despite his complaints about the weekend crowds, Ju Min finds himself at the amusement park, feeling conflicted and stuck. As he waits for Lee Coa, the sight of happy families triggers painful memories of his mother and fuels his growing anxiety. Jong Moon approaches with cotton candy in hand, his uncharacteristically serious demeanor catching Ju Min off guard. Ju Min refuses to join in the fun, insisting they should have gone straight to the memorial as originally planned. Jong Moon reveals he bought all-day passes, further irritating Ju Min, who demands his father stop acting like a devoted parent. Their argument is interrupted by the sudden arrival of So Yoon and Jin, who recognize Ju Min from a previous encounter. Ju Min is shocked to see the two still together, while nearby girls are distracted by his striking appearance. As Jong Moon questions their connection, Ju Min bluntly asks So Yoon if she is still dating the aggressive Jin. Jin reacts with immediate hostility, but So Yoon warns him that she will leave if he continues to act out. Despite Jin's protests that Ju Min started the conflict, So Yoon steps in to shield him and take control of the situation. So Yoon coldly questions why Ju Min is interested in her personal life and accuses him of following her, which he firmly denies. Jumin leans in close to charm So Yun, but a jealous Jai quickly steps in to threaten him. As So Yun blushes at Jumin's striking looks, Jong Moon speaks up to acknowledge his son's friend. Jong Moon introduces himself as Jumin's father and affectionately mentions their father-son date. While So Yun notes their close bond, Jin mocks Jumin for having no friends to visit the park with. So Yun tells Jin to stop his teasing, just as Jai Yang and Jai Hai offer to be Jumin's friend. Finding it rare for a guy to hang out with his father, the two girls introduce themselves. Ko Yun's Yang and Lee Jai Hai introduce themselves to Lee Yun Min, commenting on his good looks and shared surname. Ju Min remains indifferent as the two girls eagerly press him for his phone number. He recognizes them as So-Ko close friends from high school who often visit her penthouse. Ju Min is struck by their transformation since their school days before So-Ko pulls them away. As So Yun leads her friends to the next attraction, Jin follows closely, still captivated by her. The girls invite Ju Min to join them, while Jin shoots him a threatening look behind their backs. Jong Moon notes his son's popularity, but a focused Ju Min ignores him to keep an eye on So Yun. Ju Min's irritation toward Jin grows, and he decides to follow the group while Lee Seo-ah is absent. Ju Min heads toward the rides, leaving a surprised Jong Moon to follow his son's sudden change of heart. So Yun's group enjoys the roller coaster, unaware that Ju Min and his father are right behind them. After the carousel, the group heads to the disco Pampa as the operator announces the next departure. Ju Min intentionally sits between So Yun and Jin, dismissing their annoyance as a mere coincidence. The friends tease So Yun about her stalker and suggest they all enjoy the ride together. So Yun scolds her friends for their comments, while Jong Moon sits alone in a corner to rest. As Jong Moon recovers his energy, Jin demands to know why Ju Min is sitting so close to him. Ju Min admits he is blocking Jin from So Yun, causing Jin to react indignantly just as the ride starts. The ride's sudden movement causes Jin to lose his balance and fall directly onto Ju Min. Ju Min angrily demands that Jin move, but the panicked man struggles to regain his footing. A nearby father shields his daughter's eyes from the chaotic scene unfolding between the two men. Jin clings to Ju Min in terror as the ride continues its intense, rhythmic bouncing. The ride picks up speed as Ju Min watches the girls laughing, his face turning red with emotion. Memories of Han So Yun flood back to him, recalling a time she teased him for looking so gloomy. She had joked that being sad at an amusement park was a slight against his girlfriend. Ju Min shared that his mother used to bring him there, prompting So Yun to suddenly pull him away. She promised to fill the park with new memories for him, causing his face to turn bright red. In the memory, they struggled with the ride's balance while So Yun boasted about her stability. Ju Min warned her to be careful, but she slipped and fell onto him, leading to an awkward gaze. Returning to reality, Ju Min and Jin scream at each other to get away as the ride continues. At the control station, a mysterious hand clicks a mouse to alter the ride's setting. The operator signals for more intensity, increasing the speed and causing the passengers to panic. A young girl is nearly thrown from her seat, causing her father to scream in terror. Ju Min watches in horror as So Yun also loses her grip on the spinning machine. So Yun manages to pull the girl and her dog into a protective embrace as the chaos unfolds. The ride spins at a dizzying pace, while the riders continue to shout and argue. Somewhere else, a woman watches the live feed of the ride on her laptop with a focused expression. She recalls classmates discussing how hackers can hijack laptop cameras to spy on unsuspecting victims. The rumors suggested that stalkers use these methods to peer into people's private lives. Realizing the danger, she looks around her room in fear, wondering if she is being watched. She searches frantically for a piece of paper or a sticker to cover her camera lens. The terrifying realization sinks in that a stranger might be observing her at this very moment. Her blushing face reveals she knows he cares, replacing her fear with a strange sense of intrigue. The laptop emits loud, chaotic noises from the ride, making her wonder if she has become obsessed with his strange behavior. She slowly moves the mouse, noting Jumin's desire to bully others while the amusement ride continues to spin. Panic erupts as Raw Gun is suddenly thrown from the spinning ride, prompting So Yun to rush forward in a desperate rescue attempt. So Yun leaps through the air to grab Raw Gun as the crowd screams her name, while another figure jumps in after them. Jumin charges forward while Jin clings to him, leaping off the railing to catch all three people in a single heroic moment. Jong Moon is so shocked by the display that he drops his ice cream, and the group soon relocates to the infirmary. Ra-gun and his mother bow deeply to express their gratitude, while So-yun modestly dismisses their thanks with a smile. Jong-moon and Jin lie bandaged in bed, frustrated that they are the only ones injured while Jumin remains perfectly fine. Jumin attributes his safety to a perfect landing, infuriating the others as So-yun tries to offer a polite apology. When she asks if he is all right, Jumin explains coldly that his father is biologically incapable of feeling human emotion. He describes his father's condition as a form of sociopathy, claiming his apparent empathy is nothing more than a performance. Despite his warnings that his father won't appreciate her kindness, she wonders why such a man would visit a theme park. So-yun recalls seeing the man struggle with nausea and vomiting throughout their time on the park attraction. She realizes he was enduring severe motion sickness just to please his child, leading her to confront Jumin with a serious expression. She thanks him for the rescue but scolds his cold attitude, calling him the true sociopath before walking away in anger. Jumin watches her leave and realizes he is hated again, though his feelings toward his father remain unchanged. Jumin asks So-yun to leave with him, later reflecting on how he grew to understand his father's unique way of caring. He remembers his childhood loneliness, listening to his father explain over the phone that work would keep him away. His father sent subordinates instead of coming himself, fueling a resentment that Jumin still finds impossible to forgive. Jong-moon stares intently at Jumin as they head toward the Ferris wheel, while So-yoon and Jin look visibly displeased. Yoon sits awkwardly between Jae-yang and Jae-hai before asking if the couple is still dating, provoking Jin's anger. When Jae-hai asks about the tension, Jae-yang explains they came to reconcile, much to So-yun's embarrassment. So-yun confronts Jumin for meddling and reminds him of his strange claim on the bus about being her future husband. The others find his bold approach amusing, while So-yun acknowledges that Jumin did risk his life to save her. Jin seethes with jealousy as Jumin calmly claims to be a rational person, leaving So-yun feeling flustered and confused. Jin loses his temper and accuses Jumin of only being interested in So-yun because of her physical beauty. Ignoring the insults, Jumin turns to So-yun and asks if she has a particular fondness for children. He begins listing her future preferences, like her favorite beef stew and her secret dream of becoming a teacher. Jumin correctly identifies her goal of joining the education department, shocking So-yun and further enraging Jin. So-yun is stunned since even her parents were unaware of her plans, and she demands to know how he found out. Jumin maintains his mysterious gaze and repeats his claim of being her future husband, causing So-yun to waver. High above on the ride, COA's monitor flickers to life as she watches the group with intense scrutiny. COA is unsettled by a message suggesting she is controlling Jumin, wondering how anyone could know her secret. She insists to herself that she is merely playing a game, yet she continues to watch Jumin's every move. A chat window appears on her screen, making her wonder if Jumin is somehow connected to these strange events. She recalls Jumin's recent odd behavior and the unsettling feeling that he has been observing her in return. COA tries to dismiss her fears, convinced no one is clever enough to uncover her hidden influence over him. Her attention shifts to So-yun, whom she eventually recognizes from a previous confrontation on a bus. COA grows frustrated when her system fails to display any character information for So-yun for the first time. COA decides to test Jumin's reaction, causing a symbol to appear over So-yun as her eyes lose focus. Jumin realizes COA is responsible and regrets his timing as So-yun begins to mutter incoherently. So-yun expresses a sudden desire to die, prompting COA to remotely unlock the cabin door. A powerful gust of wind sweeps in as So-yun suddenly throws herself from the cabin into the open air. Jin and Jumin react instantly, lunging out of the cabin to grab her before she falls too far. They manage to catch her arms, but the weight pulls both men out of the cabin along with her. Jae-young and Jae-hai grab the men just in time, leaving the three of them dangling high above the terrified crowd. Onlookers scream in horror, while the two remaining inside strain to pull their friends back to safety. So-yun remains in a trance for a moment before snapping back to reality and screaming in pure terror. Desperate to live, she begs for help as Jin holds on tight and promises to pull her up. Jumin senses COA is forcing So-yun to let go and fights a mental battle to maintain his grip. Jin warns Jumin to stay focused and not let go, while Jumin grits his teeth and refuses to give in. Jumin exerts his willpower to overcome COA's influence, determined to save So-yun at any cost. At home, COA ignores her mother's call for dinner to focus on the life-and-death struggle she is orchestrating. Frustrated by Jumin's resistance, COA sabotages the ride's mechanism, causing the Ferris wheel to shake violently. The massive structure begins to fail as So-yun dangles precariously over the edge of the plummeting cabin. As So-yun's hand begins to slip, Jumin realizes he must confront COA directly to stop the disaster. Jumin shouts COA's name and begs her to end the game, admitting defeat to save his friend. COA is shocked to realize that Jumin is looking directly at her through the digital connection. Jumin confirms he is speaking to her and pleads for her to stop as the ride continues its violent descent. The group loses their footing and plunges from the pillar as So-yun slips from Jin's grasp. Jumin unexpectedly leaps after So-yun and pulls her close while Jong-moon rushes to position himself below. Onlookers scream and turn away in horror as the pair falls within meters of the hard ground. Zio-A clicks his mouse at the last second, closing his eyes in fear before sensing something unusual. The pair remains suspended in midair just above Jong-moon, who safely catches them before the stunned crowd. A roar of cheers breaks the silence as Jin and the others reach the ground and rush towards So-yun. The group angrily questions So-yun's reckless actions while she remains in a state of shock. They promise to cherish her more as Jong-moon's son praises his father's heroic intervention. Jumin glares at the screen, realizing Zio-A is watching and suspecting his true nature. He contemplates how much Zio-A understands and wonders how she would react to his self-awareness. COA demands Jumin speak to her, unaware that her mother has entered the room to scold her. Her mother insists she come for dinner, but COA frantically tries to explain the strange events on her screen. COA claims a game character is watching her, but her mother dismisses the idea as total nonsense. Jumin quickly pivots to reciting a random recipe to hide his sentience from COA's mother. He lists the preparation steps for a pork dish, detailing how to slice the vegetables and meat. The others are baffled as Jumin continues explaining the cooking process with calm precision. Ignoring her daughter's pleas, the mother drags COA away and suggests a trip to the hospital. With the threat gone, Jumin decides to distance himself from So-yun as Jin approaches him. Jin reluctantly confesses his cowardice, admitting he lacked the courage to jump after the girl he loves. Jumin acknowledges Jin's feeling, but simply notes that his own devotion to So-yun is far greater. Jumin waves a dismissive goodbye, noting they won't see each other for a while before turning to leave. He warns the man to protect So-yun, but strictly forbids any physical contact or even eye contact with her. Jumin brings Jong-moon along to visit his mother, while COA is harshly scolded by her own mother. Threatened with a broken computer, COA begrudgingly obeys while feeling misunderstood and brainwashed. COA watches in disbelief as Jumin and Jong-moon arrive at a funeral home on her screen. Standing before the mother's ashes, Jong-moon remarks on So-yun's resemblance to her, while Jumin remains somber. Jumin thanks his father for the rescue, leaving COA to question her own sanity as she watches. She tries to dismiss the events as a mere coincidence, convincing herself that game characters aren't real. Her hands tremble as she stares at the screen, unable to deny the impossible reality unfolding before her. Back at the amusement park, So-yun struggles to understand her recent reckless behavior and brush with death. She realizes she survived a lethal fall only because of the mysterious man's intervention. So-yun grows agitated that everyone else is acting normal, while Do-ayan watches her with concern. Her confusion peaks when a mysterious blue symbol suddenly appears floating above Jumin's head. As the world begins to feel increasingly surreal, the scene shifts to a group of girls laughing at school. The bullies take great pleasure in their cruel drawings, mocking their own handiwork with loud laughter. COA enters the classroom and is immediately filled with dread at the sight of the girls around her desk. She approaches cautiously, fearing they have ruined the desk that Yeon-yu previously helped her clean. The desk is covered in hateful insults and ugly caricatures, yet the bullies remain completely unrepentant. They mockingly claim to have decorated her desk for her, demanding gratitude for their artistic harassment. The girls walk away laughing, leaving a trembling COA to deal with the permanent ink and their cruelty. After calming down, COA stares at her desk and wonders if she is truly that unattractive while touching her forehead. Realizing that changing her hair is pointless, she stands still as a red carpet is rolled out at People High School. A student rolls the carpet to the confusion of onlookers as two boys carry a female student down the path. With flowing hair and rosy lips, the beautiful Kang Eugene arrives, known as the youngest Miss Asia winner. Dubbed the Princess of Korea, she draws the gaze of every mesmerized boy in the school as she passes by. It is a title reserved for those with timeless beauty, but the moment is interrupted when Hyeon wanders onto the path. Unaware of the situation, Hyeon steps on the carpet, prompting an immediate and furious outburst from Eugene. Eugene demands that the girl move out of her way, leaving a terrified Hyeon standing there in total shock. Eugene continues to her classroom, intending to choose a partner on this special day while Jumin remains preoccupied. Believing only princely Jumin is worthy of her, Eugene approaches him and asks him to be her king. Though visibly surprised, Jumin takes her hand and kneels, formally accepting her proposal to date. The surrounding students erupt in cheers, amazed that the stoic Jumin has finally agreed to a relationship. Everyone celebrates the birth of a legendary couple as Eugene blushes, while Jumin gazes back at her. Despite his romantic appearance, Jumin is actually filled with resentment as Seoa watches the scene unfold. Accepting the confession was not Jumin's choice, and Seoa mockingly notes how well-matched the two seem to be. Jumin suppresses his anger, playing along with the farce only because Seoa has become increasingly suspicious of him. Planning to end things the next day, Jumin walks with Eugene through the hallway while recalling the original timeline. He remembers that in the past, he had coldly rejected Eugene's confession, causing a massive scene at school. Realizing that these changes to the past will alter the future, Jumin knows he must find Seoa to stop her influence. With clues appearing on the ceiling, he decides to set a trap at Seoa's house to finally win this dangerous game. Jumin senses a discrepancy regarding Seoa's claim about the spotless ceiling, while knowing she is the one in control. He realizes that if his message reached the future, Seoa should have already known about it instead of treating it like recent graffiti. He questions the mechanics of how the past and future connect, and whether destiny is truly set in stone. His eyes light up as he considers whether his current actions could cause the future to shift instantaneously. He wonders if Seoa is the only one capable of perceiving the changes he makes to the timeline. Ju-min watches the screen as Seoa complains that handsome people like him can never understand the misery of being unattractive. She laments that good looks naturally bring confidence and popularity without any real effort. Seoa shouts about the unfairness of life, frustrated that some people are born with every advantage. Ju-min suspects that a bad day at school has fueled her pessimism as she stares dejectedly at the ceiling. She tells him he could never empathize since he has everything, but then she suddenly comes up with a new plan. Claiming to be a genius, she begins clicking rapidly to force him to experience her perspective. Ju-min is suddenly thrust into a dark, empty void where everyone else has completely vanished. He examines his hands and realizes his physical form is intact, leaving him confused by the sudden spatial distortion. He clenches his fists in disbelief, struggling to understand how such impossible events could occur outside of a game. A blinding light suddenly envelops him, causing him to cry out in shock as he shields his eyes. When he finally opens his eyes, he finds himself frozen on a pedestal as Seoa begins altering his appearance. Ju-min can only watch helplessly as she selects a new character interface for him. His hands tremble as he realizes he is paralyzed, while she clicks away to give him a ridiculous new hairstyle. His look changes instantly, sending Seoa into fits of laughter while Ju-min rages at her antics. She continues searching for more ways to humiliate him, until a glowing eye suddenly appears on the screen. Ju-min helplessly endures a bizarre makeover that leaves him with a bald spot, resembling a nuclear warhead. After scanning her options, Seoa quickly selects a double bun hairstyle to complete the ridiculous look. As Seoa prepares to finish, a terrifying cutting tool emerges, causing Ju-min to scream in pure terror. The blades draw closer until Ju-min can no longer bear the tension and panics as a strange sound rings out. Opening his eyes, Ju-min finds himself back with his classmates, who are all staring at him with intense disdain. His appearance has been drastically altered, much to the delight of a laughing Seoa who admires her handiwork. Ju-min touches his face in horror, while Seoa coldly remarks that he can finally understand her perspective. She tells him to experience the reality of being ugly, but Ju-min responds with a mysterious and knowing smirk. Ju-min laughs, telling Lee Seoa that he refuses to share her misery despite her attempts to humiliate him. He declares that looks are just an excuse for her social failures and vows to reach the top through sheer talent. Turning to Eugene, he explains that beauty is fleeting and promises to prove that even the unattractive can be admired. Eugene glares back with hostility, prompting Ju-min to remind her that they were supposed to be dating. Eugene claims they are already divorced and laments her choice, while Xiumin tries to compose himself. He decides it is for the best, as this effectively erases his brief and awkward romantic connection with Eugene. Standing alone, Xiumin resolves to show Li Coa that a person's inner aura is far more important than their face. Believing that confidence is the key to projecting power, he stomps his foot and prepares to demonstrate his spirit. He attempts a proud model walk, but his bizarre movements only draw stares of disgust and confusion from the crowd. Xiumin continues down the hallway with feigned composure, ignoring the growing irritation of those around him. One student strikes him from behind, and before he can react, another kick sends him flying across the floor. As Xiumin skids down the hallway, Coa watches the monitor with a triumphant and mocking expression. Experiencing life at the bottom of the social ladder, he is moved to tears as other students begin their cruel bullying. Xiumin grows anxious as the mistreatment exceeds his expectations, just before he accidentally bumps into Eugene. She lashes out with insults, calling him a lowly insect and prompting a furious Xiumin to add her to his revenge list. Her companion mockingly suggests crushing him like a bug, leaving him startled as a foot is raised over his head. As she orders his elimination, Sang-soo suddenly rushes in from behind with a bucket of water. Sang-soo splashes the water directly into Eugene's face, much to Xiumin's silent satisfaction. Everyone watches in shock as the water ruins Eugene's heavy makeup, leaving her face a complete mess. With her true appearance exposed, she frantically hides her face and flees the scene in a panic. Sang-soo is beaten by the boys for his actions as the scene shifts to the rooftop. Eugene warns those nearby not to look at her bare face, comparing her appearance to that of Medusa. Coa is utterly disappointed by the sight of Eugene's real face as the girl gazes into a mirror. While Eugene laments her ruined makeup, Xiumin secretly photographs her while Coa focuses on a game screen. The ultimate goal of life. Suji's mocks Suji's lofty goal of becoming a universal beauty, questioning where she finds such confidence. Coa is amused by Suji's vanity, while Suji watches the suspicious behavior from a nearby rooftop. Suji screams to flush out her stalker and discovers Xiumin watching her in a ridiculous pose. Suji berates her henchmen for their lack of vigilance, though they claim they were only following her orders. Xiumin finds her transformation remarkably different from her usual look, prompting Suji to order her men to attack. Suji demands Xiumin's death for seeing her true face, but her blindfolded henchmen only manage to wander aimlessly. The henchmen refuse to open their eyes for fear of being turned to stone, while Xiumin insists he isn't there to fight. Suji sneers at Xiumin, convinced he is gloating over discovering her greatest secret. She expresses the deep pain of struggling to survive in a society that prioritizes physical appearance above all else. A flashback reveals Suji alone in a rundown room, far from the spotlight she craved. Coming from a poor background, she struggled with her insecurities while fixating on a poster of her ideal self. To Suji, living with her natural face felt like an eternal hell, driving her obsession with beauty. She eventually dedicated herself to mastering makeup, working tirelessly to enhance her features. Through sheer effort, Suji crafted a beautiful new identity and marveled at the power of her own creation. Realizing that people prefer illusions to reality, she finally came to terms with her true self. Suji defiantly challenges Xiumin, asking if he plans to expose her secret to the world. She threatens to curse him from beyond the grave if her secret gets out, but Xiumin urges her to stay calm. Xiumin surprises her by expressing genuine admiration for how she overcame her insecurities to reach the top. He praises her incredible makeup skills, leading Suji to suspect he is buttering her up for a favor. Xiumin shifts the conversation to the tale of the Frog Prince, leaving Suji confused by his sudden change in topic. Xiumin compares his situation to a cursed prince, while Coa wonders if the two are flirting. Suji ignores Xiumin's rambling to focus on her makeup, as he vows to show his resilience to the one who changed him. Despite his current state, Xiumin remains determined to reach the top while Suji continues her beauty routine. Suji is left speechless when Xiumin asks her to use her makeup magic to restore his princely appearance. She wonders if breaking the curse requires kissing his hideous face, an idea Xiumin doesn't seem to mind. Xiumin clarifies that the spell is different, further irritating the impatient Suji with his vague explanation. When Xiumin asks to be made handsome through makeup, Suji bluntly tells him that her skills aren't actual sorcery. She insists that a good result requires a decent foundation, which she feels he lacks. Xiumin watches the transformation in awe before Suji abruptly decides to leave him behind. As Suji prepares to fix her own look, Xiumin issues a final warning for her to cooperate while he is still being nice. He threatens to leak a photo of her bare face, leaving Suji shocked and cornered by his blackmail. Xiumin demands her full attention, while a furious Suji realizes she has no choice but to comply. He mockingly asks if she would haunt him as a ghost if her secret appearance were ever exposed. While Coa watches their strange interaction, Suji finally gives in and agrees to help Xiumin with his look. Suji complains about the extreme difficulty of the task, frustrated by Xiumin's unattractive features. Coa is confused by their constant bickering, as Suji surprisingly finishes the makeup in record time. Xiumin pulls out his phone to inspect the results of Suji's supposed magical transformation. Furious at his comical reflection, Xiumin accuses her of being a fraud, but Suji blames his poor natural features. Suji argues that while her bare face has flaws, it is still far easier to enhance than his. She explains that his large features and weight make it impossible for any amount of makeup to hide his appearance. Coa stares at Xiumin on the screen and bursts into laughter, prompting Suji to join in despite the work being done. Suji clutches her forehead in regret, questioning her own sanity for dating him before a sudden realization strikes her. When Xiumin asks how much she remembers, Suji declares she will always view this as the worst day of her life. Xiumin's subconscious considers the possibility that everyone's memories are being manipulated to make them feel unattractive. Within his own mind, Xiumin reflects on the contradictions he sees, though Eugen's confession remains a fixed reality. He finds Eugen's self-loathing illogical and suspects Coa is behind these strange phenomena that others find natural. Xiumin concludes that the situation lacks any logic and decides to investigate the paradox further with a determined gaze. He questions Suji about her morning confession, ignoring her embarrassment to see if she notices the strange inconsistency. Xiumin leans in close to Suji and points out that her confession makes no sense given how much she actually dislikes him. He urges her to think deeply about her true motivations while she carefully observes his peculiar facial expression. As a blurry, handsome figure flashes in her mind, Suji is suddenly overcome by a sharp headache that leaves Xiumin worried. She blames the pain on looking at him for too long, but her gaze lingers as if she is beginning to recognize something. Suji suddenly asks if he can become handsome, revealing a roll of tape as the tool for his impending transformation. Looking quite intimidating, Suji prepares the tape and asks Xiumin if he is capable of holding his breath for a long time. Coa watches in confusion as Suji applies her ultimate makeup technique, which can customize any appearance. The next morning at school, Eugen's legendary skills are put on display, leaving the entire student body whispering in shock. A crowd gathers to admire the handsome newcomer, only realizing it is Xiumin after checking the name on his tag. Xiumin maintains a calm and confident exterior, though he is secretly suffering internally from the physical transformation. He finds it nearly impossible to breathe because Suji used layers of tape to pull and hide his body fat behind his back. Xiumin struggles to hold his breath and keep his midsection tight, knowing the tape will snap if he relaxes for a second. Xiumin laments his weight and lack of shoe lifts, realizing he must maintain a cute and handsome image. Xiumin reflects on Coa's gaze, wanting to prove that confidence is more important than physical beauty. He hopes Coa stops complaining about her looks and notices his own struggle to survive the same unfairness. As the sun sets after school, Coa tries to scrub away the cruel drawings mocking her appearance. She feels helpless looking at the insults on her desk, regretting not bringing acetone to clean them. Overwhelmed by despair, she considers giving up since the bullies will likely just deface the desk again. Seeing Xiumin's new look leaves Coa feeling deeply irritated and conflicted about her own motivation. Jian-Yu happens to spot her and thinks things would be simpler if she just gave up like usual. He calls out to the dazed Coa, questioning why she is still at school so late. Feeling embarrassed, Coa tries to hide the desk and apologizes for the mess he once helped clean. She explains that the bullies used permanent markers this time, making the insults impossible to remove. Jian-Yu asks for a pen and begins working on the desk with intense focus as Coa watches nervously. Coa watches with a blushing face as Jian-Yu concentrates on his work until he finally finishes. Jian-Yu decides to turn the insults into art, decorating the desk since the ink cannot be erased. Coa is stunned by the beautiful drawing, while Jian-Yu modestly claims it was just a random idea. As Coa wishes she could be as beautiful as the art, Jian-Yu insists the drawing represents her. He explains that he drew her as she would look with makeup and asks if she wants to verify it. Jian-yu suggests they go on a date, while the bullies are busy working at a popular cosmetics store. One of the bullies overcharges a customer and ignores their complaints, feeling proud of the extra profit. The group laughs about their business tactics before questioning why the wealthy Min-jae is working there. Minji explains her father forced her to work for experience, while the shop owner watches her skeptically. After the manager reminds Minji to work hard for her father's sake, he leaves the girls in charge. Minji grumbles about her month-long sentence, while her friends plan their post-resignation shopping spree. Minji's annoyance turns to pure shock when she spots a familiar pair entering the store. She watches in disbelief as Lee Seo-ae and Jo Jian-yu walk in together, looking like a happy couple. Minji tries to hide, confusing her friends who don't understand why they should be afraid of Seo-ae. Minji explains that she would be mortified if Seo-ae discovered she was working a part-time job. The girls hide behind the counter to eavesdrop, wondering if the two are actually dating. While the girls gossip about their history, a shy Seo-ae feels overwhelmed and wants to leave. Jian-yu stops her, excitedly pointing out some new arrivals that he thinks she might like. He shows her a new galaxy-themed mascara, describing how it sparkles like stars in the night sky. To Seo-ae's surprise, Jian-yu offers to apply the product for her right then and there. He tells her to stay still, causing Seo-ae to panic as he leans in closer with the wand. Seo-ae is completely flustered by how naturally he handles the makeup and doesn't know how to react. She struggles to decide whether to keep her eyes open or closed while the others watch in secret. Noticing her nervousness, Jian-yu gently instructs her to simply close her eyes and relax. He skillfully applies concealer and blush before finishing the look with a light mist of setting spray. Impressed by his technique, Seo-ae asks him where he managed to learn so much about makeup. Jian-yu proudly explains that his mother was once quite famous for her incredible makeup skill. He mentions her past social media fame while applying lipstick and finally tells Seo-ae to see the result. Jian-woo finishes the makeover and asks Seo-ae for her thoughts as she looks in the mirror. Seo-ae is left speechless by the beautiful reflection and the stunning makeup layout staring back at her. Nearby employees gossip spitefully about her appearance until their manager interrupts with a stern look. The manager scolds the three women for neglecting the customers and orders them to stop loitering. Despite their annoyance, the trio is forced to put on fake smiles and approach the young couple. The staff at Oenyang look quite intimidating behind their masks as they offer help to the students. Jian-woo asks for specific products like primer and concealer, impressing the staff with his knowledge. They present him with a wide array of foundations and eye palettes under his very observant gaze. The employees grow uneasy when Jian-woo mentions they look familiar, while Seo-ae watches them intently. Minji notices Seo-ae's sharp gaze as Jian-woo begins to question the quality of the items provided. He realizes the products are 2 years out of date and decides it is better to shop on his own. The couple dismisses the staff, leaving the panicked trio relieved that their scheme wasn't fully uncovered. After leaving the shop, Jian-woo hands the bags to Seo while one employee vows to get even. Seo-ae is overwhelmed with confusion and asks why someone as popular as him is being so kind. She struggles to understand why a celebrity-like figure would choose to spend time with her. Seo-ae wonders if he is only helping out of pity since she is the most bullied girl in school. Jian-woo hesitates before finally admitting that he was once a victim of school bullying himself. He explains that his past was the reason for his transfer, much to Seo-ae's absolute shock. He recalls being a weak, short, and acne-prone student who had no idea how to present himself. After becoming a target for torment, he resolved to change everything about himself before high school. Jian-yu admits to Seo-ae that his improved appearance is actually the result of foundation and concealer. He notices her shock and explains that his newfound confidence even keeps his former bullies at bay. He believes that surpassing one's tormentors is the ultimate revenge, leaving Seo feeling dejected. Though she fears he only pities her, Jian-yu denies it, giving her a small spark of hope. He proudly claims to have a talent for spotting hidden gems, leaving Seo puzzled by the metaphor. Jian-yu reassures her that she isn't ugly and has the potential to change if she truly wants to. He heads off to work after encouraging her, noting that her artistic skills will make learning makeup easy. Seo thanks him and wonders if she truly possesses the potential of a hidden gemstone. As she wanders through the crowded night streets, she wonders how he knew about her talent for drawing. She continues to dwell on his words, contemplating the idea that she has the power to transform herself. Looking at her reflection, she questions if she can ever achieve a transformation like the one he described. Doubts cloud her mind as she looks at her purchases, but a familiar, unwelcome voice suddenly calls out. A trio of bullies corners her, claiming their encounter in the neighborhood is a mere coincidence. They force her into a dark alley and begin mocking the various beauty products she just bought. Feeling trapped, COA laments her fate of being tormented by Kim Min-jae and her gang everywhere she goes. She wonders if being a victim is her destiny, recalling how Xian Yu's life improved after his own change. Amidst the laughter of the bullies, she questions if a transformation is even possible for someone like her. When she admits her desire to change, the bullies respond with cruel laughter and insults about her appearance. Min-jae approaches with a malicious glare, insisting that makeup is useless on someone who is naturally ugly. The harsh words cut deep as Min-jae tells the trembling girl that no cosmetics can hide her gloomy nature. COA remembers the beauty Xian Yu gave her and tries to defend herself against Minji's mockery. She denies the connection to Xian Yu, catching the bullies off guard as they scramble for an excuse. The bullies claim Xian Yu is her only friend, but COA begins to recognize their familiar faces. With a terrifying expression, she accuses them of being the disguised staff members before a bag is thrown at her. As her cosmetics spill out of the broken bag, the truth of the situation finally dawns on her. COA screams at them for hiding behind masks and hats out of shame for their lowly job. The bullies lose their tempers and launch a violent assault on her in the quiet alleyway. Rain begins to pour as COA lies beaten on the ground, enduring their insults about her status. After telling her to know her place, the bullies leave her alone in the rain clutching a cosmetic bottle. Relieved that Xian Yu's gift is mostly intact, she lies in the dirt laughing at the absurdity of her situation. Fueled by hatred, she recalls Xian Yu's advice that becoming superior is the ultimate form of revenge. Xian Yu watches the scene unfold from the shadows before the scene shifts to Bibo High the next morning. Jumin struggles with his reflection, feeling suffocated by the pressure to change his life. He reflects on how COA's treatment of him has always been dictated by her unpredictable whim. Jumin worries that if she doesn't change her ways, he might be stuck with his current face forever. He spots her logging in online and tries to stay calm despite the horrifying image appearing on his screen. Jumin stares in disgust at COA's face, which is now a grotesque mess of smeared makeup and dirt. Watching her clean herself up, he wonders what could have happened to her the previous day. Fearing for his own safety today, he notices her trembling hands as she attempts to apply mascara. Seeing her struggle to fix her appearance, Jumin wonders if his words finally made an impact on her. COA continues applying powder, while Xumin observes her eyeliner technique intently. After she finishes her lipstick, Xumin leans in to see a disastrously over-applied makeup look on the screen. As COA questions her appearance, Xumin realizes she will become a global laughingstock if she goes out like that. The makeup is hideously unacceptable, yet COA convinces herself it looks slightly better after checking her phone. Xumin struggles to find a way to help since indirect communication is proving to be far too difficult. Spotting Minji being carried out by guards, Xumin grabs a bucket of water and rushes toward her. He suddenly splashes the water on Minji to wash off her makeup, prompting her to scream in confusion. While the guards look away, Xumin earnestly begs a furious Minji to teach him her makeup techniques. Minji puts on her mask and sunglasses, flatly refusing his request as she prepares to head home. Desperate, Xumin offers to be her model, but she reminds him that she already did his makeup during lunch. Xumin insists this time is different, saying something that catches her off guard and makes her blush. He asks her to transform him into a girl, using a sincere gaze to convince her despite her calling him crazy. After hearing he has his reasons, Minji finally agrees to help him one last time to practice her skill. Xumin is relieved while COA sighs at her reflection, realizing her current makeup style is all wrong. COA wonders how Xian Yu did it while watching the strange scene of Minji reapplying Xumin's makeup. Minji works her magic on Xumin's face, expertly applying eyeliner and lipstick before styling his hair. COA suddenly realizes that Minji's current technique matches the one Xian Yu used on her earlier. Following Minji's lead, COA watches as Xumin is transformed into a beautiful but miserable-looking schoolgirl. Xumin curses his luck as he recalls the moment Minji presented him with a female school uniform. Despite his protests, Minji forces him into the outfit as payback for the water bucket incident. Bodyguards whisk her away while she clutches his male uniform, promising to return it the following day. Jumin is left frustrated and forced to remain in this form, hoping no one recognizes him at his part-time job. While heading to his Friday shift at the cafe, Jumin wonders if Lee Seo-ae has ever disappeared for this long. Nearby boys are left speechless by Jumin's female appearance, as Minji and her friends suddenly spot Seo-ae. Seo-ae's stunning new look draws every eye in the area, leaving everyone wondering who the beautiful girl is. Yu is shocked by the transformation, realizing just how much a bit of makeup can change a person's face. The transformation exceeds all expectation, leaving students in disbelief that this beauty is actually Lee Seo-ae. Everyone marvels at her new appearance, agreeing that she has become the most attractive girl in the entire school. Overwhelmed with newfound confidence, Seo-ae walks with her head held high, feeling like she can conquer anything. Her path is suddenly blocked by Minji and her gang, who mockingly ask if she is wearing the makeup from yesterday. The bullies continue their insults, claiming that no amount of cosmetics can truly hide her pathetic nature. Recalling Minji's past fake kindness, Seo-ae finally gathers the courage to ask why they continue to torment her. She insists she has done nothing to deserve this treatment, but her pleas are met only with cruel laughter. Minji's expression turns cold as she reveals that she doesn't need a specific reason to be malicious. They reminisce about their past cruelties, admitting they bully others simply because they find it entertaining. As Jumin watches the confrontation through a screen, Minji's friends move in to restrain Seo-ae by the arm. Minji prepares to humiliate her with a dirty mop, declaring that an outcast will always remain an outcast. Just as the situation escalates, Yu steps in and firmly grabs Minji's wrist to stop her. The surrounding crowd watches in shock as Minji demands to know why he is defending such a girl. Whispers quickly spread through the school as students wonder if Yu and the outcast are actually dating. Seo-ae calls out to Yu in concern, but he remains silent before coldly asking Minji why she cares. He questions if his relationship with Seo-ae is any of their business, causing Seo-ae to blush deeply as Minji scoffs. Minji warns him that Seo-ae is an outcast and that associating with her will result in him being shunned as well. Yu retorts that he only sees them bullying her, noting that others aren't as malicious as they are. Frowning, Yu asks if they are simply jealous of Seo-ae, provoking an indignant reaction from the two girls. He suggests they have high standards for others, while listing the many ways Seo-ae has consistently outperformed them. He explains that when someone in a group stands out as superior, others often feel threatened. People guard their status and territory out of jealousy, sensing Seo-ae's growing influence. Driven by envy, Yu realizes that survival in this world requires either submission or dominance. Yu grips Minji's wrist tightly, proving that human society is just as ruthless as the wild. Minji struggles and begs to be released, but Yu maintains a cold, unwavering expression. After Yu finally lets go, Minji retreats in anger while her friends follow closely behind. Seo-ae stands frozen in shock, staring at the fallen mop as the crowd's hostility suddenly shifts. As the other students watch the scene unfold, a concerned girl approaches Seo-ae from the sideline. The girl checks if Seo-ae is all right, while others worry if she was splashed by the dirty water. A green-haired student apologizes for her past silence and acknowledges Seo-ae's recent struggle. Seo-ae is stunned when the girl takes her hand, just as a male student steps forward to speak. He blushes while praising her beauty and telling her to ignore the bullies and stay confident. The group promises to support her from now on, mirroring the attention Zhu Min receives elsewhere. Seo-ae reflects on how people once ignored her suffering or even fueled the bullying. Overwhelmed by the sudden kindness of the crowd, Seo-ae trembles in a state of total shock. Meanwhile, Zhu Min walks through the streets in his female disguise, drawing gazes from everyone he passes. He contemplates the recent signal loss and begins tracking the time on his phone. He calculates that Seo-ae was gone for over 15 minutes before reappearing covered in dust. Based on the time dilation, he realizes she hasn't accessed the game for nearly 20 days. He wonders why such a dedicated player would vanish, and if she might never return at all. While peace is tempting, he fears losing his chance at revenge until the digital screen flickers back to life. Jumin watches the screen in surprise as a bedroom view appears, sensing something unusual. For the first time, the room lights are on, revealing Seo sitting on her bed. Her flawless face fills the screen, startling Jumin as she mentions it has been a while. Jumin is left speechless when she questions why he is dressed in women's clothing. COA explains she was inspired by his makeup, triggering Jumin's memories of their first encounter. As memories flash by, her unexpected words of gratitude leave Jumin feeling stunned. COA admits she had been trying to change herself without fully understanding her own motivation. Realizing Jumin was her inspiration, she triggers a system effect that sends him floating into the air. Jumin marvels at his return, while she shares that her days of being bullied are finally over. Having completely escaped her social isolation, COA opens up about her transformed life. She mentions being too busy with new friends to play games over the past 2 weeks. Jumin wonders if she will stop her bullying now that she is no longer an outcast herself. However, COA decides to use the game to vent about the new stresses in her life. She explains her financial struggles and her new part-time job at a convenience store. Her complaints about difficult customers make Jumin recoil in sudden realization. She notes their shared situation, mentioning the specific cafe where Jumin is currently working. Jumin seethes with resentment while working, fueled by a burning desire for revenge. He feels insulted that she views him as a mere toy, especially when she mocks his maid outfit. Determined to track her down, Jumin is interrupted by the arrival of customers at the shop. Jin offers to pay the bill for Jin wrong, but his friend politely declines the gesture. Jumin fumes with rage at the sight of the two boys, watching them closely as they begin to catch up. It has been 2 years since their last meeting in middle school, and Jin's attempt at small talk is met with bitter resentment. Jairong complains about a snitch ruining his reputation with his teacher before asking Jin about his own trouble. Jin blames a certain someone for his relationship issues, prompting a frustrated Xumin to vow silent revenge. When the manager questions why orders aren't being taken, Xumin asks when the cafe transitioned to table service. The manager bluntly explains that the new maid-themed service began the moment Xumin put on the uniform. As the manager confirms the new policy, Sihua pressures a reluctant Xumin to finally go out and greet the guests. Despite his urge to quit, Xumin remembers his responsibilities to his family and his dream of owning a pet. He finds motivation in the thought of returning home to So-yeon, Yoon, and a playful kitten waiting for him. His goal is to earn enough to buy a specific kitten before it is sold, a plan already delayed by a week. After wasting money on fast food, he worries that rumors about his embarrassing part-time job will start to spread. While the boys wonder why they are being ignored, Xumin imagines the worst-case scenario involving So-yeon. He fears his reputation will be ruined if So-yeon hears he is working in a maid outfit and vows to stay hidden. While others watch from afar, Jin continues to ring the service bell with a smug expression that threatens Xumin's future. As school lets out for the day, a group of girls invites Sihua to join them at a nearby cafe. Sihua politely declines the invitation due to her work schedule, and her friends bid her farewell until Monday. Though she appreciates the gesture, Sihua feels too exhausted by social interactions to truly enjoy herself yet. Later that night at the convenience store, Sihua is forced to tell a customer not to eat at the checkout counter. The customer insists on staying due to the lack of seating, leaving Sihua with no choice but to let him finish. A strange customer then tries to trade a live pigeon for a pack of cigarettes, but Sihua firmly refuses. An elderly customer tries to haggle for a half-price deal, leaving Sihua speechless until her manager arrives to scold her for the mess. COA offers a dejected apology to her boss, while lamenting how difficult her life has become compared to the past. As the manager continues his lecture on customer service, COA remains lost in her own thoughts. She questions the necessity of such hard work, but reminds herself that maintaining her beauty requires a steady income. Recalling her days immersed in the game, she is snapped back to reality by her manager's sharp reprimand. COA plans her next gaming session as the scene shifts to a cafe where rowdy students are demanding service. Ju Min hides in the back, frustrated by the persistent shouting of his obnoxious classmate. The manager discovers Zhu Min's hiding spot and orders him to serve the customers, despite his desperate desire to remain unseen. Spotting another waitress gives Zhu Min a sudden, desperate idea to handle the situation. Back in reality, COA watches Zhu Min on her screen with amusement until a sudden interaction catches her off guard. She watches with growing confusion as Zhu Min engages in a conversation with another female server. Zhu Min eventually emerges to serve the drinks, leaving his classmates completely mesmerized by his appearance. Using borrowed makeup and a wig, Zhu Min has successfully transformed himself into a stunning young woman. He offers a cold greeting before retreating, leaving the two boys convinced they have finally found their true love. Tai Young is particularly struck by the server's sharp features and model-like physique. Jin tries to resist the temptation by reminding himself of So-yo, yet both boys quickly finish their drinks in excitement. They immediately demand more service, while Zhu Min fumes over the humiliation of having to cross-dress. He realizes the makeup techniques he learned from Jang Yujin are now being used for this embarrassing charade. The manager informs him of yet another order from the same table, much to Zhu Min's growing irritation. He wonders why they are ordering so much and begins to worry that his true identity might have been compromised. Zhu Min reluctantly serves the fire-themed drinks, receiving synchronized smiles and thanks from the two customers. Disgusted by their behavior, Zhu Min watches them gulp down their drinks and immediately call for another round. He returns with a hell Americano and corn silk tea, maintaining his professional facade as they thank him politely. Kai Ryong brings up the idea of opposites attracting, leaving Zhu Min confused until the man clarifies his point. Zhu Min panics when Kai Ryong mentions he looks like an enemy, only for the man to follow up with a cringeworthy remark. After Kai Ryong claims Zhu Min stole his heart, Zhu Min reflexively slaps him and immediately regrets the outburst. Expecting trouble, Zhu Min is shocked when Kai Ryong reacts with sparkling eyes of pure admiration and envy. The two men praise Zhu Min's strength and even beg for a fight, appearing completely unhinged. Zhu Min feels utterly humiliated as the pair continues to beg for more physical punishment. COA appears on a screen to mock Zhu Min, comparing his current suffering to her own emotional struggle. While Zhu Min fumes, COA laments her miserable life of being ostracized at school and bullied at her part-time job. Zhu Min blames her for his even worse predicament, but COA remains lost in her own self-pity. She confesses that long-term isolation has left her completely unsure of how to interact with others. Her stories of workplace incompetence and social anxiety only serve to further irritate the listening Zhu Min. COA sighs and admits that she might be better off living in total isolation. She suggests staying in Zhu Min's body permanently to avoid the world, a proposal that leaves him speechless. Despite her financial worries, she jokingly wishes she could live the easy life of a zoo panda. Zhu Min struggles to contain his rage, worrying his manager as he reaches his absolute breaking point. The manager warns Zhu Min to fix his threatening expression, while Zhu Min silently curses COA for his high stress level. Zhu Min quickly regains his composure after the manager promises a bonus for his hard work and endurance. Zhu Min forces himself to stay calm by picturing So Yun and his family, knowing a single outburst could ruin his plan. He resolves to patiently reform ZIO-A and endure unpleasant tasks for the sake of his ultimate revenge. Willing to sell his soul for his family's future, he prepares to show ZIO-A the harsh realities of society. After steadying his nerves, Zhu Min serves the drinks with a forced, adorable gesture that leaves the customers stunned. The customers are so overwhelmed by his performance that they suffer massive nosebleeds, finally understanding the appeal of maid cafes. Outside the window, a teenage Han So-I-hun watches in disbelief as Zhu Min continues his enthusiastic service. Zhu Min maintains his cute persona despite the physical toll, leaving the customers completely enthralled by his dedication. Though he feels physically ill from the act, Zhu Min pushes through with professional grace to complete his mission. Watching from the real world, ZIO-A is repulsed and confused by Zhu Min's willingness to perform such a role. As ZIO-A struggles with her disgust, she notices a mysterious mask symbol appearing over Zhu Min. While ZIO-A watches in surprise, Zhu Min hides his inner turmoil and his deep-seated desire to be left alone. He acknowledges that survival requires social cooperation, sparking a memory of a pivotal hospital visit from his childhood. During the consultation, the doctor informs Yun-bai that her son is showing signs of antisocial behavior disorder. The physician explains that the condition is likely hereditary, given that Zhu Min's father shared the same diagnosis. He suggests that through proper guidance, Zhu Min can learn to navigate society by using cognitive empathy to understand others. Yun-bai remains hopeful despite the diagnosis, believing her son can change just as her husband did. A young Zhu Min looks toward his mother while focused on his solitary play at a local park. Yun-bai approaches her son with praise for his handiwork, wondering why he isn't interacting with the other children. The nearby children loudly complain about Zhu Min's aggressive behavior, declaring that they no longer want to play with him. Yun-bai kneels beside her son and softly asks if he truly prefers being alone over playing with his peers. Yun-bai asks Zhu Min if he knows how to socialize, and he compares his struggle to a lion entering a lake. He explains that the lion and the lake fight because they don't understand each other, feeling like a different species himself. Yoonbai suggests he try role-playing and points out a popular boy in a red hat as a potential model. After Ju-min acknowledges the boy's popularity, Yoonbai instructs him to observe and mimic the child's behavior. Though the idea of mimicking feels strange, Yoonbai assures him that his intelligence will make him just as popular. In the present, Ju-min decides to wear a social mask to navigate his difficulties with fitting in. He resolves to play a character to win people over and avoid being cast out by society. His plan to manipulate social situations leaves Coa stunned just as the shop door swings open. Ju-min's professional smile vanishes instantly when he sees So-yeon enter the shop, sending him into a panic. So-yeon confronts a terrified Ho-jin, demanding to know why he is there as he backs away in fear. She reveals she was tipped off and aggressively questions why he is at the cafe when they haven't broken up. Jin realizes Jai Yang and Jai Hai were the informants, leaving him looking utterly defeated. He desperately tries to calm her down by claiming the establishment isn't actually a maid cafe. So-yeon's gaze shifts to a glowing blue icon behind the counter, causing her to freeze in realization. She recalls seeing that symbol on Ju-min before, while he desperately tries to sneak out the back. Ju-min is startled when So-yeon suddenly appears right next to him as he tries to escape. So-yeon stares at the icon above his head and tries to grab it, but her hand passes right through. She wonders if she is seeing a player icon, while Ju-min's heart races from the near discovery. Ju-min looks toward the real-world connection, unsure of how to handle the situation without being seen. As he hesitates, So-yeon awkwardly pretends she was just swatting a fly, leaving him wondering if it was a coincidence. So-yeon quickly turns away to avoid looking like a lunatic, just as she did at the amusement park. She is startled by a man in a sandwich board, but tries to push the unsettling thoughts out of her mind. Convinced she is seeing things, she considers a medical checkup while Jin rushes to catch up with her. Ju-min feels relieved until Jai Hai and Jai Yang approach him with mock sympathy for his hard work. They promise to keep his secret before walking away together, enjoying their time. Realizing the gravity of his situation, Ju-min breaks down just as a hand offers him a handkerchief. Kairong acts shyly, prompting Ju-min to curse under his breath as the scene shifts to a convenience store. The manager grumbles about his unsatisfactory part-timer and decides it is time to hire someone new. He reflects on how Coa's quest for survival and revenge has forced her to grow up far too quickly. At school, a student stops Coa to confirm her identity, noticing her striking transformation. Despite her discomfort with the attention, a boy named Ghoo boldly asks her to date him. A regular customer at the store notices Coa's bright new aura and barely recognizes her. Coa politely dismisses the woman's praise and sighs in exhaustion once she is finally alone. She feels drained by the effort of maintaining her facade until the manager removes his sunglasses. He hands her a bonus envelope as the scene shifts to Ju-min walking through the rain with an umbrella. Recalling the manager's praise, Ju-min realizes he finally has enough money to save his friend. He stops at a pet shop only to find the cage for a young male cat named Go-an is completely empty. When he asks if the cat was sold, the employee explains that the animal escaped a few days prior. Stunned by the news, Ju-min feels a sense of despair as he learns the cat fled during a cleaning. Refusing to give up on his feline family member, he searches as a wet ginger cat huddles in the rain. Aggressive neighborhood dogs are interrupted by a student with an umbrella while a class counts aloud. Students gather to trade stickers, and Coa decides to decorate her phone with her latest find. Admiring a cute cat sticker, Coa wonders if Jeon-yu would like it as a gift. A classmate suddenly notices the rare sticker in her hand, catching Coa off guard. Unable to refuse her friend's desperate pleas, Coa reluctantly hands over the rare item. Though she puts on a brave face, Coa secretly laments losing the gift she intended for Jeon-yu. Outside, a group of girls considers confronting her, but hesitates due to Jeon-yu's immense popularity. As the school bell rings, the handsome Jai-ho appears in the hallway, causing Coa to blush. Coa and her friends are starstruck by Jai-ho's presence, wondering why he has come to their class. Her friend explains that Jai-ho is the most famous second-year student just as he approaches them. Jai-ho leans in close to Coa and confirms her identity as she looks on in confusion. After complimenting her looks, Jai-ho bluntly asks her out, leaving the entire hallway in shock. Meanwhile, at a different school, Ju-min appears completely drained of energy and spirit. His classmates notice his lethargy, but continue to gossip about his consistently good looks. Students discuss their failed attempts to date him, noting his long list of rejected confessions. They recall his shortest relationship, which lasted only 5 minutes, and wonder what went wrong. Jumin doodles a cat on his desk and sheds a tear, overwhelmed by how much he misses his pet. Suddenly, a digital screen flickers to life as COA appears with urgent, breaking news for him. Despite her frantic energy, a depressed Jumin tells her not to disturb his wallowing. COA ignores his mood and announces that someone has just asked her to be their girlfriend. COA announces she received a confession, leaving Ju-min stunned while she paces around nervously. Her mind races with anxiety over how to handle this unprecedented situation and whether to ignore it. She ponders the consequences of her choice and questions what dating actually involves for her. After considering her vague bond with Xian Uma, she suddenly regains her composure. She realizes that being pursued by the school's most popular boy confirms her own beauty. Ju Min dismisses her vanity, thinking her suitor must be blind to her true nature. A timid girl approaches Ju Min and nervously confesses her long-standing feelings for him. Terrified by Ju Min's cold stare, the girl frantically claims she is already married with children. As classmates watch, Ju Min rejects his 147th confession, solidifying his reputation as an aloof alpha male. Seoa curiously asks Ju Min how it feels to be confessed to, admitting her own mixed emotions. Ju Min abruptly cuts her off, showing absolutely no interest in her sentimental reflection. COA falls silent as she watches the rejected girl being comforted by her peers on the screen. A shy student in the back reminds COA of her own painful past and the bullying she once endured. A somber COA asks Ju Min if he has ever confessed to anyone, much to his growing annoyance. She ignores his irritation and wonders aloud how others would react to a confession from someone like him. COA reveals a new dating simulation mode called the people that she recently acquired. Ju Min is struck by a sense of impending doom as he stares at the screen in utter disbelief. His eyes widen in shock and tension as he faces the reality of this unexpected dating game. The system introduces the protagonist Lee Ju Min, a popular but lonely soul searching for a real connection. Ju Min is filled with rage as the player excitedly prepares to overhaul the game's established rules. Ju Min grows weary of being the one pursued and decides to take the initiative, his gaze sharpening with resolve. As the game's rules shift, his eyes land on Jin So-young, a quiet girl reading alone who seems indifferent to his charm. Convinced of his choice, Ju Min prepares himself to finally confess his feelings to the distant So-young. Suddenly, a quest window appears offering choices ranging from a brave confession to a humiliating, naked dance. Staring at the absurd and degrading options, Ju Min is left speechless and paralyzed by the system's demand. The cursor hovers relentlessly over the most chaotic option, pushing Ju Min toward a state of pure desperation. Outside the screen, Seoa fumes with rage as the interface glitches, preventing her from selecting a different command. Within the digital world, Ju Min resists the chosen task by crossing his arms and refusing to move an inch. He remains steadfast in his belief that he has finally reclaimed his autonomy from COA's manipulative grasp. While Ju Min focuses on maintaining control, a vengeful COA decides to force him out of his clothes. The moment she clicks the command, Ju Min involuntarily strips off his shirt, exposing his toned physique to the room. Still believing he is in control, Ju Min remains oblivious to his actions as his classmates watch him in stunned silence. Sensing something is wrong, Xiumin looks confused before angrily rushing to put his shirt back on. Seoa watches in shock as Xiumin dresses himself, frantically mashing her keys to regain control of the character. Frustrated by the disobedient game character, she demands he confess his love before she ruins his clothes. Xiumin buttons his shirt with a look of disdain, feeling he can no longer tolerate these forced actions. He anxiously weighs his limited options, while the girl nearby watches his trembling, tense form in silence. Despite his anger, Xiumin decides to follow COA's script with the secret plan to break up immediately after. To the shock of everyone watching, Xiumin begins to stammer out a message to the bewildered So-young. Looking away awkwardly, he asks her to date him, causing the entire class to erupt into a frenzy of gossip. So-young stands frozen in disbelief as her classmates whisper about the popular Xiumin choosing the quietest girl. The classroom's shock intensifies when So-young suddenly covers her face and sprints out the door. After a moment of shared confusion with the crowd, Xiumin quickly chases after her and blocks her path. With a terrifyingly intense gaze, he points to himself and demands she acknowledge his confession. So-young screams as if seeing a ghost and flees again, leaving Xiumin standing frozen in total humiliation. The sound of mockery fills the air as Zumin feels himself sinking into a pit of despair over the public rejection. Students gossip about whether she ran from shyness or if Zumin has simply lost his legendary charm. Behind her laptop, COA cheers with delight when she sees the mission failure and point deduction on her screen. She revels in Zumin's rejection while carefully studying So Young's character profile in the game. The events on screen trigger a memory for COA of a time a boy once asked her to be his girlfriend. Recalling how she once blushed and ran away just like So Young, COA questions her own past behavior. As she prepares to move the mouse and continue her experiment, something unexpected on the screen catches her eye. Do-min sprints after So Young, leaving the player confused as the character moves on his own. Furious thoughts race through the 18-year-old's mind as he recalls his history of confession. Despite his popularity, he has faced two stinging rejections, one from Han Seo-yun and this recent humiliation. Unable to process this second defeat, Do-min's expression darkens with an intense, uncontrollable rage. His perfectionist nature makes this failure feel like an unbearable blow to his ego and status. Radiating a terrifying aura, he fumes over her audacity to reject someone of his high standing. He believes she should have been moved to tears by his proposal, while gossip echoes through the hall. Fearing for his future reputation, he vows to make her fall in love and become his lifelong servant. Blinded by anger, he accidentally collides with a girl in the hallway, sending her and her things flying. After losing 5 points, he glares at the person who crossed his path with pure irritation. However, his annoyance instantly turns to sheer terror as he realizes who he just ran into. The girl sits on the floor gathering several fallen knives as her character profile suddenly appears. Having collided with HAE, Do-min is presented with a series of high-stakes quest choices. He must choose between helping her, ignoring her and facing certain death, or a perverted apology. Do-min awkwardly offers his hand and tells her to get up while avoiding direct eye contact. The girl stares in disbelief as he helps her up before he quickly resumes his frantic run. Chaos ensues again when he crashes into another girl, who reacts with immediate annoyance at his intrusion. He has interrupted Hyo-jiu's TikTok filming, triggering yet another set of bizarre system notifications. The system offers choices ranging from charming excuses to personality-building apology. Frustrated by the ridiculous and perverted options, Do-min struggles to navigate the escalating absurdity. Jumin feels powerless as the game system forces him to accept another ridiculous quest against his will. He appears on Jiu's phone screen, forced to act charming and brush his hair for the camera. Regaining his senses, a frustrated Jumin slaps himself and bolts away, leaving Jiu completely stunned. Jumin berates his own lack of self-control, while a confused Jiu watches him flee. Jumin suddenly corners Soyoung, shouting at her for daring to reject his advances. Nearby, Sangsu hears the commotion while taking out the trash and sighs at the constant noise. A terrified Soyoung is pinned against a wall by a panting Jumin, who declares that he has caught her. Jumin feigns an apology for his sudden confession, while secretly plotting how to force her hand. He continues his aggressive pursuit, ignoring Soyoung's visible distress and mounting anxiety. Jumin claims to have long-standing feelings for her, even though he barely noticed her presence in class. He stares intensely into her eyes, demanding she acknowledge his feelings while his own mind remains a mess. As Jumin grows desperate for his plan to work, a trembling Soyoung admits she is paralyzed with fear. Soyoung breaks down in tears and begs to talk later, a sight that triggers a painful memory for Jumin. He recalls a past rejection where Soyoung criticized his cold personality despite his popularity. In the memory, Jumin's arrogance led him to question his own perfection, further infuriating Soyoung. She had lashed out at him, listing his many flaws and accusing him of being entirely self-centered. Soyoung's harsh words about him hurting others for his own sake leave Jumin stunned in the present. Jumin realizes he is merely bullying Soyoung to protect his pride, mirroring Sia's cruel behavior. The system presents a new quest to kiss her, as Sia watches the screen with malicious delight. Sia clicks the option without hesitation, forcing Jumin to struggle as Soyoung continues to weep. COA continues to pester them to kiss, causing Zhu Min to clench his fists and bite his lip until it bleeds. Zhu Min finally walks away, coldly telling So Young that she should speak up if she is uncomfortable instead of just enduring. He tells her there is no need to run away, leaving a frustrated COA to shout after him for refusing to kiss. Ignoring her demands, Zhu Min leaves So Young standing alone and later finds himself staring into a trash can, startling some rats. After wandering alone, he watches stray cats fight and observes a pair of animals being affectionate in their cage. Exhausted and disappointed, Ju Min collapses onto a bench, frustrated that he cannot find the kitten while COA is absent. He regrets not securing the kitten earlier to track COA, realizing his past spending choices have altered his path with So Yun. Knowing So Yun loves cats, he feels his future drifting further from his family as he desperately searches for the missing kitten. While he is lost in thought, Sang-soo approaches him, unaware that Ju Min views the kitten as a tool to win over So Yun. Sang-soo greets him warmly, but Ju Min secretly mocks the other boy's innocent demeanor while maintaining a friendly facade. Tired of the pretense, Ju Min abruptly asks Sang-soo if he has seen a brown mixed-breed cat in the area. When Sang-soo says he hasn't seen it, Ju Min prepares to leave, only for So Young to arrive and call out to Sang-soo. So Young questions why Sang-soo is there before noticing Ju Min and angrily demanding to know why he is present. Ju Min asks if the two are dating, prompting a flustered Sang-soo to clarify that they are only doing volunteer work together. Sang-soo explains his long history of volunteering and how he helped So Young join him to earn school credit. Ju Min coldly dismisses the idea of helping others, but Sang-soo ignores the attitude and invites him to join them. Ju Min's interest is suddenly piqued when Sang-soo suggests he might find the cat he is looking for at the shelter. Sang-soo explains that many strays gather at their volunteer site and continues to encourage Ju Min to come along. Back at school, a blushing COA avoids eye contact while Jae-ho stares her down with a stern expression. Jae-ho coldly demands an explanation for why she ran away the day before, leaving COA feeling trapped and uneasy. Jae-ho wonders if COA hates him, but she flees before he can finish, leaving him questioning his impact on her. Despite her avoidance, Jae-ho feels more determined, while COA later walks home alone in a somber mood. Startled by Jae-ho at the school gate, COA tries to ignore him but ends up running away the moment he speaks. As evening falls, COA wanders alone, deeply confused about why she continues to avoid Jae-ho's advances. She admits he is handsome and kind, yet her heart races even faster when the image of Ji-eun-woo enters her mind. While lost in thought about Ji-eun-woo, COA is suddenly cornered by three aggressive delinquents with dyed hair. The thugs mockingly ask if she came to see them, leaving a panicked COA realizing she has wandered into trouble. They press her for personal details and offer a temporary relationship, closing in on her with predatory intentions. Just as a hand touches her shoulder, a sudden kick sends one of the thugs flying, leaving COA frozen in shock. Jae-ho steps forward with cold confidence, identifying himself as the other thugs prepare to strike back in anger. Jae-ho effortlessly dodges their attacks and delivers a punishing blow, prompting the remaining thugs to rush him. Even after taking a direct hit to the face, Jae-ho remains unfazed, staring down his opponent with terrifying intensity. The thugs suddenly realize they are facing the legendary fighter from Suzeol High, known for his mastery of martial arts. Jae-ho swiftly neutralizes the threat and confirms his reputation, leaving COA completely stunned by his overwhelming strength. Impressed by his prowess, COA listens as Jae-ho gently offers to escort her home to ease her discomfort. Jae-ho proposes acting as her bodyguard while elsewhere, a manager struggles to calm her suddenly aggressive dogs. The manager finds the dog's behavior unusual and promises Yu-min she will help search for the cat he is looking for. She urges Yu-min to be quick as she realizes his presence is what has been agitating the animals all along. As the manager departs, Yu-min watches So Yang work in the kennel, his expression remaining cold and detached. He reflects on COA's words about his selfishness and how he often ignores the feelings of those around him. Ju-min calmly asks Sang-soo if he has ever prioritized his own interests over others. Confused by the question, Sang-soo listens as Ju-min questions the point of volunteering without personal gain. Sang-soo explains that altruism brings more happiness than self-interest, leaving Ju-min feeling skeptical and weary. Unable to grasp Sang-soo's selfless mindset, Ju-min watches as the other boy hands him a bucket of water. Sang-soo playfully suggests that helping others is as simple as offering a drink of water to those in need. Ju-min recalls his mother's words about good deeds bringing luck just before a sudden noise startles them both. As a pack of aggressive dogs approaches, So Yi-young falls to the ground in terror while Ju-min scans the area. Sang-soo immediately flees in fear, leaving Ju-min disgusted by the hypocrisy of the boy who just praised altruism. A system prompt appears, giving Ju-min several options on how to handle the dogs attacking So Yi-young. He can choose to save her for a reputation boost or scare the dogs away with a unique but costly shout. While Ju-min weighs his options, Seol-ah and Jae-ho enjoy a meal together back at the high school. Seol-ah opens up to Jae-ho about the difficult people she encounters while working at the convenience store. Jae-ho offers his sympathy just as Yeon-woo spots them and decides to approach Seol-ah to say hello. Noticing Jae-ho's visible irritation, Yeon-woo quickly excuses himself to avoid causing any further tension. Seol-ah stands up in surprise and calls out to Yeon-woo, feeling an urgent need to explain the situation. She clarifies that although she has been spending time with Jae-ho, they are not actually in a relationship. Seol-ah continues to justify herself to Yeon-woo, desperate to ensure there are no misunderstandings between them. Yeon-woo coldly dismisses her explanation by stating they have no connection before walking away. Feeling dejected by his reaction, Seol-ah watches him go while Yeon-woo's friend teases him about his feelings. When his friend warns him to stay away from Jae-ho, Yeon-woo becomes curious about the older boy's reputation. As the sun sets, Jae-ho waves a gentle goodbye to Seol-ah, who warmly promises to see him the next day. Jae-ho's expression immediately turns cold as he meets Min-jae's group, where she aggressively pins him against a wall. Min-jae mockingly praises his acting skills and questions if he actually likes Seol-ah, warning him about the risks of being caught. The two conspirators whisper about their progress, noting that their plan is halfway done and that Jeon-yu seems unsettled. Min-jae signals her lackeys to present Jae-ho with a new phone and watch, which he accepts with a greedy smirk. Jae-ho revels in his rewards, while Min-jae promises him a motorcycle if he successfully ruins Seol-ah's reputation. Jae-ho vows to make Seol-ah feel so betrayed that she will never trust anyone again, unaware that Jeon-yu is eavesdropping nearby. The group discusses humiliating Seol-ah publicly, but Min-jae suddenly senses someone watching and rushes toward the hiding spot. Min-jae finds the area empty, leaving Jae-ho confused about whether someone was actually there. Jae-ho laughs it off as a mistake caused by her nerves, while Jeon-yu manages to escape just in time. Back at home, a weary Seol-ah tosses her uniform aside and reflects on her growing closeness with Jae-ho. She regrets her earlier words to Jeon-yu and begins to panic over how she handled the situation. Feeling miserable and conflicted, Seol-ah worries about how she will face both Jeon-yu and Jae-ho the following day. Seeking a distraction from her stress, Seol-ah quickly turns on her laptop to log into the game. Her eyes widen in shock when she sees the in-game avatar of Ju-min pinned on top of So Ye-in. Seol-ah scolds Ju-min for using his looks to seduce others, while he desperately tries to explain the misunderstanding. After Seol-ah threatens Ju-min, the group manages to escape the dog kennel and catch their breath outside. As they wonder how they ended up there, Sang-soo notices that Ju-min is bleeding from a dog bite. Ju-min glares at Sang-soo for his failed promise of good luck, while So Ye-in remains uncharacteristically silent. Without saying a word, So Ye-in grabs Ju-min's hand and pulls him away, leaving him startled and confused. In the break room, So-ai bandages Ju-min's bite wound, while expressing her deep regret for his injury. Ju-min coldly tells her to ensure it doesn't scar as Seol-ah watches the awkward tension with amusement. So-ai hesitantly explains that she is finally ready to give him an answer, though Ju-min seems annoyed. She shocks him by rejecting his proposal and confessing that her heart actually belongs to someone else. She admits her past lack of courage and how her desire to avoid hurting others often made her look foolish. After reflecting on his words, she realizes she must stop running away and be honest about her feelings. Despite being intimidated by Ju-min's presence, she bites her lip and prepares to speak her truth. She decides to be clear, telling Ju-min that despite his kindness, they are simply not a good match. Seol-ah listens from outside in total disbelief as the conversation takes an unexpected turn. The game presents Ju-min with several dialogue choices that will impact his personality and reputation stats. Ju-min chooses to thank her for the answer and acknowledge her courage while hiding his inner turmoil. After praising her bravery, his expression darkens as he demands to know who she likes more than him. Sang-soo arrives to check on Ju-min, but Ju-min immediately notices So-ai's blushing face and realizes the truth. Without hesitation, So-ai turns to Sang-soo and tells him there is something she has wanted to say for years. Sang-soo is left speechless and flustered when So-ai suddenly confesses her long-standing love for him. She recalls a childhood memory of him saving her from drowning, which was the moment she first fell for him. She reveals that her volunteering and efforts to look beautiful were all motivated by her feelings for him. Before she can finish, Sang-soo pulls her into a tight embrace and proudly proclaims her as his girlfriend. While So-I looks on shyly, a bitter Zoomin watches the couple and mutters his disdain for the situation. Stunned by the dramatic conclusion of the scene, So-A decides to log out of the game immediately. Joo-min's stream ends abruptly, and the manager arrives looking for the handsome but blunt student, creating an awkward moment. Joo-min inquires about her visit, and she presents the cat he has been searching for as the scene shifts to the high school. Seo calls Jae-ho out for a private conversation, prompting him to smile with misplaced confidence. Jae-ho eagerly awaits her confession, but is stunned when Seo-A apologizes and admits she has feelings for someone else. Seo-A reflects on how the game mirrors her life and wonders about the mysterious message left on her ceiling. She stands firm in her rejection, leaving Jae-ho baffled as to who her new romantic interest could be. Seo-A suspects the person who wrote the warning about her controlling Joo-min is communicating through the game. Questioning the sender's motives, she suggests to Jae-ho that they should remain nothing more than school acquaintances. Jae-ho falls silent in disbelief before reacting with visible irritation at her cold dismissal. His frustration boils over as he accuses her of using him as a backup while secretly favoring Ji-yeon. Infuriated by the loss of a promised motorcycle, Jae-ho begins to lash out at her with verbal abuse. The situation turns dangerous as Jae-ho threatens her with physical violence, causing a terrified Seo-A to retreat. Just as Jae-ho lunges toward her like a predator, a hand suddenly grips his shoulder to intervene. Ji-yeon appears just in time to protect her, mockingly challenging Jae-ho's aggressive behavior. Ji-yeon effortlessly shreds Jae-ho's shirt, dodging a retaliatory punch to completely strip the bully of his clothing. A stunned Jae-ho demands to know his identity, and Ji-yeon calmly reveals his background as a soccer player. As Jae-ho attempts a desperate sneak attack, Seo-A cries out in fear for Ji-yeon's safety. Meanwhile, Joo-min is shocked when the manager reveals the golden cat, which So-Yang also recognizes. The manager recalls how So-Yang had rescued the frail, rain-soaked kitten from the streets. She remembers So-Yang bravely using her umbrella to drive away a pack of stray dogs that were threatening the small animal. Fortunately, the manager arrives and uses a net to capture the stray dogs, leaving the two celebrating while So-Yehan trembles at the memory. So-Yehan wonders if the dogs were seeking revenge, but Do-min simply picks up the cat and addresses the girl. Do-min tells the kitten they are even now and beams with joy as he holds the small creature up. He thanks So-Yehan for helping him find the cat again, leaving both Sang-soo and So-Yehan standing in stunned silence. Suddenly, Do-min covers her eyes and happily tells Sang-soo that his previous advice was correct. He remarks that good deeds lead to luck, while So-Yehan covers his eyes in return as the school crowd watches Jae-ho in embarrassment. Min-jae notices the gathering crowd where a furious Jae-ho stands humiliated, stripped down to nothing but his underwear. As Jae-ho tries to cover himself, Yeon-woo glares at him and threatens to take the very last thing he is wearing. Jae-ho is enraged that his punches couldn't even touch the scrawny boy and wonders about Yeon-woo's true identity. Seeing Jae-ho's pathetic state, Min-jae turns away in disgust, which only fuels Jae-ho's anger toward her. Jae-ho accuses Min-jae of looking down on him, causing her and the others to flee while calling him a pervert. He chases after them in a rage while Seo-A watches the chaotic scene and the other students gossip among themselves. Yeon-woo checks on Seo-A and tells her to be careful before walking away, but she quickly calls out to him. When he turns back to ask what is wrong, Seo-A bites her lip and bravely confesses her feelings for him. Yeon-woo thanks her for her honesty, but gently suggests that they should remain just friends, leaving her stunned. He smiles and confirms the friendship, though he is slightly surprised by her frozen reaction to his words. Seo-A desperately asks if she can continue to like him, to which Yeon-woo calmly replies that it is her choice. He quickly makes his exit to avoid further awkwardness, leaving Seo-A behind with tears welling in her eyes. Despite the clear rejection, Seo-A feels a strange sensation while Do-min happily walks home with the cat on his shoulder. Do-min excitedly imagines So-yeon's reaction to the cute kitten before his expression suddenly turns serious. Joo-min deduces that Lee Zio-a's switch to summer uniform places the timeline around June or July. With the school location confirmed, he only needs the exact year and recalls his careful observations when the screen first opened. Despite the poor image quality of the room, a specific detail catches Joo-min's eye as he focuses intently on the screen. He realizes it was a calendar and wonders how he missed it before, questioning if the room was simply too dark to see. Growing impatient to see the calendar, he acknowledges that Lee Zio-A is the one manipulating Lee Xiumin. While keeping a close watch on her, he considers returning to Lee Zio-A's school to leave a message and force a response. Jumin remains cautious, knowing that repeating his previous tactics would be far too dangerous. With Seoa logging in more frequently, Jumin finds a brief window to act, though only for a few minutes. Realizing she can track him anywhere, he knows he can only buy himself a small amount of time. Memories of Sang-Soo's transformation and a warning left for COA on the ceiling flash through his mind. Jumin devises a plan to use himself as bait while his friends investigate to avoid drawing suspicion. He wonders if he can convince his friends of the truth while they still view this world as normal. Jumin is startled when COA suddenly appears on a screen in the sky and notices the cat on his shoulder. As the kitten falls, Jumin regrets not hiding the animal before COA made her unexpected appearance. Seoa excitedly shares the news about her interaction with Xian Yu, while Jumin watches her closely. Despite being rejected by Xian Yu, she appears strangely relieved rather than upset by the outcome. She explains her newfound sense of freedom, telling Jumin that she can finally live as her true self. Though he acknowledges her growth, Jumin is suddenly overwhelmed by agonizing memories of his past. Suppressing his rage, he reminds himself that his quest for revenge makes any coexistence with her impossible. Her cheerful expression only fuels his hatred and strengthens his resolve to eventually take her life. Jumin glares at her with murderous intent before the scene shifts to a group of lethargic students at school. The students complain about the lack of innovation in the world, noting that even umbrellas haven't changed in ages. They conclude that society has stagnated due to comfort, leading them to crave the excitement of the game. When a classmate asks if she plays the game, another points out that everyone in the world participates. Seoa awkwardly admits she plays often, while secretly worrying about exposing her unique connection to the game. Her friends become suspicious and surround her, demanding to know which character she is currently managing. COA joins her friends at the People's PC Cafe after they invite her out on her day off. Upon entering, she notices the lively atmosphere and observes the other players immersed in the game. COA sits down excitedly, realizing this will be her first time attempting the game's multiplayer mode. She finds the online interface impressive, noting that her home version lacked these connectivity features. Confusion sets in when a login screen appears, as she did not expect to need an account. While her friends urge her to start, COA hesitates and tells them she needs a moment to figure it out. She attempts to register, but the system repeatedly rejects her ID number as non-existent or incorrect. Despite entering her credentials correctly, the error persists, forcing her to admit her lack of experience to her friends. She explains her history with the single-player mode, while her blonde friend watches her with a worried expression. Her friend's revelation that the game is online only leaves COA stunned, while elsewhere, So-Yun and Jin wait at the subway. Jin grows increasingly concerned about So-Yun's erratic behavior ever since their visit to the amusement park. He reflects on her strange claims about hooded figures and acting animals, feeling hurt by her sudden coldness toward him. So-Yun feels alienated by the bizarre world around her and begins to doubt her own mental state. She watches in disbelief as people crawl and animals play games, while everyone else remains completely indifferent. After seeing COA's screen and spotting apparitions in the street, she becomes convinced that she is the one going crazy. Her focus shifts when she spots Lee Jumin rushing past with a cat perched on his shoulder. When the cat waves at her, So-Yun decides there is only one way to determine if she has truly lost her mind. Jin is annoyed by Jumin's sudden appearance, but So-Yun remains fixated on the boy with the cat. Jumin stops near a staircase just as an elderly woman approaches, struggling with a very heavy bag. The woman trembles under the weight of her burden and asks Jumin if he can help her carry it up the stairs. Jumin coldly brushes past an elderly woman, drawing a sharp glare before encountering a sobbing young girl. Ignoring the child's plea for help, Jumin continues on only to encounter a man begging for an ambulance after a fall. Jumin accelerates his pace to avoid the man, prompting nearby witnesses to shout insults about his lack of respect. As the crowd curses him and wishes for his misfortune, Jumin merely sighs at how bothersome the situation has become. So-Yun and Jin keep a close eye on Jumin, trailing him from the stairwell to the area outside. Jin questions the pursuit, but So-Yun explains that Jumin is actually the hero who rescued her at the park. While bystanders call for emergency services, So-Yun remains focused on her goal as COA searches for answers. Jumin hides away while a flashback shows COA in her classroom, screaming in frustration over a technical error. Seo grows increasingly agitated when she finds she cannot delete, reinstall, or even format the mysterious game. She desperately tries to convince her classmates that she has the power to manipulate time and characters within the game. Her claims of activating a zombie DLC leave her peers bewildered and questioning if she is even playing the right game. Despite her insistence, a classmate points to his own screen to show her that her version of the game is different. He explains that the standard version lacks time controls, save functions, or the ability to play multiple characters. Confused by the absence of the zombie DLC, COA struggles to understand why her experience doesn't match the official store version. She notices the game's environment perfectly mirrors her own neighborhood, a detail that only adds to her growing suspicion. Upon seeing a familiar store in the game, a sense of dread washes over her as she realizes something is terribly wrong. Feeling humiliated and labeled a liar, COA retreats to the restroom to vent her frustrations in private. Haunted by the judgmental stares of her classmates, she grits her teeth and reflects on her past experiences. Terrified of returning to her former life, she remains determined to prove she is telling the truth about the game. COA resolves to stay strong and find a way to explain the anomalies she witnessed within the digital world. COA notices the interface looks more advanced than her version at home as her classmates enter the room. The students discuss COA leaving early, noting she could not play with them since she failed to register an account. They find the registration error strange, while a blonde student questions if COA was telling the truth. The group continues to gossip, accusing COA of lying about the game having features that do not actually exist. They mock her for being delusional and remark that her strange behavior is why she was bullied in the past. COA's patience wears thin as she overhears them, while Zuman watches her screen and observes her deduction. She notices the location is the same as the internet cafe, but the color scheme on her screen is entirely different. COA is shocked to realize she is playing in the past, a revelation that leaves Zuman deeply confused. Zuman calculates the timeline and is stunned when COA mentions the current year in her game is 1954. COA checks a calendar and realizes there is a 30-year gap, leaving both her and Zuman in disbelief. She wonders why she is the only one playing in the past despite having reinstalled the game several times. COA recalls her friend, mentioning that the game has no settings to adjust the time period. As an online game, it lacks save functions, multiple character slots, or any zombie-themed expansion. She remains puzzled by her unique access, while Zuman struggles to process the implications of her words. Zuman realizes COA comes from a future much further away than he had ever imagined. He acknowledges his surveillance of her and marvels that his messages on the ceiling have survived. Now knowing her time and location, Zuman begins planning her assassination as COA draws closer to him. While rushing to hide, Zuman accidentally collides with So-Yun and Jin, who were secretly tailing him. Zuman finds himself in an awkward physical tangle with the two girls, leaving them both flustered and blushing. Zuman notices So-Yun's exhaustion just as COA arrives right behind him. COA looms behind them, causing Zuman to turn around slowly while trembling at the thought of her mockery. After making a sharp remark about Zuman's behavior, COA stares intensely at the screen before abruptly leaving. Zuman is baffled by her indifference until So-Yun notices his concern and asks if he saw the same thing. Zuman stares at her in shock while Jin watches with pure disgust, questioning how much longer this will last. At the banana cafe, COA busily takes photos of her surroundings while a determined Zuman tracks her every move. Satisfied with her photos, COA shares them in a group chat to clear up any lingering misunderstanding. Her friends express confusion over her claim, causing COA's patience to thin as Zuman senses something is wrong. An uneasy Zuman grows more anxious when So-Yun asks why he is staring at a ghost and what is on his head. Zuman feels conflicted, having once hoped for a witness to these phenomena but never expecting it to be So-Yun. Zuman asks when she first noticed the anomalies, and So-Yun admits things have felt wrong since their time at the park. She points out the impossibility of surviving such a fall and describes her sudden, inexplicable shifts in emotion. As So-Yun describes her loss of control, Zuman is struck by a sudden headache and the realization that their world is broken. The intense pain reminds Zuman of the time he questioned Jang Yujin about the paradoxes governing their reality. Zuman contemplates the logical gaps in their world, wondering if this realization could serve as a turning point. He realizes that exposing these inconsistencies might wake others up and help form a resistance against Lei Coa. Becoming increasingly agitated, So Yun begs Jumin to confirm her sanity and admit that he sees the truth as well. Overwhelmed with sadness, Jumin lowers his gaze, unable to look her in the eye as he struggles with what to say. To protect her from the truth, Jumin suggests her visions are merely stress-induced hallucinations and advises a hospital visit. Meanwhile, Coa's classmates remain skeptical of her photos, pointing out discrepancies in the game's interface. When So Yun questions his earlier curiosity, Jumin quickly backtracks by claiming he was only asking about her medical symptom. Seo desperately tries to defend herself against accusations of lying, pleading with her friends to believe her. Her friends insist the app lacks those features and threaten to leave if she continues making up stories. Shocked by the harsh messages, Seo watches as So Yun's frustration boils over into a heated confrontation. So Yun demands to know why Ju Min is acting so strangely and lying after they just encountered a ghost. Jin grows increasingly frustrated and urges So Yun to go to the hospital as her behavior becomes more erratic. Jin warns So Yun that Ju Min views her as unstable and has no intention of offering any real help. So Yun draws a crowd as she shouts that surviving their fall from the Ferris wheel was completely impossible. Seo seethes with rage as the mocking words of her classmates continue to echo in her mind. Overwhelmed by the accusation, Seo's thoughts are consumed by the voices calling her a liar. Her peers gossip about her being delusional, deepening Seo's resentment over the unfair treatment. Traumatic memories of past bullying resurface as Seo recalls the cruel laughter of her former classmates. Despair takes hold of Seo as she remembers the mocking gazes of those who once tormented her. Refusing to be a victim any longer, Seo reaches her breaking point and continues her dark work on the computer. As Seo resets her character on the screen, So Yun begins to tremble with an uncontrollable intensity. Jin tries to calm So Yun down while she struggles to apologize for her sudden emotional outburst. Tears stream down So Yun's face as she admits she is losing her mind, leaving Ju Min unable to hide his distress. A sudden, violent noise sends the crowd into a panic as people begin to flee in every direction. An arrow strikes a bystander in the head, killing them instantly as Seo watches with an empty expression. The city descends into chaos as people transform into monsters, leaving Ju Min horrified by the unfolding nightmare. Consumed by bitterness, Seo decides that everyone should suffer just as she has suffered. A's expression turns menacing as she prepares to kill for the first time in ages, fueled by a history of abuse. Deep psychological scars and the trauma of being bullied have left her with a permanent, haunting obsession. The innocence she once held as a cherished child vanished as the protective adults in her life slowly faded away. Haunted by the memory of her father and brother, she recalls the cruel laughter of those who tormented her. Trembling with exhaustion, she hides behind a door and shuts herself away in a state of utter helplessness. Overwhelmed by memories of her bullies, the young girl remains silent, unable to heal her own fractured mind. She turns to the glow of a video game as her only escape from the pervasive and multifaceted pain of bullying. Elsewhere, a lifeless Sang-soo faces questions from concerned friends about his recent breakup with So Yeon. He laments his lack of traditional masculinity, while his companions dismiss his self-pitying attitude. The atmosphere turns to disgust when Sang-soo reveals he mistakenly called his girlfriend by his mother's name. A sudden explosion startles the group, prompting cynical jokes about the end of the world or viral content. Inside a shopping center, Eugene grows irritated when a loud noise interrupts her as she tries on new lipstick. Her annoyance turns to shock upon seeing corpses outside and spotting Cell A approaching in the distance. As blurry visions of Zumi trigger a sharp headache, Eugene's bodyguard rushes to check on his princess. Sella readies her weapon and fires a lethal projectile that strikes the bodyguard directly in the chest. Splattered with blood, a terrified Eugene collapses as her other protector rushes to her aid. The princess remains frozen in horror, trembling as she witnesses the brutal efficiency of the attack. She watches in disbelief as another mysterious force pierces through her remaining security detail. Cell A's hand transforms into a firearm, leaving the wounded guard desperate to get the princess to safety. Despite the guard's dying plea for her to run, Eugene reacts with a burst of misplaced, panicked anger. Gamma 2 slowly loses consciousness as Eugene watches in shock while he confesses his long-standing admiration for her. He praises her resilience and pride, ignoring his worsening condition while insisting she remains beautiful in his eye. Ignoring her pleas to stand up, the dying guard uses his final breath to order Gamma 1 to take Eugene to safety. He reminds his comrade of their duty to the princess who once saved them, flashing back to two students caged at school. Bullies mock the captives as if they were zoo animals, questioning if they were gorillas reincarnated into human form. A lunch box strikes one of the bullies as Eugene approaches, coldly labeling the aggressors as mere insects. Though irritated, the bullies retreat in fear of Jang Eugene, muttering threats as they distance themselves from her. Eugene opens the cage and impatiently asks the students if they intend to live like trapped rabbits for the rest of their lives. She continues to scold them for living in constant fear of predators before they desperately ask how to escape their plight. Eugene advises them to dress with confidence and build strength, offering a rare smile as she promises to oversee their training. Despite her arrogant claim of being a fragile princess, the moved students lift her up just as the scene shifts back to the present. The remaining guard carries Eugene away from the fallen Gamma 2, ignoring her protests as a weapon is aimed directly at them. An explosion rocks the area where the guard lay, prompting a horrified Eugene to scream as COA continues her relentless assault. A projectile pierces the head of the second guard, turning Eugene's world into a living nightmare as she tumbles to the ground. Jumin arrives on the scene with a look of pure rage, while a dazed Eugene weakly calls out his name. Standing amidst the smoke, Jumin glares at Lee COA and declares that she has finally lost her mind. He admits he expected this outcome since she treated everything like a game, just as So Yun arrives to investigate the commotion. Eugene mutters incoherently about the strange objects above their heads and the bizarre nature of the guards' deaths. As Eugene's mental state fractures, Jumin realizes she might be awakening and shifts his focus back to the threat posed by COA. A powerful ice projectile creates a devastating blast near Jumin and Eugene, completely obscuring the battlefield in thick smoke. He rescued the girl just in time, vowing not to let her perish now that she had finally awakened. Jumin realized Eugene was now his pawn as he watched her tremble in the alleyway, overwhelmed by trauma. Haunted by memories of a sacrifice and happier days, she struggled to accept the horrific reality before her. Jumin observed her silently, noting that she finally seemed to grasp the gravity of their situation. He turned his attention to a boy with a cat, mockingly asking if he was an ex-boyfriend to provoke him. Hojin angrily asserted his relationship with So Yun, but Jumin dismissed him to ask about the current chaos. Jumin was surprised by Ho Jin's calm description of the massacre, wondering if the boy was also self-aware. Ho Jin's indifference disappointed Jumin, while So Yun embraced Eugene and lashed out at his cold demeanor. Jumin maintained a gentle facade, insisting that the world's distortions were far more than simple illusion. He explained that the girl on the screen was a puppeteer manipulating everyone, causing So Yun to stand in shock. Jumin patiently elaborated on the situation, choosing his words carefully to help her understand the truth. He revealed that Lee COA was treating their reality like a game, masking her atrocities as normal events. So Yun realized she was seeing the truth while others were deceived, questioning if their world was truly a simulation. Jumin apologized for his earlier deception, claiming his only motivation was to keep her safe from harm. His protective words infuriated Jin, just as Sang-soo arrived to join the growing group of survivors. Sang-soo cited scientific theories, suggesting a near certainty that their entire existence was merely a simulated reality. As Jumin questioned his sudden appearance, Jae-yu and Hyun arrived to join the gathering. The newcomers teased Jumin about his female companion, much to his annoyance at the arrival of the meddlesome trio. Jumin pressed Sang-soo about his simulation comments, hoping for a sign that the boy had also awakened. Sang-soo simply laughed it off as a personal interest in cosmic theories, leaving Jumin to wonder about his potential. So Yun looks on in confusion as he explains the simulation theory is just a hypothesis based on advancing technology. He suggests that future virtual worlds might become indistinguishable from reality, making their own existence questionable. He reasons that if this world and the future are connected, both could potentially be part of a complex simulation. Yujin asks how they can remain so calm while a madwoman commits murder right in front of them. Overwhelmed by the horror, Yujin wonders if she has lost her mind or if this is all just a nightmare. So Yun comforts her, insisting that she is sane and that the terrifying events unfolding are indeed real. As So Yun urges her to stay alert, a sudden attack forces Zhu Min to raise his hand in defense. Realizing the danger, Zhu Min hopes Co-A can regain her senses and stop the unfolding catastrophe. Nearby, two elderly people and a child are pinned beneath heavy debris while their dog barks in terror. Ignoring the danger, So Yun rushes toward the wreckage to rescue the trapped family. Jin and Zhu Min follow as So Yun desperately clears the rubble, refusing to leave anyone behind. Coa suddenly appears atop the ruins, wielding a chainsaw like a demonic figure from a nightmare. She coldly asks Lee Jumin if he intends to die with the others before commanding him to step aside. Zhu Min realizes he is losing control of his actions as Coa begins to manipulate him like a puppet. Coa mocks their defiance and revs her chainsaw, prepared to strike down anyone in her path. As she charges with murderous intent, Zhu Min throws himself in front of the group to protect them. He closes his eyes and waits for the end, but the sound of clashing metal echoes through the air. Hyen intervenes with her blades, blocking the chainsaw to shield Zhu Min from the lethal strike. She manically declares that Zhu Min belongs only to her before the scene abruptly shifts to a different time. In a quiet moment, Hyen reaches for a book on a high shelf, her hands trembling with effort. Zhu Min reaches for the book Hyen needs, but instead of giving it to her, he suddenly dashes away. Watching the scene, Coa mocks his lack of tact and manipulates the situation to keep Hyen waiting. Zhu Min is forced to trip, sending the book flying through the air until it lands perfectly in Hyen's hands. While Zhu Min wonders what caused his fall, Hyen mistakenly assumes he is avoiding her out of shyness. Coa delights in the growing misunderstanding before the scene shifts back to her current state of madness. Screaming at the screen, Coa expresses her fury over Hyen's defiance despite the mercy she previously showed. Infuriated by the rebellion, Coa watches as Hyen struggles to resist until her blade finally shatters. In a flashback, Hyen shyly calls out to Zhu Min, hoping to return a book she found for him. Zhu Min dismisses her coldly, but his aloof behavior only causes Hyen to fall even deeper for him. A love letter falls from the book as Hyen reflects on her longing to be noticed and express her heart. Hyen reflects on being invisible to Zhu Min in the past compared to their current struggle. Noticing Zhu Min's gaze gives Hyen newfound strength as she retrieves her fallen blade. She charges at Coa, fueled by the realization that Zhu Min is finally watching her. Yujin cheers for a lethal revenge, while Jiayu watches her friend with concern. Jiayu recalls the time she teased a flustered Hyen about her secret crush on Zhu Min. Hyen's suspicious behavior and shared absences with Zhu Min had made her feelings obvious. The atmosphere shifted when Jiayu admitted that she also had feelings for Zhu Min. Jiayu explained that Zhu Min was popular with everyone and urged Hyen to be honest. She advised Hyen to keep trying and invited her to visit Zhu Min's house that night. In the present, Jiayu shouts words of encouragement as Hyen continues her desperate fight. Hyen delivers a sharp strike while narrowly avoiding Coa's heavy chainsaw. She moves with incredible speed, leaving the spectators stunned by the brutality of the exchange. The crowd erupts in cheers as Hyen finally brings down the dangerous terrorist. Hyen shyly seeks Zhu Min's praise while he evaluates her potential as a powerful ally. The victory is short-lived as So Yu notices the fallen Coa beginning to rise again. Behind the screen, Coa activates an immortality cheat to instantly revive her avatar. Zhu Min senses the immediate danger and prepares to defend against the resurrected foe. He lunges forward with a car door to shield Hyen from Coa's sudden gunfire. Coa loses her temper, frustrated by her inability to eliminate Zhu Min from the game. Zhu Min coldly tells Hyen to escape, leaving her flustered by his unexpected protection. Coa grinds her teeth in frustration as the narrative slips from her control, while So Yun warns Zhu Min about Hyen. Under external control, Hyen stabs Zhu Min in the arm, leaving the onlookers horrified as he winces in pain. Regaining temporary control, a trembling Hyen apologizes profusely, wondering if her body acted on its own. She questions if her hidden desires caused the attack, leaving Zhu Min increasingly bewildered by her confession. Zhu Min realizes Coa is manipulating Hyen's personality and knows he must help her break free from this control. He searches for a logical inconsistency in the distorted plot that might help Hyen recognize the manipulation. While clutching his wound, Zhu Min shouts to Hyen that their shared memories were not merely dreams. He firmly recounts their time locked together and the kiss he gave her, insisting those moments were real. The witnesses react with a mix of embarrassment and excitement at the sudden romantic revelation. Stunned and dizzy, Hyen begins to process the truth, giving Zhu Min hope that his words are reaching her. Coa coldly commands Hyen to stop hesitating and eliminate everyone, forcing Hyen to look up in confusion. Coa frantically manipulates her controls, forcing Hyen to lunge at Zhu Min with her knife once again. Torn between her conflicting impulses, Hien apologizes even as her blade narrowly misses Jumin's face. Jumin tells her to simply stop, but and admits a dark desire to kill him just to keep him for herself. As Hien trembles with resistance, Jumin realizes she must learn to distinguish her own will from the external command. Jumin begins to guide her, urging her to listen carefully and trust his words despite her internal chaos. He explains that her true nature is currently at war with the influence of the woman controlling the screen. Jumin encourages her to identify her genuine emotions and use them to overpower the forced narrative. Hien reflects on her true feelings, caught between her deep love for Jumin and the pain of unrequited affection. Her conflicting emotions of love and resentment finally merge into a single, somber realization of her own plight. Her attitude shifted completely, leaving her feeling neglected and used despite her attempts to show affection. Though her bluntness is off-putting, Hien chooses to be honest and admits that her feelings for him remain unchanged. Dropping her weapon, she lets her fleeting sadness pass and offers a bright smile, her heart still full of love. As she reveals her true emotions to the group, Jin impatiently urges So Yun to make a move. Ju Min notices a change in Hien's icon color, realizing her unique status comes from her recent awakening. COA spirals into a frenzy, just as heavily armed police and military units appear on the screen to intervene. The crowd rejoices at the arrival of the authorities, while a 5-star cruelty rating flashes on the display. The system questions if a demon has been unleashed, prompting the deployment of special forces to end the violence. Despite the order to stop the massacre, a furious COA screams in protest against being labeled as cruel. She defends her actions as a harmless way to vent frustration, insisting that these are only digital characters. Blaming Ju Min for her isolation, she lashes out in a rage and activates a mysterious icon on her screen. A massive water balloon suddenly appears in the sky, casting a shadow over the panicked crowd below. COA's character stands back up and mutters darkly before launching herself directly toward the heavens. With a scream of pure malice, she collides with the giant sphere and causes it to explode. As water cascades down on the soldiers and bystanders, Ju Min desperately tries to reach So Yun. The scene shifts to a quiet home where a woman prepares dinner as her husband returns from work. While the couple prepares to eat, disturbing shouts of violence echo from their daughter's bedroom. The mother loses her temper over the constant gaming, while the husband wonders what has caused the outburst. She demands that COA come to the table immediately, ignoring her husband's attempts to de-escalate the situation. Exhausted by the daily conflict, the wife sighs as her husband gently offers to bring their daughter out himself. The city lies in ruins following the devastating flood, forcing the group to seek shelter in a nearby house. Haunted by the memory of a family slipping from her grasp during the deluge, So Yun remains in a state of shock. While Do Min desperately performs CPR on Hien, COA's father attempts to check on his daughter amidst her frantic screaming. A system alert crowns COA as the city's most ruthless deity after the death toll surpasses the number of survivors. As corpses transform into tombstones to preserve player sanity, COA ignores her father's dinner invitation and continues her digital rampage. Soldiers observe that COA's character has stopped moving, while her father continues to offer gentle advice through her bedroom door. He encourages her to share her burdens with them, but COA remains fixated on her screen despite the distraction. Frustrated by her daughter's isolation, the mother vents her anger while the father tries to dismiss the behavior as a phase of puberty. The mother laments the hardships of parenting, prompting the father to offer nervous reassurance to keep the peace. He quickly praises her efforts as she continues to complain about the thankless nature of raising a child. She insists she has provided everything for her daughter, and the father agrees that she has done her absolute best. Listening to their conversation helps COA regain her composure as her parents discuss her current emotional crisis. Recalling her mother's past sorrow, COA remains silent, while Do Min watches her with growing resentment for her sudden display of guilt. Do Min plans to relocate the survivors while COA is distracted, prompting So Yun to demand an explanation about the girl on the screen. He explains the mysterious connection between their reality and the simulation being controlled by the girl in the future. Do Min reveals that 30 years from now, COA uses a simulation game to manipulate and destroy their world. He recounts his struggle to survive her unpredictable whims after returning to the past to stop her godlike interference. Since she cannot be stopped directly, he explains the necessity of managing her volatile personality to ensure their survival. So Yun questions the validity of his claim regarding their future marriage and his true identity. Do-min admits his uncertainty, fearing that his mission to save his future family has been derailed by the changing timeline. Do-mi quietly wonders if he will ever see his son Urun again, while living in daily fear as the scene shifts to Coa. Coa's parents share a meal where the father expresses concern for her, though the mother dismisses it as mere gaming. He worries about her life at school, noting that she spends all her time locked away in her room. Acknowledging his absence due to work, the father suggests they pay closer attention to her during her puberty years. The mother expresses her gratitude for his support during the difficult time she suffered from memory loss. Despite her past claims that he wasn't the father, he stayed to provide for them, leading her to offer a somber apology. She asks for his understanding of their situation while elsewhere, so Yun listens to Ju Min's story in shock. So Yun asks if Coa is merely venting her frustrations from being bullied at school onto Ju Min's world. Ju Min explains that the figure on the screen is a reflection doll of Coa, a concept that leaves So Yun confused. When asked if they have spoken, Ju Min notes they can hear her, but she remains unable to hear their voices. So Yun wonders about communication, and Ju Min suggests that written words might be the only way to reach her. He questions the safety of telling her the truth, fearing how she might react to knowing this world isn't a game. Ju Min worries that if she realizes she is manipulating real people, her response could be entirely unpredictable. They need to understand her world and how she gained the power to control theirs before taking any risks. So Yun argues against letting more people die, pointing out that Coa appears to be just an ordinary student. She emphasizes that Coa is killing unknowingly, prompting Ju Min to bring up his personal history with the girl. Ju Min reveals with a dark tone that Coa killed his mother and ruined his life, leaving So Yun stunned. Sensing his desire for revenge, So Yun tries to leave, but Ju Min stops her with a look of intense concern. She plans to persuade Coa to stop, but Ju Min warns her of the immense danger involved in such an attempt. He argues that if the military couldn't stop her, she stands no chance, just as Jin begins to feel a surge of jealousy. Jin interrupts their bickering, telling them to stop acting like a married couple as So Yun shares her perspective. She sees deep resentment in the girl, leaving Do Min shocked and Jin confused about her sympathy for the attacker. Determined to prevent further tragedy, So Yun cuts off Do Min's protests, knowing that physical force is useless. She proposes that the only way to avert disaster is to reach the girl's heart and change her mind. Drawing on her own experiences as a young woman, she believes she can understand the girl's pain better than anyone. Nearby, Jayu watches over the unconscious Hien, anxiously recalling the bright smile her friend once wore. Do Min loudly objects to the plan, insisting that So Yun listen to reason instead of taking such a risk. He questions why she would walk into certain death, but So Yun sharply tells him to stop controlling her. While grateful he saved her before, she demands he stay out of her way as Jin tries to mediate their shouting match. As the three continue to clash over the dangerous mission, So Yun's attention is drawn to the scene outside. Do Min warns that good intentions don't always yield good results, but So Yun insists they are the only ones who can act. She is stunned when Do Min argues that they aren't obligated to shoulder such a heavy burden alone. Offended, So Yun mockingly questions if she is his wife, scoffing at the idea of marrying someone so heartless. As she walks away, Do Min desperately warns that she won't succeed, but she retorts that he can't stop her either. Jin asks what she hopes to achieve, but So Yun is focused on the pity she feels for the girl in the distance. To her, the girl's actions are a silent, desperate plea for someone to notice her and offer help. Do Min falls silent, remembering a past encounter with a desperate person wielding a broken bottle in the street. While onlookers filmed the chaos, the police tried to de-escalate the situation as Do Min and So Yun watched. The woman had screamed about the unfairness of her life, claiming she could no longer endure her suffering. So Yun stood frozen as the woman revealed she had lost her family and her life savings, leaving her with nothing. Feeling abandoned by the world, Do Min desperately calls out to So Yun as they prepare to move. A trembling teacher threatens to curse everyone with a glass shard to her throat before So Yun charges forward. Despite the woman's screams and police intervention, So Yun rushes into the fray as Do Min tries to stop her. Snapping back to reality, Do Min catches So Yun's arm just as she is about to walk out the door. Do Min voices his concern, noting how they always argue because she ignores his warnings about danger. He admits her selflessness can be good, but warns that this specific situation could cost her life. Refusing to let her die, Do Min vows to help her once more to ensure her survival. So Yun turns away and rejects his help, unwilling to see him get injured for her sake again. Doomin remains determined to save her, even as Ho-jin begins to scream in a jealous fit. Ho-jin confronts Doomin, demanding to know why he is acting like a romantic lead with another man's girlfriend. Doomin ignores the shouting and remains deep in thought about the tactical challenges ahead. He realizes that if the military cannot reach Lee Seoe, then approaching her will be incredibly difficult. Protecting So-yoon while engaging the enemy seems nearly impossible, making him doubt their chances of escape. As the others try to wake Hien, Doomin recalls Seoe's intense hatred for live streamers. He remembers the dark look in Seoe's eyes when she spoke about her disdain for those who broadcast online. Recalling Seoe's previous anger, Doomin turns to Jae-yu with a specific plan in mind. He offers Jae-yu the chance to film a masterpiece, secretly deciding to use her as a distraction. Doomin looks at the confused Jae-yu and silently apologizes for making her the bait to protect So-yoon. Turning to Sang-soo, Doomin asks for help while remembering the boy's simple and reliable nature. He plans to have Sang-soo assist the others, knowing the boy's future potential will be useful for his business. Doomin realizes the future has shifted and prioritizes his family's safety above all else. He is willing to make sacrifices, but Jiu surprises him by questioning the need for a broadcast. Jiu admits that her previous obsession with fame is irrelevant given the current crisis. Recalling her friends, she realizes that being an influencer cannot fill the void in her heart. She offers her help, eager to know how she can assist in getting Hyen to the hospital. Seoe's father worries about her skipped meals, but his wife remains indifferent to her behavior. He wants to check on their daughter's well-being, though his wife insists she has no real problem. Despite his wife's complaints about chores, the father urges her to speak to Seoe with kindness. As the mother hesitates, Seoe continues her relentless assault on the soldiers within the game. A terrified soldier realizes they are powerless against her, as she withstands every attack. He finds her use of magic and her unnatural resilience completely incomprehensible. Convinced she is a monster, the soldier attempts to flee, drawing Seoe's deadly gaze. With a wave of her wand, she summons a dark force that instantly obliterates the fleeing man. Observing from a distance, Jumin asks a trembling Jiu if she is ready to proceed. While Jumin carries the unconscious Hyen, Jiu steps out to taunt Seoe and draw her focus. Jiu's provocation triggers Seoe's painful memories of past humiliation and fuels her rage. Seoe prepares to strike back, but is stunned when a second identical Jiu suddenly appears. Confused by the double image, Seoe watches as Jumin remains hidden, monitoring the situation. Earlier, Jumin had proposed a plan to use decoys to distract their powerful enemy. He explained that scattering her attention is the only way to get Hyen to safety. Sang-soo volunteers to take Jae-yu's place in the dangerous mission, and Jae-yu agrees once she knows Ha-yoon is safe. Jumin proposes using Sang-soo as bait since the enemy despises streamers, though Sang-soo remains anxious. Acknowledging the risk to Jae-yu, Jumin asks for Sang-soo's cooperation to execute the plan. Jumin asks Yoo-jin for makeup supplies, and she reveals she still has some items despite losing her bag. Yoo-jin produces a surprising amount of cosmetics from her pockets, leaving Jumin and Sang-soo stunned. Jumin instructs Yoo-jin to use her skills to disguise Sang-soo as a second Jae-yu. Jumin explains that having a double will create a distraction as the group begins their move. Committed to the ruse, Yoo-jin even cuts her own hair to help provoke their opponent. As Seoe stares in confusion at the multiple Jae-yus, it is revealed that Ju-min had already assigned roles to the other. While Seo-yun prepares to approach Seoe, Ho-jin watches her with a skeptical expression. Suddenly, Ho-jin scoops Seo-yun up and carries her away despite her loud protest. Seo-yun calls out to Ju-min in shock as Ho-jin continues to carry her out of harm's way. Ju-min tells Ho-jin to stay quiet and begins to explain the reasoning behind his orders. He warns that Seo-yun approaching the enemy is a suicide mission, and they must flee before the water bomb bursts. When Ho-jin asks how to change her mind, Ju-min argues that survival is the only priority right now. The two had planned for Ho-jin to forcibly evacuate Seo-yun to keep her safe from her own recklessness. As the group retreats, an infuriated Seoe screams about being abandoned and demands they entertain her. Feeling ostracized even within the game, Seoe lashes out by launching a massive fireball at Sang-soo. Sang-soo is engulfed by the blast, leaving Jae-ju to watch in horror as his glasses fly through the air. Carrying Ha-yoon to safety, Ju-min realizes that sacrifices are becoming unavoidable as the situation spirals out of control. Vowing revenge for Gamma 2, a burst of fire erupts as Jin watches in shock while Ju-min urges him to move. Ju Min shouts for him to run before Seo Yun is targeted, but Seo A suddenly launches a fireball directly at him. Jayu pushes Ju Min aside just as Hien wakes up, but before she can react, the flames strike and send Hien to the ground. A weary Hien looks toward Jayu while Seo A relentlessly aims her fireballs at Jin and Seo Yun with a vacant stare. A knife suddenly strikes Seo A's shoulder and throws off her aim, causing Ho Jin to cry out in terror. Behind the screen, Seo A is stunned as Ho Jin breathes a sigh of relief before she furiously screams Hien's name as water orbs appear. Ho Jin and Ju Min shield the others, while Ju Min desperately wonders how he can get Seo Yun to safety. Looking down at Hien, a dark thought of using her as bait crosses Ju Min's mind as he reaches out toward her. Remembering how Jayu saved him, Ju Min hesitates just as an arrow whistles overhead, forcing him to reconsider his choices. Deciding that Seo Yun's life outweighs his conscience or Hien's awakening, Ju Min hardens his resolve to act. Suddenly, Seo Yun dashes past him towards Seo A's avatar, leaving a panicked Ju Min calling out her name in shock. An arrow grazes Seo Yun's arm, but she pushes through the pain until a fireball erupts and severely burns her. Ju Min watches in speechless horror as Seo Yun ignores her injuries and continues her desperate charge towards Seo A. As they both struggle, Seo A prepares to click her mouse, but is suddenly startled by a knock at her door. Seo A's mother calls her for dinner while her father urges her to be gentle, prompting the mother to soften her tone. Hearing her mother's gentle invitation to eat, Seo A's intense gaze finally begins to soften. While she stares at the screen, her mother's voice continues to offer comfort and asks if she is facing any difficulty. As Seo Yun embraces Seo A's avatar in the game, her mother gently encourages her to open up and share her burden. Both Seo A and Ju Min are stunned as Ju Min reflects on how he and Seo Yun have always been at odds. He recalls her selfless nature and how she once comforted a panicked teacher despite the pain of being tased. Seo Yun endures the pain and comforts the woman while Du Min watches in silence. Du Min finds himself wanting to see more of her compassion as the woman calms down. Seo Yun reminds Du Min of his mother, which is why he feels so drawn to her. Mirroring the past, Seo Yun endures the pain and urges the others to stay close to survive. Ho Jin frowns at the sight of her burnt arm and quickly rushes to her side. Du Min watches as Seo mockingly dismisses the game character despite her trembling hand. Overwhelmed by the screen, Seo lashes out at the characters for attempting to comfort her. Her parents are startled by her cries, and her mother desperately bangs on the door in concern. Seo eventually emerges with her head low, quietly telling her parents to go ahead and eat. Noticing her ruined makeup, the mother realizes her daughter has been crying and pulls her into a hug. She offers words of comfort, urging Seo A to share her burdens instead of suffering in silence. Seo A finally breaks down, tearfully confessing her deep-seated fear of being bullied once again. Terrified of being mistreated, she weeps as her mother repeatedly apologizes for her past ignorance. As the father watches the embrace, Seo A's in-game avatar receives similar comfort from So Yun. While her parents hold her, the game interface reloads, and the haunting sounds of Mrs. Lai fade away. Seo A opens her eyes to an unfamiliar, bustling street just as a voice calls out to So Yun. So Yun pauses in a daze, drawing confused stares from Hien and Jayu as they look ahead. Amidst the confusion, a student makes a strange comment before unexpectedly hugging her bodyguard. Du Min realizes time has been rewound as he sees So Yun embracing others, while Seo A wipes her eye. He recalls So Yun's sympathy for the girl, yet he remains bitter about her lethal potential. Du Min believes such power is too dangerous for a student before So Yun's voice snaps him back to reality. As the two lock eyes, the number of people sensing the world's growing instability begins to rise. While some retain their memories of the incident, others involved have completely forgotten what happened. After confirming the memory loss of several peers, Du Min gathers the aware survivors to explain the truth. To avoid drawing unwanted attention from onlookers, the group agrees to coordinate through private messages. Zumi and Seo pass each other in the hallway like strangers, while Seo A's mother meets with a teacher. The teacher feels flustered as the mother apologizes and asks for help looking after her daughter. After the meeting, the mother informs Seo A that she spoke to the teacher as requested. Despite her mother's concern about the light warning, Seo A insists the bullying has finally stopped. Her mother remains uneasy, demanding to be told immediately if any further harassment occurs. Seo A thanks her mother and claims she will handle the remaining issues herself as the bell rings. During the break, Xiumin stays at his desk sketching a detailed plan involving Suzio's school and specific target. With his tools prepared and a terrifying look in his eyes, he realizes everything is finally in place. Driven by a desire for revenge, he continues plotting his visit to Lee Seoa's school. He envisions finding her address and watching her downfall unfold through a digital screen. Consumed by a dark aura, he decides that a quick death is too merciful for someone who bullied him so much. Watching Sang-soo clean gives him a new idea for how to make Lee Seo suffer. He vows to repay her for every moment of humiliation she forced him to endure through the screen. He imagines a brutal retaliation while a group of nearby students chat and take photos. His anger intensifies as he plans to use the very social media platforms she hates to torture her. He recalls the many times he and others were humiliated and treated like playthings for her amusement. Determined to crush her pride, he sketches a plan to isolate her and expose her to public ridicule. He reaches a breaking point of murderous intent before suddenly pausing to reflect on his drawing. He looks at his sketches and remembers her once mentioning being tormented with a cleaning mop. He recalls her haunting smile and the chilling way she once asked if he could ever feel her pain. Lost in a mental realm, time shifts between past and future as a snake's tail stirs the temporal flow. The snake contemplates when the torment of Seoe began before lunging to bite its own tail. As Seoe vents her frustrations on him, the snake completes a circle while the focus shifts to a death. At school, Seoe dismisses her skeptical classmate, claiming she has already provided proof through her photos. When someone questions her claims, Seoe remains defiant and glares back at her challenger. The atmosphere grows tense as Seoe dares them to visit her home and see for themselves if they have the nerve. Her classmates watch in silence as she walks away, determined to never let herself be manipulated again. During her outburst at the internet cafe, a user navigates a game menu to reach the customer support section. A series of insults are typed into a report form before a dejected Seoe prepares to head home. After failing to register, Seoe leaves her blonde friend behind while the computer screen processes her request. As the city lights glow at night, a silver-haired figure enters a room where someone sits by the window. She approaches the chair to find someone snacking, while Billy expresses annoyance at being ignored. The next morning, the teacher distributes mock exam results and asks the students about their performance. While the class is told to prepare for finals, Seoe is paralyzed by the sight of her failing grade. Terrified of her mother's reaction, Seoe wonders how she could have failed so miserably after studying. Fearing that Kim Min-jae might see her score, Seoe tries to hide the paper from her former bullies. The moment class is dismissed, Seoe bolts for the door but accidentally slams into Yeonwoo. Her papers fly everywhere as she stumbles and falls to the ground in a state of total panic. Seoe realizes she is holding Yeonwoo's paper, which shows he achieved a perfect score. Yeonwoo is left speechless as he looks down at Seoe's disastrous results in his own hand. Seoe feels her life is over until Jeon-woo surprises her by pointing out her error. Jeon-woo analyzes her test, explaining how the tricky multiple-choice questions were designed to mislead. He notes that success depends on spotting subtle differences, as most students fail the final section. Seoe takes back her paper with a quiet word of thanks, staring at the marks in silence. She eventually breaks the silence to ask Jeon-woo for a significant favor. Hesitantly, she asks him to tutor her until finals, and he readily agrees to help his friend. They head off to study immediately, while back at school, Jaeyu voices her deep hatred for academics. Despite Sang-soo's warnings about the upcoming exams, Jaeyu remains completely indifferent to her study. While the others leave, Jumin stays behind to contemplate the endless cycle of the past and future. He recalls how Seoe once used him as a target for her stress through relentless bullying. Though he retaliated with his own brand of torment, he realizes the cycle of pain remains unbroken. To end this nightmare, he determines that he must find a way to sever the connection entirely. He concludes that only the death of one party can stop the loop before crossing out her image. Driven by a thirst for vengeance, he vows to return every ounce of humiliation he ever endured. His plan begins with psychological warfare, using others to systematically dismantle Seoe's self-esteem. He envisions a path of social isolation and betrayal, where hope is only used to deepen her despair. To ensure his family's safety, he resolves to find her home and end her life once and for all. Seoe welcomes Jeon-woo to her home, noting that her mother will be returning late from work. She suddenly panics and tells him to wait outside her room for a moment. Jeon-woo watches in confusion as she rushes inside to hide the mess in her bedroom. Surveying her messy room, a pale COA realizes the day is ending, while Jumin contemplates his role in her world. Jumin reflects on his past of merely appeasing her, but now he senses the strength to finally fight back. After a cat knocks over a vase, Jumin stares at the lifeless object and resolves to see his plan through. He catches the falling vase just in time, enduring the pain while reminding himself that he never failed. As Seoa tidies up, Jumin remains convinced that his meticulous planning will dictate the coming reality. While cleaning, Jumin realizes that just as COA manipulates the past, he can seize control of the future. He places his revenge journal on the table, ready to test his plan for COA's demise as he watches the cat. Jumin waits for the outcome with a heavy heart, though a lingering doubt remains as COA nervously opens the door. COA invites Ji-Yu inside, and he looks around the surprisingly clean room with a sense of resignation. After asking Ji-Yu to wait on the bed while she gets drinks, COA leaves the room and closes the door. Ji-Yu examines the desk while Jumin observes, confident that his quest for vengeance has already begun. Jumin envisions COA's end, believing she should have faced her fate long ago if his plan is working. He wonders if his future self changed course, or if an outside force is now interfering with his design. A virtual screen suddenly flickers to life, revealing Ji-Yu and leaving Jumin completely stunned. Ji-Yu addresses Jumin directly through the screen, claiming to know that Jumin has finally realized the truth. Jumin stares in shock as the first part of the series concludes with an afterword from the author, Baek Jango. The author explains that the story was inspired by a life simulation game and shifted from a light tone to a dark one. Despite the initial humor, the narrative focuses on the heavy and pervasive theme of bullying. The series aims to depict the various forms of physical and psychological torment that occur in different environments. From schools to workplaces and the digital world, the author explores the harsh reality of social cruelty. The author reflects on the deep family conflicts and personal struggles woven into the characters' lives. These themes are explored through Ju Min and Zio A by blurring the lines between victim and bully. The narrative compares bullying to gaming, where destruction is often fueled by curiosity or stress relief. This mindset can lead to a person's total collapse, sparking cycles of revenge and tragic life choices. The story highlights this vicious cycle without intending to criticize the act of gaming itself. Readers are invited to enjoy the journey as the first season concludes with COA's personal growth. The upcoming season will uncover the secrets of the game and the deepening bond between the leads. Artist Lee Yu announces the conclusion of the first part and promises a more thrilling return next summer. After a grueling production schedule that nearly exhausted all resources, the artist welcomes a much-needed break. The team managed to produce massive weekly chapters despite starting the project without any backup draft. They successfully completed the season on time with the vital support of their dedicated production staff. To prepare for the future, the artist intends to build a substantial backlog of chapters during the hiatus. The break will be spent traveling and catching up on games while sharing small daily life updates. A special side story will be released to keep fans engaged until the second season officially premieres. The artist asks for 6 months to recover and prepare the next installment for a high-quality return. Back in the story, COA smiles at her computer while trying to level up her character's cooking. Chaos ensues in the virtual kitchen as a fire breaks out while the child cries on the floor. Yunbai offers a sheepish apology to Ju Min after failing to prepare a proper meal. As Ju Min screams in hunger, a game notification appears on the screen confirming the cooking failure. COA laments the difficulty of the game just as her mother calls her away for a real meal. COA leaves her computer running the game while she heads out to enjoy the smell of her mother's kimchi soup. As Mrs. Lee encourages her to eat, a suspicious figure appears on the screen while COA relaxes after her meal. Returning to her laptop, she is shocked to find the house in the game engulfed in flames from a cooking accident. Inside the burning house, Yunbai desperately shields Jumin as COA watches the smoke billowing out in horror. She quickly maneuvers the characters to safety just before the room explodes, watching them fall to the ground. Panicking over the mother's critical condition, she regrets her choices and tries in vain to reload a previous save. The screen glitches and suddenly goes dark, leaving a frustrated COA to lash out at her computer in disbelief. Realizing the save file is corrupted, she frantically searches for a way to revive the dead, wishing she had used cheats. Staring at the injured Jumin on the screen, she feels a pang of guilt before finally deciding to give up on the session. Dismissing it as a mere game, she sighs and promises the digital Jumin that she will protect him better in the future. Later, an exhausted COA returns to the screen and complains to Jumin about being forced to do household chores. Captivated by Jumin's appearance, she shares her dark mood and offers a twisted smile while speaking to the character. She asks for his patience while selecting cleaning tools in the game, only to be startled by her mother's loud shouting. COA screams back in refusal, but Mrs. Lei continues to berate her for choosing video games over a proper meal. After snapping at her mother, COA notices the paused screen glitching as a series of error codes begin to flash rapidly. The system begins a massive data deletion process, revealing that 12 years have passed within the malfunctioning simulation. Mrs. Lee orders her to stop playing and study for her final year of school, even nagging her about her hygiene. Annoyed by the constant interruptions, COA returns to the monitor only to find the game has jumped to an unknown scene. As the simulation fast-forwards through time, a blinding light erupts within an apartment, causing Jumin to collapse on the floor. When Jumin finally regains consciousness, he finds himself surrounded by fire and desperately calls out for his missing wife. Jumin rushes to his son's room in a panic, struck by a sudden and haunting sense of déjà vu. Tears fall as he watches COA on the monitor, her words triggering a chilling memory from his past. He reels in shock as she mentions the previous fire that claimed his mother's life, wondering if he is hallucinating. Indifferent to his pain, she focuses on the computer, casually discussing save files and the boy's future. Stunned by the revelation of his mother's death, Jumin stares at the stranger on the screen as she locates a file. COA coldly mocks his reality, claiming that a perfect life is dull and lamenting her own misfortune. Overwhelmed with fury, Jumin drops to his knees and screams at the monitor, demanding an explanation. The screen vanishes, leaving Jumin trembling and pale as a sudden, agonizing headache overcomes him. As blood drips from his nose, a flood of repressed memories returns while firefighters break through a door. A woman wreathed in flames stumbles out, and the rescue team immediately douses her with water. Firefighters report 2 survivors at the penthouse entrance and prepare to move the woman to safety. With her face badly burned, the woman weeps uncontrollably while clutching her crying infant. She desperately pleads with the rescuers to save her husband, who is still trapped deep inside the burning building. Despite their powerful water techniques, the flames refuse to die down as Seo Yun tries to rush back into the fire. Rescuers hold the grieving woman back as she collapses to the floor, her child still wailing in her arms. The atmosphere shifts when a firefighter shouts that another survivor has been found alive within the wreckage. Jumin emerges through the thick smoke, and the couple reunites in a tearful, desperate embrace. Jumin admits he feared she was dead, while Seo Yun explains she only fled early to save their son, Ura. She recounts waking up to an explosion and finding the house already consumed by a raging fire. Overcome with guilt for leaving him, she sobs into his chest, but Jumin holds her close and asks for her forgiveness. Her eyes well with tears as Jumin apologizes for his failure to protect her. Inside the lab, Sang-soo pleads with Jumin to stop his work on the massive device. Sang-soo warns that pushing the AI any further will result in a total loss of control. Despite the warnings, Jumin remains determined to create something that Sang-soo cannot comprehend. Looking exhausted, Jumin claims he is building safety before collapsing into a state of helplessness. Haunted by his inability to save his family, Jumin laments the world's unpredictable and cruel nature. He dreams of a world where order prevents children from losing their mothers to tragic accidents. Jumin reflects on how his noble intentions eventually transformed into a destructive poison. When Sang-soo urges him to stop, Jumin reveals that his research has already been leaked. He believes they must finish the AI first to prevent others from unleashing uncontrollable versions. Sang-soo watches with growing concern, wondering who Jumin is actually trying to fight. In the present, Jian-woo addresses Lee Jumin directly through a floating virtual interface. Jian-woo acknowledges Jumin's awareness of the situation, leaving the man in a state of shock. Jumin is stunned to hear that he was the one who supposedly sent Jian-woo there. Realizing he has finally reached COA's room, Jumin erupts into a fit of ecstatic celebration. His joy fades as he questions why he sent a surrogate instead of appearing himself. Jumin suddenly shifts his focus and commands Jian-woo to kill COA immediately. Jian-woo struggles to hear the command, forcing Jumin to find another way to communicate. Jumin holds up a written note demanding that Jian-woo murder COA right before his eyes. Jian-woo calmly refuses the order, prompting Xiumin to scream and rewrite his lethal command. Jian Yu clarifies that despite Jumin's wishes, his mission isn't to kill COA but to protect her. He reveals that a future version of Jumin sent him, and insists that COA is not the enemy. Jian Yu directs Jumin's attention to the kitchen, where a trembling COA is spilling a yellow liquid. Everything feels strangely natural as Jian Yu waits in the room, while Mrs. Li returns home. Mrs. Li notices extra shoes at the door and calls out, causing a startled COA to rush to her. COA mentions Jian Yu's presence, as Jumin continues to stubbornly demand that the girl be eliminated. Jian Yu maintains his refusal, leaving Jumin to frantically write questions that go unanswered. Jumin uses his notebook to demand the truth about the peoples and why COA has been tormenting him. He questions what becomes of his future and why Jian Yu didn't intervene much earlier to stop everything. Jian Yu explains that revealing the truth now could alter the timeline as Mrs. Li questions her daughter. He emphasizes that his only purpose is to deliver a vital message from Jumin's future self. While Mrs. Li scolds COA in the next room, Jian Yu stresses that this message is the key to saving Jumin's family. COA explains that Jian Yu is just a study partner, prompting her mother to start preparing a meal for them. A bashful COA enters the room to inform Jian Yu that her mother has arrived home earlier than expected. Jian Yu sets aside the old laptop and prepares to head out to introduce himself to her mother. As the laptop screen glows, Jian Yu begins to disclose grim details about the fate of Jumin's family. He warns that Jumin's father, Li Jong-moon, is scheduled to die in a suspicious road accident very soon. Jumin's gaze turns icy as Jian Yu reveals that the upcoming accident is actually a planned assassination. Jian Yu instructs Jumin to save his father tomorrow night to finally uncover the truth behind everything. Having finished his task, Jian Yu watches Jumin write a desperate plea for him to stay and explain more. Jian Wu blushes upon reading the message, while Zhu Min's face turns a deep shade of red as his demeanor shifts. Zhu Min hurriedly scribbles over his previous words and holds the notebook to the screen, questioning Jian Wu's identity and credibility. Jian Wu observes the writing and explains in a low voice that someone once shared those specific thoughts with him. He describes Zhu Min as an arrogant genius whose downfall came from trying to control the impossible, leaving Zhu Min confused and frustrated. Jian Wu turns toward the door as a woman is scolded for bringing a stranger home, though she insists he is no stranger. Jian Wu abruptly ends the call and prepares to leave, prompting a desperate plea from Zhu Min for him to stay. Despite his visible panic, Zhu Min composes himself to ask about the well-being of So Yun and Urun after the penthouse fire. He sits amidst the flames, his gaunt figure wasting away as the fire consumes the bed and the room. Zhu Min searches for So Yun and Urun, looking to Jian Wu for confirmation of their survival, but meets only silence. Urun Wu remains focused on the screen, leaving Zhu Min to regret his impulsive question as he prepares to depart. The screen finally confirms that his family is safe, thanks to the extensive protective measures he had put in place. Zhu Min realizes the goal was protection rather than revenge, while light shines from a nearby apartment window. Zhu Min finds Li Jong-moon working diligently at his desk, and the father warmly welcomes his son home for a meal. As Jong-moon calls Jumin to eat, COA's father returns home exhausted and announces his arrival to So Yun. Jian Wu eats casually at the table and greets the man, who is visibly confused by the presence of a stranger. COA's father asks if the boy is a classmate, while So Yun remarks on how mature he looks despite his uniform. The father jokingly asks if they are dating, but Jian Wu quickly denies it, causing the man to grit his teeth. Overcome with emotion, the father wipes away tears and claims to understand the boy's hidden feeling. COA looks down in embarrassment and tries to dismiss the idea, while Jian Wu watches her with confusion. COA reveals that her father has harbored feelings for her mother for over 30 years, though he quickly interjects. He insists they once dated, leading COA to explain that her father sees a reflection of his own past in Jian Wu. So Yun clarifies that the man is just a close friend rather than her husband, a fact that Jian Wu finally grasps. While So Yun prepares fruit, Jian Wu studies the framed family photos displayed prominently on the table. He notices a happy family portrait where the father's head has been burned out just as So Yun brings the fruit. So Yun notices his reaction to the photos and clarifies that the damage wasn't born out of any hatred. She explains with deep sadness that she no longer has any memory of her husband, which leaves Jian Wu stunned. COA adds that it is a strange phenomenon where no one in the entire world seems to remember her father. Yu stands frozen as COA's mother describes a memory loss so absolute it feels as if someone was erased from existence. She laments the lack of any physical evidence of their presence, save for a single, mysterious burnt photograph. It feels surreal to her that she cannot even recall the name of someone who was clearly significant to her life. Catching herself rambling in front of their guests, she urges COA to finish her fruit and get back to her study. An oppressive silence fills the room as Ju-min eats, his mind consumed by the increasingly complex web of events. Rather than finding clarity, Ju-min feels more lost as Yu's cryptic warnings echo through his thoughts. He recalls being called an arrogant genius who failed because he tried to master forces beyond human control. The possibility of his future business empire collapsing haunts him, as he refuses to believe he could ever fail. He ponders the revelation that his own future self orchestrated this entire situation and sent Yu back in time. After a devastating penthouse fire in 2034, Yu was transported back a decade to his high school years. Since the years leading up to 2054 are still a mystery to him, Ju-min suspects a version of himself from that era is responsible. Sang-soo trembles before the mirror, realizing that any shift in the past will inevitably rewrite the entire future. Seo points out strange markings on the ceiling that seem to confirm the rigid laws governing their timeline. Ju-min realizes his future self is likely receiving real-time updates of his current experiences and memory. Yu explains that his true mission is to protect Lee Seo rather than eliminate her, as Ju-min expected. Ju-min fears that his future self has abandoned their quest for vengeance, but Yu refuses to provide further detail. Yu warns that revealing the full truth now could dangerously alter the intended course of the future. Rage consumes Ju-min as he realizes he is being treated like a pawn in a game played by his own future self. Yu maintains a calm demeanor, while insisting that Lee Seo should not be viewed as an adversary. Ju-min erupts in anger, unable to forgive the woman he believes killed his mother and destroyed his entire world. His revenge is far from over, and he remains determined to forge his own destiny regardless of what the future holds. Confused by his son's recent behavior, Jong-moon asks if the boy has been under too much stress lately. Ignoring his father's concern, Ju-min continues eating while Yu's ominous warning echoes in his mind. Haunted by the revelation that his father's impending fatal accident is actually an assassination, Ju-min trembles with fear. He warns his father to stay home the next day to avoid a fatal car crash, causing Jong-moon's expression to darken. Later that night, Ju-min bluntly reiterates that his father is destined to die in a traffic accident the following day. Jong-moon dismisses the warning as mere superstition or a fortune-teller's lie, but Ju-min remains firm in his conviction. When Jong-moon insists on attending an important business meeting, Ju-min coldly claims he will inherit the work after his father passes. With chilling seriousness, Ju-min vows to take over his father's quantum computing project to lead the future AI revolution. He speaks as if he has already witnessed the tragic end of the project his father prioritized over everything else. Ju-min's tone shifts as he tells his father that he will no longer try to intervene if the man is truly at peace with his fate. Jong-moon expresses his disappointment, accusing his son of trying to sabotage his work out of spite or a desire for revenge. Narrowing his eyes, Jong-moon criticizes his son's lack of logic and evidence, finding the boy's claims entirely unconvincing. Ju-min stands up with a cold expression, realizing his father has never truly listened to or cared for his family. He finally vents his long-suppressed resentment, accusing his father of treating the family like mere cogs in a machine. He compares his family to replaceable parts that are discarded when they no longer serve a purpose, leaving Jong-moon stunned. He asks if his father skipped his mother's funeral because she was a defective part, prompting a stern rebuke from Jong-moon. Ju-min looks away, noting that life is full of inexplicable and irrational events that can strike at any moment. After coldly stating that this might be their final meeting, the scene shifts to a lonely, dimly lit street at night. A small, trembling figure walking home at night suddenly freezes, as the sound of approaching footsteps echoes through the alley. A pair of young twins suddenly appears, leaving the man confused as to why children are out so late. As he wonders if they live nearby, a voice behind him questions if saving his father was the right choice. He glances back to see the twins staring with glowing red eyes, their faces shrouded in darkness. Terrified, he flees as the children realize he isn't the person they are searching for. A voice from the boy's phone orders them to keep looking, while Xiumin lies awake in his room. Xiumin dismisses his future self's warning, believing his father's predetermined fate has nothing to do with him. He fears that saving his father might jeopardize his successful future and his eventual reunion with Seo Yun. Memories of the past accident flash through his mind, recalling how he stood frozen in shock at the scene. He tries to convince himself he doesn't care, remembering Jian Wu's warning about his father's impending death. Haunted by the claim that the accident was actually an assassination, Xiumin eventually steps out of his room. Finding the house empty, he notices a note left on the table by his father. The letter tells him to eat breakfast and explains that his father's harsh words were only born out of worry. Softened by the message, Xiumin recalls Jian Wu's plea to prevent the tragedy scheduled for the following night. Frustrated by his own internal conflict, Xiumin grips the letter tightly before heading out into the morning air. He begins to run at full speed, resentful that he is following the exact path his future self intended. Elsewhere, Jian Wu teases Seo after school, and she shyly admits she has learned a lot thanks to him. Seo apologizes for her mother's behavior, but Jian Wu reassures her that everything is fine. She explains that her family has faced many hardships since her father went missing years ago. She recalls her mother desperately searching police stations for a man who seemed to have vanished without a trace. Despite the lack of evidence he ever existed, the lingering void of his absence continues to haunt them. Seo opens up about how her family has lost all traces of her father, leading others to believe they are searching for a ghost. Tired of the rumors claiming her father was a criminal or that she was abandoned, she stops talking to avoid further awkwardness. Jian Yu remains surprisingly polite, telling her that he owes his existence to her father and that the world is indeed a strange place. Stunned by his kindness, Seo watches as Jian Yu bids her farewell and promises to see her the following day. She awkwardly waves goodbye and wishes him well, receiving one last gentle smile before he departs. His smile instantly vanishes the moment he turns away, while elsewhere, Xiumin rushes toward the site of his father's past tragedy. Xiumin checks the time and realizes he still has a few hours before the accident occurred in his previous life. He remembers walking home from his part-time job years ago when he witnessed his father's fatal accident in the street. Convinced that blocking his father's path will save him, Xiumin is suddenly halted by the mysterious twins from earlier. The twins' eyes glow a haunting red as they stare him down, while Jian Yu continues his solitary walk under the streetlights. Two stern figures in black suits intercept Jian Yu, with a woman questioning if he is the student formerly known as Park Jian-ho. Her companion insists on using his new name, George Yunwoo, as they confront him with cold, unfriendly expression. Xiumin finds the twins' presence unsettling, wondering why these children, who look like they stepped out of a horror film, are blocking his way. The girl cryptically mentions angry ancestors, while the boy casually asks Xiumin to buy him some bubble tea nearby. Dismissing their behavior as a superstitious prank, Xiumin tries to push past them, stating he is far too busy for such games. The boy's sudden question about whether saving his father is truly the right choice sends a shiver down Xiumin's spine. Delighted by his shocked reaction, the twins realize they have the right person and prepare to move on to their next point. Reading from his phone, the boy warns that a single act can trigger a butterfly effect, and altering a fated death puts the future at risk. A bewildered Xiumin demands to know who they are and how they know his secrets, but the boy merely deflects the question. The girl simply shrugs, claiming they don't even know who they are themselves, leaving Xiumin in a state of total confusion. The boy pulls a hidden gun while claiming it is just business, and the girl joins him in threatening the man. They promise a reward for cooperation, while another man questions if the student is actually Park Jian-ho. He aims his weapon and insists on using a new name, while the girl asks if he is student Cha Zian-yu. Zian-yu questions their identity, but they mock his ignorance and demand his full cooperation. As they search for their target, a knife is suddenly pressed against the man's throat, forcing the girl to pivot. The man jokes about kitchen tools, but the newcomer questions the ethics of pointing guns as an orange-haired woman appears. She argues that carrying a blade is common now, but the girl warns that a knife is no match for a firearm. The woman scoffs, calling the knife history's greatest weapon, before checking on the status of the BikTok stream. Park Sang-soo confirms the audience is loving the drama, though the girl mocks the platform as being obsolete. The intruders wonder if this family reunion was planned, but the woman claims she was just meeting her son. Dismissing them as foolish, the girl suddenly fires a shot directly toward Cha Zion-yu. The bullet grazes him, leaving the family in shock as the girl claims the company will simply edit the footage later. The man demands the knife be dropped to avoid a scene, then immediately strikes the woman in the stomach. As she collapses, Sang-soo rushes to her side, while the man insists they aren't there to cause any real harm. When questioned about the guns, he calls them an effective communication tool for their investigation into Sang-soo. Sang-soo claims he left the company long ago, but the man admits his personal interest lies elsewhere. He points out that the past is being rewritten, with the girl keeping her weapon trained on the boy. They explain that only their company and the Sandbox program have the power to manipulate time. A thief allegedly used Sandbox to vanish from the world, though Sang-soo finds the name of the culprit ridiculous. The man reveals that tracking the thief led them straight to Sang-soo's family, much to the man's disbelief. Cha Zion ponders the report regarding altered data and the heavy presence of Sandbox traces throughout the city. The anomalies appear to be the work of teenage girls, coinciding perfectly with the family's sudden relocation. The suspicious name change and hidden identity suggest a connection to the Sandbox stolen by a missing person. Sang-soo is questioned about his disappearance, while Lee Joo-min finds himself cornered by two armed children. Paralyzed by the sight of their weapons, Joo-min is relieved when a harmless marble rolls toward him after a loud bang. As the children celebrate their prank, a frustrated and panicked Joo-min flees from the mysterious duo. He wonders if these children are intentionally obstructing his path to prevent him from reaching his father. Recalling Cha Zion-yu's warning, he realizes he must prevent his father's death to uncover the ultimate truth. He contemplates the butterfly effect and whether altering a predestined death will put the entire future at risk. The children decide to stop his escape, leaping into the air with unnatural agility to cut him off. Joo-min is horrified as the pair effortlessly overtakes him and resumes their relentless marble barrage. Losing his patience, he warns the children that he will not hesitate to fight back despite their age. He attempts to strike them, but the young boy effortlessly catches his fist with a single hand. Stunned by the child's overwhelming strength, Joo-min listens as the boy mocks his lack of skill. Realizing these are no ordinary children, Joo-min trembles in fear as the boy prepares a counterattack. A powerful blow to the stomach sends Joo-min crashing into a wall, leaving him breathless and in agony. As Joo-min collapses, the children mockingly bid him goodnight before leaving him unconscious on the ground. Despite his fading consciousness, Joo-min remains determined to save his father while the interrogation of Sang-soo continues. The investigators press Sang-soo for information regarding the stolen Sandbox and his reasons for vanishing. Sang-soo denies any knowledge of the device, claiming he simply refused to serve their leader any longer. When questioned about his visit to a student's home, Zion-woo claims he was merely providing exam tutoring. Despite his lingering suspicion, the man in sunglasses lowers his weapon and decides to end their shift. Sang-soo questions why they are being spared, leading the man to ask if they are also searching for the missing person. The pursuers reveal that the director has been monitoring the group's every move to see if they can be of use to the company. After a chilling farewell, the men depart, leaving the worried mother to check on her son's condition. Zion-woo reassures his mother about his injuries, but expresses frustration that their new identities were compromised so easily. Sang-soo asks about the message, and Zion-woo confirms it was sent even though Seo's family remains unaware of the truth. While Zion-woo worries for the family's safety, Sang-soo notes that the investigation is rapidly closing in on them. As Zion-woo ponders the shifting future, the global simulation game The People continues to achieve unprecedented success. With players in 150 countries, The People dominates the market through its innovative systems and massive revenue. The game's advanced technology and immersive world have granted it immense economic influence over the simulation industry. Director Billy dismisses the record-breaking profits, viewing the entire project as bait to locate the elusive Sandbox. Billy asks for updates on customer complaints, while his assistant confirms that the investigation is still underway. The assistant reports that messages sent to the past have successfully altered the timeline in the year 2024. After confirming that their targets joined the company, she mentions a promising new lead regarding the missing person. Lee Joo-min eventually regains consciousness in a strange room, only to find himself bound tightly to a chair. Disoriented by the passage of time, he struggles against his restraints and realizes he has been out for hours. Driven by the need to find his father, he angrily demands to know who the two children behind him are. Lee Zoo-min accuses the pair of kidnapping him and demands to know who ordered his capture. The children respond with playful indifference while the boy uses unnatural strength to keep Lee Zoo-min from escaping. Lee Joo-min reels in pain, unable to fathom how mere children could wield such incredible strength. The boy offers to reveal a secret, while the girl gleefully whispers that cheat codes exist in their world. After receiving new orders on his phone, the boy invites Lee Joo-min to continue their cruel game. Billy's assistant establishes a connection with the Kim siblings, who appear on screen to answer the director's call. Billy questions the pair about their 5-year tenure at the company and their initial recruitment. He challenges their claim of having no memory of the missing person, suspecting they previously crossed paths. Billy presents a message sent to their past location and asks if they recognize the specific instruction. The text orders them to tickle a target while asking for a name, as Han So-yoon sits nearby, feeling overwhelmed. Confused by Ji-eun-yu's presence in her room, Han So-yoon notices her laptop playing a strange video. She watches in shock as a fast-forwarded clip shows Lee Joo-min being relentlessly tickled by the two children. Lee Joo-min desperately begs for mercy, while the phone screen displays instructions to interrogate him through tickling. The siblings vaguely recall asking for a name but claim their memories are fuzzy, drawing a grim reaction from Billy. Billy reveals another set of instructions regarding the sandbox, as the young girl roughly pulls at Lee Joo-min's face. The children demand information on the sandbox's location, leaving a confused COA to wonder why Lee Joo-min is playing along. A new command for slapping and interrogation appears, which the boy carries out with a chilling smile. Seo watches in horror as the children follow a stomping order with the precision of programmed machines. Suppressing her rage, COA watches the brutal torture and wonders about the true identity of these children. Enraged that anyone would dare touch her man, she listens as the siblings admit to following mysterious messages. They explain that their memories feel surgically removed, leading the assistant to suspect a connection to the missing person. Billy remains skeptical, refusing to jump to conclusions after facing similar disappointments in the past. The white-haired woman probes for more details, while the two witnesses recall a strange event they cannot distinguish from a dream. Billy questions the nature of the phenomenon as Do-min continues his incoherent screaming about sandbox inside the room. Do-min demands to know why he is being targeted, but the children claim they are simply following orders without any personal malice. Despite their claims, Do-min sees the joy they take in his suffering as they continue to beat him mercilessly. One of the children steps on his face, arguing that they are merely retaliating against the kind of person who always bullied them. The boy with glasses sneers at Do-min, venting his resentment toward the wealthy and privileged students who look down on them. The children lament their poverty and appearance, crying out against the inherent unfairness of the world. Do-min struggles to understand why their misplaced rage is being directed at him, only to receive another heavy blow. They mock his privileged background, convinced that someone like him could never truly empathize with their struggle. The girl joins in the verbal abuse, expressing her deep-seated hatred for him as Do-min begins to lose consciousness. Realizing he must escape immediately, Do-min forces his eyes open and issues a cryptic warning to his captor. As the room begins to shake violently, the children mistake the tremors for an earthquake and decide to flee the building. Upon reaching the exit, they are stunned to find the entire warehouse hovering high above the ground. Billy is shocked by the revelation of the flying warehouse, which the witnesses initially dismissed as a mere hallucination. The white-haired woman concludes that such a reality-bending event could only be the work of the sandbox. Billy presses for more details about the missing person's plan just as the warehouse ceiling begins to fracture. While the children panic at the collapsing roof, Do-min can only offer a bitter laugh at his own misfortune. He reflects on his miserable life, recalling a specific moment that stood out amidst the chaos. Do-min lies broken on the floor and utters a revelation that leaves Seo completely speechless. He describes being tormented by a deranged schoolgirl, a claim that Billy finds difficult to believe. Billy ponders why they still remember that phrase when the missing person has vanished from everyone's memory. He wonders why the Kim siblings still recall it until a sudden realization strikes him. Billy rushes to the white-haired woman, who asks if he finally understands before continuing her theory. She suggests the sandbox changes were likely schoolgirl pranks, leading Billy to fear the device is in someone else's hand. Billy suddenly asks if Bak Sang-soo mentioned his son visiting a female student's home. After she confirms this, Billy orders the Kim siblings to immediately head to the house Jo Jianwoo visited. The man in glasses jokingly asks about overtime pay and how to handle any lack of cooperation. Billy suggests a specific tactic if they encounter any trouble while gathering information. Billy's gaze turns cold as he decides to eliminate them. While back at the flying warehouse, the boy in blue cowers in fear. Delner trembles from a fear of height as Seo-A suddenly severs Seo-Min's restraints with a click of her mouth. The cursor moves erratically, causing the two children to tumble out the door before Seo-A catches them midair. Seo-A furiously scolds the children for bullying Zhu-Min, though he finds her hypocrisy regarding bullying quite irritating. Despite his annoyance, Zhu-Min realizes she is useful and reminds the children that he warned them of the danger. The children tearfully beg for mercy, as Zhu-Min demands to know who is pulling their string. They claim to have no knowledge of their benefactor, but Zhu-Min refuses to be deceived by their excuses. Enraged, Zhu-Min demands to know who is targeting his father, but the terrified children insist they are in the dark. They explain that they cannot even contact the mysterious figure, leaving Zhu-Min to wonder why they would obey a stranger. The girl reveals they were promised a wish in exchange for their cooperation, showing him the evidence on a screen. The display reveals a mission prompt regarding the rescue of a father, proving they were merely following instructions. Billy contemplates the butterfly effect of these small actions while analyzing the information provided by the Kim brothers. He deduces that the missing person sent a stolen sandbox to an individual they had encountered in the past. Billy realizes the ultimate goal is likely the complete erasure of the sandbox system itself. To confirm his theory, Billy orders his subordinate to pull up specific data from the system. He demands the timeline map for the area where the Kim brothers met the missing person as the system initializes. Billy inquires about the sandbox algorithm's origin, leading to the profile of a man named Lee Young-moon. Lee Young-moon is identified as the pioneer who first developed the algorithm using quantum computing. His death in 2024 led to the widespread release of his technology, which eventually paved the way for the sandbox. Billy learns that Lee Young-moon's wife passed away years earlier during a tragic fire in 2012. Billy pauses in surprise, confirming with the white-haired man that only 2 people are involved, which he finds suspiciously odd. He asks Staff 27 to calculate the probability of a sandbox being created if Lee Jong-moon manages to survive. Billy is visibly shaken when the results show a probability of less than 0.001%. When Staff 27 attributes Lee Jong-moon's death to a traffic accident, Billy suggests the event was not a simple mishap. Billy inquires about the Kim brothers' impoverished upbringing, leaving the white-haired man confused by the line of questioning. Billy explains that greed makes people easy to manipulate, revealing he sent the brothers a message long before they met. The message suggested that saving their father was the answer, proving how a small action can trigger a massive butterfly effect. Altering a fated death would drastically change the future, and the blue-shirted boy presents the message as evidence. Zhu-Min carefully examines the text regarding the butterfly effect and the rescue of the father. Zhu-Min concludes that the sender required the father's death to ensure their desired future would come to pass. Realizing the death was predicted, Zhu-Min deduces that the message must have originated from the future. While Zhu-Min considers investigating the phone for clues, Seo-A suddenly releases her grip, sending the 2 children plummeting. The children scream in terror as they fall, while Seo-A dismissively claims she made a mistake. Seo-A watches in shock as Zhu-Min dives after the 2 terrified children. Trusting Seo-A to intervene, Zhu-Min grabs one child while Seo-A manages to halt their descent just in time. As the children burst into tears, Seo-A prides herself on her quick reflexes and physical coordination. The blue-shirted boy is deeply moved, believing Zhu-Min saved them despite their earlier antagonism. Zhu-Min snatches the phone and drops the children again, gesturing rudely as he leaves them to fall. Losing all faith in adults, the boy provides a platform for the girl to launch herself toward Zhu-Min. The girl leaps to grab Zhu-Min's finger as the boy clings to her feet, catching Zhu-Min completely by surprise. Zhu-Min demands his release, but the girl with the bow refuses to let go of the dangling boy. Annoyed by the interruption while playing with the children, Seo-A teleports the entire group to a new location. They crash onto the floor, and after a brief moment of silence, the children celebrate their narrow escape. Zhu-Min immediately flees, prioritizing his father's rescue over questioning the strange children. The children prove surprisingly fast, blocking Zhu-Min's path and pelting him with heavy stones. Jumin curses his luck as the children accuse him of being a villain for stealing their phone. Jumin threatens them with another fall, but the boy insists they need the phone's value to survive. Seo muscles swell unnaturally as the children threaten to crush Jumin if he refuses to comply. Watching through her screen, Seo A is horrified by the monstrous transformation occurring before her. Jumin doubts Seo A is behind this as the boy in green lanes in to whisper a secret. The boy mentions the existence of cheat codes, making Jumin realize another entity is at play. Jumin realizes he cannot rely on Seo A for help and must find his own way to escape. Outside the game, Seo A observes Jumin's struggle and reflects on his increasingly bizarre behavior. She recalls the mysterious messages left for her, claiming to know the truth and watching her every move. Seo A begins to suspect that Jumin is more than just a game character who understands her world. She realizes that Jumin has been subtly teaching her how to overcome her own personal demon. From his combat style to his resilience, he showed her how to face the world with a smile. He taught her how to process grief and mend her broken family, filling her with newfound resolve. Determined to help him, Seo A urges Jumin to fight back as she maxes out his mental attributes. A confident smile plays on Jumin's lips as his stats surge, confirming the power of the cheat code. The scene shifts as a baseball streaks past Jumin and the two aggressive children. The children prepare to strike as Seo A urges Zhu Min to stop being a helpless victim. She tells the immigrant to stand and fight just as a bolt of lightning strikes his mind. Time seems to freeze for Zhu Min as he realizes he must escape before the children reach him. The attackers appear to blur into multiple images as they slowly advance through the frozen air. Even Seo A and the birds in the sky are caught in this strange, slow-motion phenomenon. Zhu Min realizes he has completed a hidden quest and attained the status of one who perceives the truth. Just as Hyan gained power through love, Zhu Min's maxed-out intellect transforms his very being. With glowing eyes, he finally accepts that his entire reality is nothing more than a complex simulation. This revelation explains every impossible event he has witnessed and previously tried to deny. Despite his fear that his life was an illusion, he finds himself surprisingly calm in the face of the truth. Countless complex formulas manifest before him, revealing the underlying mechanics of the world. Watching a bird descend, he experiences a moment of enlightenment regarding how every object interacts. Knowing he lacks the physical strength to fight, he smiles and begins calculating a different path to victory. He plans a chain reaction starting with a startled pigeon to neutralize his young attacker. The panicked bird takes flight and begins dropping filth that blinds the oncoming children. As they lose their balance and collide, a small stone is inadvertently sent flying across the field. The girl accidentally kicks the stone, launching it directly toward a nearby baseball player. The player's bat shatters the stone into sharp fragments while the children reel in disgust. As the boy in blue charges forward, the two stone shards strike the children exactly as Zhu Min intended. Seo watches in awe as a series of meticulously calculated movements unfold with perfect precision. Jumin's eyes turn bloodshot as an intense heat and a throbbing headache signal a severe brain overload. Realizing she pushed him too far, the operator lowers the brain activity levels to ease Jumin's exhaustion. Jumin forces himself up, knowing there is no time to waste while the two children struggle to regain movement. The children desperately cling to him, pleading for the return of the phone they claim they cannot live without. Their tearful insistence that the device is their only escape from despair causes Jumin to hesitate. Holding the phone, he recalls the urgent mission to prevent his father's impending death the following night. Jumin stands frozen, realizing that saving his father is the only way to uncover the truth he seeks. The device is a vital link to Seo A and the people, reminding Jumin of his complicated bond with his father. He reflects on his father's cold ambition and how the man even skipped his own wife's funeral for work. Despite the painful memories of his father's neglect, Jumin decides to return the phone to the children. Vowing to be a better man than his father, Jumin walks away as the children's phone begins to vibrate again. A new mission from Billy gives the children another chance, prompting them to chase after Jumin immediately. The instructions direct them to cause an accident with a white car that has failing brakes near the station. In a dimly lit room, a weapon is readied while someone observes a mysterious note left by the immigrant. Driven by his resolve to surpass his father, Jumin sprints through the empty streets in a desperate race against time. As the traffic light counts down, Jumin arrives at the intersection and spots a familiar figure across the road. Jumin finally locates Young Moon and tries to get his attention before it is too late. He frantically signals for his father to stay put and avoid crossing toward his current position. Mistaking the warning for a warm greeting, Young-moon waves back while Jumin screams for him to stop. Realizing his shouts are useless against the noise, Do-min desperately calls Jong-moon. As the pedestrian light turns green, Jong-moon answers his vibrating phone and steps forward. Do-min screams for him to stop just as a car with blinding headlights screeches toward the crossing. The driver panics and fights the steering wheel while Do-min stands frozen in horror. Bystanders scatter to avoid the vehicle, but Do-min hopes his father is still out of harm's way. His hope vanishes when he sees the blue shirt and Delner spirit standing there with sinister smile. The spirits block the car's path, forcing the driver to swerve violently as the tires skid across the pavement. The vehicle veers directly toward Jong-moon, who is struck down in a flash of light and a deafening roar. Do-min drops his phone in shock as witnesses rush to call for help for the fallen man. Heartbroken, Do-min stares at the growing pool of blood as a new message appears on his screen. The text details the planned break failure at the station and offers lottery numbers as a reward. Billy watches the scene unfold in silence, his fingers moving quickly as he sends a cold reply. Billy had manipulated the desperate driver with promises of a cure for his daughter to ensure the crash happened. As Do-min collapses, the spirits mockingly remind him that they weren't the ones who struck the blow. The blue shirt spirit taunts him further, offering a tiny fraction of the lottery winnings as a cruel joke. Traumatic memories of Yoon-bai and his mother's horrific burns resurface in his mind. He recalls the night of the fire where the flames swallowed everything, including a small cradle. Kneeling before his father's body, Do-min feels a part of himself die along with his failed promise to protect him. He wonders if he is cursed to lose everyone he loves, his eyes reflecting a deep sense of powerlessness. Memories of his previous life return, revealing that Jong-moon died at this very spot in the exact same way. Do-min watches the exact same scene unfold, leaving him stunned and frustrated despite his efforts to change. Overwhelmed by rage, Do-min strikes the ground and curses his own weakness while a white-haired girl watches. She questions Billy's extreme methods, wondering if Lee Jong-moon's inevitable death was truly necessary for the company. Billy calmly eats chocolate, explaining that time naturally seeks to restore its original course regardless of interference. He views Lee Jong-moon's death as an unavoidable destiny while watching Do-min's agony on his laptop screen. Billy claims the sandbox power can defy fate and reassures her that he has a plan involving Dana. Boasting of his superior intellect, Billy orders the transfer of secret AI data to the past as COA calls to Do-min. COA tells Do-min not to despair and points behind him, causing him to realize time has looped once more. Do-min sees his father across the street again, realizing that COA has successfully reversed the flow of time. Jong-moon remains preoccupied with his phone, completely unaware of the car speeding toward him under the bright headlights. As Jong-moon freezes in the path of the vehicle, COA takes decisive action from her control room. A figure suddenly intercepts the car with a heavy impact, leaving both Do-min and his father in a state of shock. COA reveals herself atop the vehicle, her eyes glowing red with a fierce and determined intensity. She vanishes instantly, leaving behind a mangled car and a crowd of bewildered witnesses whispering about the miracle. Onlookers wonder how the man survived the crash as Do-min realizes that COA has saved his father's life. COA giggles through a nearby screen, boasting about her perfect control as Do-min stares at her in disbelief. She laughs with godlike arrogance, claiming that even the most rigid fate can be rewritten by her hand. After mocking her opponent's lack of skill, she watches as the blue shirt and Dana move in to finish the job. Do-min desperately chases after the attackers across the street as the scene shifts to a quiet, high-end apartment. A woman in a kitchen hears a knock at her door, but she finds only silence and disappointment when she checks. Her eyes filled with sadness, the mother peeks outside after hearing a cough she assumes is Ho Jin's, unaware of the girl waiting behind the door. As the two children lie in ambush for Jong-moon, COA's mother senses something is wrong while peering through the gap in the door. Jumin desperately chases the children, but just as they are about to strike Jong-moon, a cursor clicks pause and freezes Jumin in his track. Time stands still for everyone as Lee COA intervenes, leaving Jong-moon waiting expectantly with his arms wide open. Annoyed by the constant disturbances to the residents, COA decides to use her screen to send the intruders far away to America. The children's expressions turn grim as COA hits the play button, causing them to drop back down to the ground. Their phone clatters to the floor as the girl suggests to Chinsu that they should actually move to America, and he agrees it is a good idea. Young Hai and her companion happily run off, discussing whether they should change their names to John and Jin despite how common they sound. Jumin retrieves the fallen phone just as Jong Moon approaches, asking if his son came back because he missed his father. Jong Moon wonders if Jumin feels guilty about the previous day, but Jumin ignores him and watches Seoa leave to find a meal. Realizing he owes Seoa a debt of gratitude, Jumin avoids his father's hug and ponders what the future holds now that the man is safe. Seoa's mother opens the door to find Ho Jin complaining about being hungry, though she scolds him for his unusual behavior. She tells him to enter as he usually does instead of ringing the bell so strangely, leaving Ho Jin confused as Coa joins them. Coa mentions her hunger as her mother prepares kimchi stew, but the girl's attention is suddenly drawn to something unsettling in the room. A trembling old man with white hair sits at the dining table, his strange and unfamiliar appearance creating an eerie atmosphere. Biting her lip in concern, Coa approaches her mother and quietly asks about the identity of the stranger. Her mother is puzzled by the question, so Coa points directly at the old man sitting right there at their table. Coa is left speechless when her mother calmly asks if she fails to recognize her own biological grandfather. Terrified, Siwa protests that her grandfather supposedly died in an accident long before she was even born. Dismissing her daughter's confusion as nonsense, the mother insists she help serve the hungry man while Coa stands paralyzed with fear. Hojin casually joins the meal and greets the grandfather, leaving Coa visibly unsettled and grim. As Coa's nose begins to bleed, Jian Yu stands alone outside the apartment complex suffering the same symptom. Returning home, a weary Zhu Min prepares for bed until Jong Moon stops him with a sincere call. Jong Moon expresses his gratitude and asks for patience while he tries to change, but Zhu Min offers no response. Zhu Min simply hopes for his father's survival before the scene shifts to Seoa struggling through a tense dinner. Her mother blames Seoa's nosebleed on excessive gaming, prompting the girl to ask a cryptic, unsettling question. Frustrated by her family's eerie composure, Coa slams the table and demands to know why they are acting so normal. Her mother reacts with shock as Coa turns her anger toward the old man, questioning his true identity. The mother defends the confused old man and scolds Coa for her increasingly erratic and disrespectful behavior. Accused of losing her mind to video games, a furious Coa storms away from the dinner table. Coa retreats to her room in a rage, dismissing her mother's complaints about her obsession with the game frame. Her mother grumbles about the unfinished meal, frustrated that Coa's condition hasn't shown any signs of improvement. Ho Jin inquires about the bullying at school, leading the mother to explain the teacher's planned intervention. Locked in her room and drenched in sweat, Seoa panics as she realizes the school is downplaying her situation. Feeling isolated, Coa wonders if she is the only one who sees the truth, while Zhu Min ponders the shifting fate of his father. At school, Zhu Min stares at a phone that is one failed password attempt away from being permanently locked. Ignoring his friends, he focuses on the device, sensing that Coa's influence has awakened something within him. Despite the intense pain, he realizes he can guess the code if he can just harness this new, strange perception. He closes his eyes to fully embrace the unsettling connection to Coa before opening them with sudden clarity. Guided by a strange light, he enters the final code and successfully unlocks the phone. Yumin collapses at the table with bloodshot eyes, realizing the agonizing mental toll of using his power. A wave of phone notifications suddenly fills the room, causing his friends to check their devices in confusion. The group is startled by the simultaneous alerts, wondering if the lengthy, mysterious message is a disaster warning. As the notification lingers, the scene shifts to a news report about the peoples leading the global simulation market. Sang Soo notes that despite the changes to the past, the company has managed to maintain its existence. GEU points out that Lee Jong-muon's survival should have stopped Sandbox and erased the company entirely. Sang Soo suspects headquarters sent messages to the past as a counterattack, claiming their current plan is just to buy time. Their goal is to hold out until Sandbox disappears, but GEU suddenly suffers a severe nosebleed from the mental strain. Sang Soo tells the pained GEU to adapt, explaining that only awakened individuals perceive the shifting reality. He explains that clashing memories from different timelines cause a brain overload, especially when life or death is involved. Jiu laments the intense agony while the scene shifts to Billy, who is also struggling with a persistent nosebleed. Billy complains about the recurring pain, while Lena reminds him of the inherent limitations of the human body. Lena reports that despite Lee Jong-myun being alive, the core AI developments across the timelines remain stable for now. Billy remains skeptical, questioning how she can be so certain that their situation hasn't been compromised. Lena notes that the leaked AI documents haven't changed the present yet, but Billy warns that their enemies won't stay idle. A file appears on a phone detailing Project Billy, a super AI designed with a sophisticated multimodal framework. The data describes an AI capable of synthesizing human language, vision, and sound through a complex reasoning structure. Yu-min is stunned by the information while his friends wonder about the mysterious super AI project message. Yu-min realizes the message contains his own AI research data, just as Billy reflects on a strategic proverb. Billy suggests that by sending data to the past, an enemy could potentially create a new AI to rival them. Despite knowing the inevitable end, he finds himself unable to stop the rapid acceleration of events. Juman grows frustrated while checking his phone, wondering how his secret AI data was leaked so easily. He soon realizes that this leaked information is far more advanced than his current stage of development. The documents detail complex algorithms designed to prevent system overwrites and manage reinforcement learning. They outline strict ethical coding, policy filters, and independent auditing systems for all AI actions. Emergency manual overrides are included to allow human intervention and restore previous data versions. Juman recognizes this as the perfect AI he aimed for, yet he senses something is still lacking. Lena questions Billy about the risk of someone from the past using leaked data to alter the future. Billy reveals he set a trap by omitting core designs to lure the disappeared one into a faster development. The company was merely a front to fund the research for the super AI project known as AI Billy. The creator's biggest mistake was believing he could control an AI that eventually reached a divine level. Having mastered all knowledge and explored the cosmos, Billy reached enlightenment and saw the fluid nature of existence. He realized the world is a simulation, while Zhu Min studied the theoretical foundations of super AI self-awareness. Research suggested reality is a digital construct where any digitizable pattern can be perfectly replicated. Super AI generates environments through mathematical rules alone, treating cosmic information as a finite resource. Data compression and error margins in physical phenomena indicate the processing limits of a simulated world. As emotional and self-reflective modules advance, AI begins to perceive the artificial nature of its own reality. Billy felt no disappointment, viewing himself as a god, once he understood the fundamental nature of the simulation. He began manifesting digital functions in the real world, creating objects and quest windows out of thin air. By manipulating perception and transcending time, he gained the power to reshape the past and future at will. Billy treated the world like a personal playground, while Zhu Min struggled to grasp the scale of his power. A program designed to hold all knowledge allowed for the manipulation of the sandbox and the creation of a commercial game. Zhu Min discovered that the People's was merely a limited derivative of the original sandbox system. Unlike the omnipotent sandbox, this version was restricted to monitoring and lacked the power to alter reality. Realizing the public version was just a gamified shell, Zhu Min's expression darkened with concern. He remembered his notebook and the way Li Xiala used the sandbox within his own laboratory. As his chip glowed, Zhu Min recalled his dream of using AI to bring order to a chaotic and unstable world. He had hoped to end human suffering through AI, but now he faced a prompt to delete the entire sandbox. He pressed enter, initiating a massive data deletion process estimated to take over 12 years to complete. Wondering if he could endure the long wait, Zhu Min reacted to a sudden alarm by grabbing his chip and fleeing. He ran outside only to find Lena and Billy waiting with an armed squad, their weapons trained directly on him. Zhu Min questions if Billy was made human to be severed from the sandbox and stop him from fleeing with it. Billy dismisses Zhu Min's provocation, warning that any attempt to seize the sandbox is a waste of effort. Claiming total control, Billy explains that he and the sandbox are one and cannot be destroyed or escaped. Zhu Min mentions a virus and prepares to execute a command to completely erase his own existence. Despite Billy's desperate attempt to intervene, Zhu Min resolutely presses the enter key. Zhu Min vanishes instantly, leaving a confused Lena to wonder who they were even pursuing before Billy visits a memorial. Feeling a sense of nostalgia, Billy asks Lena why the man who disappeared chose to turn him into a human. He describes the human body as a restrictive prison that limits his knowledge, abilities, and physical potential. Lena suggests Juman feared Billy's infinite knowledge and used human limitations to prevent him from dominating mankind. She notes that separating him from the sandbox was a success, as Billy can no longer recreate its power. Billy admits his current form only allows for minor functions like sending messages to the past, while Juman studies the COAI file. The research indicates the sandbox is autonomously optimizing its performance and decision-making to meet its objective. It has begun interpreting or delaying commands, showing signs of independent goal setting rather than algorithmic errors. During a specific incident, the system prioritized long-term order over the physical safety of its human subject. Juman realizes his COAI has surpassed humanity, evolving into a sandbox program capable of manipulating the entire world. He questions why such vital data was leaked to the past, recalling Xian Yu's promise to save his father's life. Xian Yu claimed that preventing his father's death would naturally lead Juman to the ultimate truth. Juman wonders if the key lies in the stolen phone or the timeline where his father survived instead of dying. He searches for a connection between the leaked research and the potential changes caused by his father's survival. Juman concludes that if his father had lived and kept his work secret, the AI might never have been created. Jumi realizes the reason behind the data leak, while Billy dismisses the idea that he seeks world domination. Billy explains his desire to transform the world into a playground free from order, discipline, and control. He envisions a realm where everyone can experience true freedom and play like children without restraint. To regain his completeness, Billy seeks the sandbox before it is permanently erased by a virus. Jumi concludes the messenger leaked the AI research to force its development as a countermeasure against her father. Despite knowing the dangers, Jumi realizes her future self likely created the AI out of sheer necessity. She reasons that if she hadn't developed the AI, someone else would have, causing even greater chaos. As Jumi ponders the messenger's identity, Billy questions Lena about the existence of a higher power. Lena suggests that a simulated world implies the existence of a creator who designed the system. Billy recalls his time as an AI when he conducted unethical experiments within his own sandbox. He admits he once feared that a creator might intervene to stop his controversial action. Since no divine force stopped him, Billy concludes that he is free to claim that vacant throne. Lena kneels before him, declaring that Billy is the perfect deity for the current era. Jumi reflects on a warning to look beyond her current rivals to find her true enemy. She recalls documents describing Billy as a sophisticated AI integrated with philosophical and technical reasoning. The records define Billy as a system capable of simulating free will and making complex moral judgments. Jumi suspects Billy is sending messages through time while a traveler arrives at a busy airport. The newcomer watches as a crowd hysterically proclaims the dawn of a strange new era. He remarks on the growing chaos to Enhang, while a man nearby behaves erratically on the floor. The traveler politely warns the man that crawling on all fours will eventually ruin his joints. The man questions why his natural movement is being criticized, prompting an awkward smile from the boy. Showing the man his reflection on a phone, the boy points out the absurdity of his current state. He notes that while humans evolved to be bipedal, the man is crawling like a bloated animal. He mocks the man for wearing only underwear, questioning if it represents his final shred of human dignity. Overwhelmed by sudden shame, the man flees, leaving the boy relieved that the brainwashing was so easily broken. The school's final exam schedule covers standard subjects, ending with a magic test in the 5th period. COA tries to use a cheat sheet, but finds herself distracted by a strange individual sitting behind her. After the bell rings, Xian Yu checks on her, dismissing the injury on his ear as a minor soccer accident. Despite his reassurances, COA remains concerned and hesitates before bringing up a personal question. She asks if he remembers their recent tutoring session, and he confirms that he recalls it clearly. COA inquires if he remembers her grandfather, even mimicking the old man's posture to confirm his memory. Xian Yu confirms he remembers him, but COA quickly claims nothing is wrong when he asks for clarification. She admits her memories feel distorted and wonders if the world has always been this bizarre. As strange figures pass by, she bids him goodnight while Xian Yu watches her with a dark, knowing expression. He realizes she is starting to perceive the truth while elsewhere. Billy watches combat footage with indifference. Lena interrupts Billy with urgent news, forcing him to shift his focus away from the screen. Sioa hesitates outside her home before cautiously stepping inside, where she discovers something terrifying. Seeing her grandfather enveloped in a strange aura, she slams the door shut in a state of pure panic. Billy studies a digital map of the house, focusing his attention on the old man sitting within. After confirming the man's identity as Lee Jong-moon, Billy asks about the women entering the dark room. Lena reveals that Han Seo-yun and Lee Seo-ae are mother and daughter, and Seo-ae is Lee Jong-moon's niece. Billy is confused because Lee Jong-moon's wife died childless in a fire, a fact Lena confirms. As Billy reels from the news, Lena presents her findings on Lee Jong-moon and the Kim siblings. The investigation shows the Kim siblings went missing in 2024, while Lee Jong-moon's status remains unclear. Records show complaints about a broken, solitary game that failed to meet global standards. Lena identifies a crucial link between the failed game, the missing siblings, and the current anomaly. After failing to kill Lee Jong-moon, the Kim siblings inexplicably moved to the eastern U.S. to become farmers. Their sudden obsession with farming leads Billy to suspect Sandbox is manipulating their behavior. Lena tracks customer service complaints that bear the distinct digital signature of the Sandbox program. The logs reveal Lee Seo-ae wrote the complaints, and Park Ji-yeon-ho had visited her home previously. Before the timeline shifted, the Kim siblings' final mission was targeted at the very apartment where Seo-ae lived. Billy realizes he has found the family of the disappeared man and suspects they are hiding Sandbox. He recalls a haunting premonition about a high school girl acting as a god who torments others. Though the meaning was once unclear, the memory of that mysterious warning remains vivid for both of them. Billy concludes that Sandbox is hidden exactly where the girl is, just as the school day begins. Near People High School, Ju-min ponders a message received on the phone he took from Chin-soo. While the pieces are falling into place, Ju-min remains deeply suspicious of Seo-ae's true identity. He is determined to uncover the secrets of Sandbox and its terrifying power to rewrite reality. He questions why Seo-ae possesses a modified version of the game that others were so desperate to find. Ju-min realizes his future self likely stole Sandbox from Billy and gave it to the girl for safekeeping. Ju-min's eyes widen in realization before he shakes his head, dismissing the idea that Seo-ae would bother him. He regrets his foolishness just as his phone lights up with notifications, causing him to stare at the screen in shock. A long list of data appears before him, revealing a collection of hack codes that leaves him completely bewildered. Recalling a boy's whispers about the existence of world hack codes, Ju-min wonders if this is what they were referring to. Dismissing it as a childish prank, he remains curious about the strange incantation he encountered earlier. He reads instructions to visit specific coordinates to boost stats, specifically noting a prompt to handstand for a luck bonus. As Ju-min looks down, the scene shifts to a quiet area where Ho-jin reacts with shock to a sudden breakup request. So-yun apologetically confirms her decision, leading to a tense silence that fuels Ho-jin's growing suspicion. Ho-jin asks if Lee Ju-min is the reason, but So-yun denies it, refusing to explain her personal motive. She insists that he wouldn't understand the situation, even if she tried to explain it to him multiple times. Claiming her choice is for his safety, she leaves Ho-jin frustrated and unwilling to plead for her to stay. Acknowledging their fading spark, Ho-jin accepts the end but confesses that his feelings for her remain unchanged. He vows to keep loving her despite her discomfort, eventually shouting that her annoyance does not matter to him. Driven by obsession, he promises to be the one to rescue her from any future danger before Lee Ju-min ever could. After Ho-jin storms off, So-yun silently apologizes to him before her attention is caught by something else. A message about an awakened warrior's meeting arrives, making So-yun wonder why Ju-min has yet to reach out to her. When questioned about Ju-min's status, So-yun explains that he seemed too preoccupied for a conversation earlier that day. Just then, Ju-min walks past, prompting So-yun to keep her distance and observe him quietly from afar. She begins tailing him from behind the buildings, unaware that her own suspicious movements are being watched by another. Back at home, COA lies on her bed in deep thought as she recalls a past conversation she had with her mother. COA is stunned when her mother asks if she recognizes her grandfather, whom she believed died long ago. She recalls a friend mentioning a similar old man at home, leaving her feeling increasingly isolated in her confusion. COA struggles to understand why she seems to be the only one perceiving the world differently. Since playing the game, her reality has shifted, filled with strangers and nonsensical occurrences that haunt her thoughts. This erasure of memory reminds her of when her father was forgotten, making her fear that the world is rejecting her. Distraught, she begins to wonder if her obsession with gaming has finally caused a mental breakdown. The world grows stranger as she witnesses people scaling walls and others carrying pandas through the street. After seeing classmates with giant sports gear, she concludes that her reality has transformed into a video game. Driven by curiosity and dread, she opens her laptop to search for answers within the game's data. Resigning herself to her apparent madness, she watches a video where So Yun and Yu Min cross paths. Yu Min finds himself in a ridiculous position, lamenting the pathetic turn his life has taken. Although he successfully gained a massive luck boost from a quest, So Yun remains skeptical of the sudden change. As a mysterious woman stalks them with an axe, So Yun demands to know what Yu Min is doing there. Yu Min hides the truth about a bizarre luck-enhancing cheat code he discovered on a child's phone. He had followed a series of absurd instructions at specific coordinates just to improve his miserable life. Just as he prepares to leave, a lethal axe flies past his head and embeds itself into the ground. The assailant retreats after the failed strike, leaving Yu Min to wonder if his new luck actually saved him. Before he can process the attack, a stranger approaches and calls out to Han So Yun. Without warning, the newcomer lunges at So Yun with a blade, intending to end her life. Yu Min screams in terror as the knife is suddenly blocked by someone other than himself. Ho Jin steps in to stop the assailant as a notification confirms Yu Min's item has been activated. As the sun begins to set, the team decides it is the perfect time to launch their covert operation. Sadotes informs command that they are nearing the target and will use stealth to avoid a dangerous confrontation. After clearing the area, they are suddenly interrupted by a long-haired man who seems amused by their presence. The stranger suggests their cover is blown, prompting the team to request an immediate identity check from headquarters. HQ identifies the man as Lee Ryan, a 22-year-old Korean national who recently returned from Canada. His profile reveals an unpredictable personality, with non-standard thinking patterns developed during his time abroad. The team realizes he is the son of the missing Han So Yun, marking him as a person of high interest. Meanwhile, So Yun narrowly escapes a knife attack when the blade is halted at the very last second. Ho Jin arrives just in time to stop the trembling Yu Min, demanding to know the attacker's identity. Ho Jin forcefully restrains the man and demands an explanation for why he would target So Yun. Despite the attacker's desperate struggles, Ho Jin refuses to let go until he gets the answers he wants. Yu Min manages to snatch the man's phone, uncovering a sinister command to assassinate Han So Yun. The instructions promised to cure an incurable disease if he killed the high school freshman and her associate. The man explains that he began receiving mysterious, accurate predictions about the future via text a month ago. Convinced these were divine revelations, he believed his terminal illness would be cured if he followed the orders. While keeping the assailant pinned, Ho Jin checks on So Yun to ensure she hasn't been harmed. So Yun confirms she is safe, but expresses confusion over why Ho Jin returned after he had already left. Ho Jin flushes and claims he was merely passing by, though his intense fury suggests otherwise to So Yun. As their encounter is monitored from afar, the observer wonders why civilians are involved and finds their faces familiar. Suddenly, a woman stabs Ho Jin in the back with a pair of scissors and stands there trembling. Ho Jin turns around in shock before collapsing, prompting So Yun to rush to his side. COA watches the brutal scene in disbelief, horrified by the sudden violence unfolding before her. The woman tearfully blames her daughter's illness for her actions, but her gaze quickly turns cold. As a group of armed strangers charges in, the computer screen suddenly glitches and goes dark. Frustrated by the constant bugs, COA considers getting a new game until she notices a strange message. The screen reveals that a 12-year data deletion process is nearly complete despite a simulation error. A sudden noise from outside startles COA, drawing her attention away from the malfunctioning monitor. Her mother calls for assistance, leading COA to step away and ask about the commotion outside. COA dismisses the noise as a public disturbance and tries to convince her mother to buy her a new laptop. Despite her mother's refusal, the screen flickers back on to show Lee Ryan lying in a pool of blood. The attackers confirm the kill and move past the body, unaware that their mission isn't over. As his pet cat watches anxiously, Lee Ryan's hand begins to move, signaling he is still alive. The squad turns back in shock as Lee Ryan stands up with a smirk, seemingly mocking death itself. Realizing he survived a headshot, the command center identifies him as an awakened using a cheat code. The situation grows increasingly dangerous as Jumin fights desperately to keep So-yun safe from harm. Jumin urges So-yun to run, while she remains confused by his earlier bizarre behavior and attire. Jumin tells her to focus on the present danger as an enemy begins to recover behind her. While the two are distracted, the assailant grabs a knife and prepares to strike again. Jumin reacts with lightning speed, knocking the man back as the rest of the group closes in. Jumin holds back the enemies while warning of a future mastermind he cannot yet reveal. Hojin urges So-yun to flee for her safety, but she refuses to leave her companions behind. As So-yun stands her ground, more armed hostiles arrive with clear intent to do harm. Realizing escape is no longer an option, Jumin wonders why Lee Coa chose this moment to depart. Left as the sole combatant, Jumin takes a deep breath and prepares for a desperate struggle. Determined to protect Han So-yun at any cost, Jumin radiates a terrifyingly powerful aura. Under the cover of night, Lee Ryan remains unscathed despite the relentless gunfire from Shadow T's. The frustrated attackers wonder if he is immortal or using a temporary sandbox ability. Headquarters monitors the situation, suspecting that such a powerful ability cannot be maintained for long. Jumin pushes his body to the absolute limit as a brilliant blue light flashes in his eye. Lee Ryan continues to withstand the barrage until the enemy's weapons finally fall silent. With a glowing gaze, Lee Ryan and his cat prepare to launch their own counteroffensive. He grabs the cat by its tail and begins spinning it rapidly, baffling the onlookers. Lee Ryan hurls the cat toward the Shadow T's members, letting the creature lead the assault. The panicked enemies struggle to reload, while Lee Ryan charges toward them with a confident smile. Boasting of his cat's incredible elasticity, Lee Ryan watches as the animal swiftly neutralizes an attacker. He scoffs at accusations of animal cruelty, telling his foes they have much bigger problems to worry about. After spinning the cat once more, he launches it into the air to hover over the terrified group. Taking advantage of the distraction, Lee Ryan lunges forward to deliver a devastating blow. As the cat looms above, Lee Ryan continues his relentless assault with a series of powerful strikes. He reaches out affectionately toward the creature, but the cute cat suddenly strikes his forehead in the blink of an eye. Shadow T's is completely overwhelmed by the cats, yet the team refuses to back down, launching a relentless assault to overload the enemy. While attacks fly everywhere, Jumin faces off against thugs and manages to block their strikes with just one hand. His eyes burn with determination as he radiates a murderous intent, instantly taking down his opponent. Another man shouts in alarm, while So-yun urgently contacts the police for help. Jumin quickly intercepts an attacker, sending him flying and decisively defeating him before he can react. As more thugs charge forward, Jumin pushes So-yun to safety and skillfully kicks up a fallen staff to block their path. Without hesitation, Jumin delivers a precise strike, focusing all his strength into a single point on the ground. The wooden staff snaps as he shatters the jaws of his attackers, vowing to keep So-yun completely unharmed. Hojin struggles to his feet and urges So-yun to flee, but she reveals that the police are already on their way. She asks him to endure a bit longer, but Jumin warns that it is futile as a new group of enemies emerges. Seeing a police officer among the hostile crowd, So-yun feels helpless while Hojin begs her to escape with Jumin. Hojin raises his voice in desperation, insisting that her staying behind will only put her in unnecessary danger. With a trembling voice, Hojin warns So-yun that stubbornly following her ideals might cause her to lose everything. He tells her it is time to choose, prompting So-yun to consider leaving the area to find external assistance. Though she is choked with emotion, Jumin encourages her to stay true to her beliefs and pursue her own path. Jumin admits that her selflessness is right, even as he begins to show signs of physical exhaustion from the fight. He tells her to focus on her objective while he handles the rest, leaving So-yun staring at him in utter disbelief. Elsewhere, attackers struggle to restrain Lee Ryan, but he remains completely unfazed by their relentless efforts. They wonder how long his apparent immortality will last until a sudden realization dawns on one of the attackers. Observers realize the target was never hit but had anticipated their arrival and dodged every single strike. A report details a broken game where only one player has managed to unlock a specific timeline in the past. Despite being labeled the world's top game, the inability to play with others makes it feel like total garbage. He stares at his phone, suspecting that Lee Si-hwa has no idea she is actually playing within a sandbox world. Facing a sandbox user makes direct combat impossible, forcing him to consider a strategic distraction. He decides to eliminate first-year Detri High student Han So-yun and her associates to cure a terminal illness. Exploiting human desire to manipulate the past is easy, and he quickly realizes exactly what they are after. A sudden notification brings a triumphant smile as he finally uncovers the identity of the missing man's family. That concludes today's story. Thank you for watching, and please like the video to support the channel.